your user's speech. But I appreciate your forthrightness, by the way. But you're saying you think that's fine, and that was your policy.
Senator, we've been public about our policies on COVID misinformation specifically, as well as on misinformation generally.
And so you think you're not concerned about any of this? Nothing that I just read to you, you're not concerned about it at all?
Respectfully, Senator, I think the balance of how to protect free expression as well as public safety is a difficult issue, but it's one we're committed to working with outside experts and publishing our work.
Well, I appreciate you being so forthright. As I said, this is actually from litigation between the state of Missouri and the state of Louisiana and the federal government. I anticipate that your remarks under oath today are going to be very interesting and helpful to that litigation. I'll just say this. My view is that the United States government is bound by the First Amendment. They cannot encourage or coerce or incite or collude with a private party to get around the First Amendment. But you've just said to me today that that's basically what they did, that you coordinated with them repeatedly over a pattern of months and years to adjust and target your speech policies for protected speech at the behest of the United States government. I have to tell you, I've got a big problem with that, and I think all your users should too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all the witnesses for being here. Ms. Pappas, let me start with you. I have to say it's great to see you here today. I have repeatedly invited your company to testify before Congress. I invited them to testify to the Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime and Terrorism in November of 2019. I invited them to testify again in September of the following year. Both times we were stiffed. TikTok told me that they would set up a meeting with the CEO. They didn't want to testify in public, but they set up a meeting with the CEO after November 2019. They then canceled that meeting. So it's nice to see TikTok being willing to answer questions in public. It's a pleasant change. Let's dig into a few things if we could, specifically about TikTok's links to the Chinese Communist Party. In response to a letter from some of my colleagues, TikTok claimed earlier this year that the company has never shared data, never, with the Chinese government. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And has never shared data with the Chinese Communist Party, is that correct?
We will never share data, period.
My question was in the past tense. Has TikTok ever shared data with the Chinese Communist Party?
We have never shared data with the Chinese government, correct.
With the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes, correct.
Do you have you ever shared it with two members of the Chinese Communist Party?
We have said many times, Senator, that we do have Chinese engineers based in China. I don't think there's any platform up here that would be able to speak to what you're talking about as it relates to the political affiliation of an individual. But I'm happy to assure you that we are ensuring the access controls around our data as well as the storage of that data in the United States.
So I think you're telling me that there are TikTok employees or ByteDance employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party? Is that what I took?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't be able to verify that.
Oh, well, let me just ask you that affirmatively. Are there TikTok employees or ByteDance employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm saying nobody that's sitting on this panel could tell you a political
I'm not interested about anybody's opinion. I'm asking you a factual question. Are there members of the Chinese Communist Party employed by TikTok and ByteDance, yes or no?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the political affiliation of any individual. What I can tell you is how much we're investing.
I know membership in the Communist Chinese Party is not exactly like membership in the Democrat Party.
Controls.
So I'm looking for an answer. You tell me you don't know? TikTok doesn't know?
Here's what I can tell you. I can tell you that our U.S. and Singapore leadership, there are no CCP members. I can tell you.
So you do know that, but you're telling me that you don't know if there are any members who are employed by TikTok or ByteDance, members of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm happy to share that we are putting access control.
That's not my question. My question is, that's not my question. My question is, are there any TikTok employees or ByteDance members of the Chinese Communist Party? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm saying nobody could sit up here and give you that.
So you don't know? You're saying you don't know. You do know your leadership isn't, but you don't know about your employees. Is that your testimony?
I know that everyone who makes a strategic decision at this platform is not a member of the CCP.
A strategic decision. Okay. It's interesting. It's interesting to me that you're quite confident that anyone who can make a strategic decision. How many people is that?
It's our leadership team. So
number.
And again, the leadership team is based in the U.S. and Singapore. Our CEO is based in Singapore. He's not Chinese. Happy to go into the efforts that
Would it surprise you to learn that Forbes magazine recently reported that at least 300 current TikTok or ByteDance employees were members of Chinese state media and affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
Again, we don't look at the political affiliations or can't speak to individuals, but what I can tell you is we're protecting the data in the United States.
Well, apparently, though, you do look at political affiliation because you're quite willing to sit here and tell me that no one who has strategic input or makes strategic decisions is a member of the Chinese Communist Party. So you do know very well, as a matter of fact. You just don't want to answer my other question.
We have thousands of people that work at the company, so I'm not going to vouch on the political affiliation of any particular individual.
Have you seen the videos of Chinese Communist Party members conducting training for TikTok and ByteDance employees in China? That's fake?
I do not know what you're referring to, but what I can tell
Has
you
that
is
happened?
any decision...
Has that happened?
Sir, I just said that I couldn't be able to tell you. I haven't seen it. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm happy to follow up. But what
wait, I'm sorry. Let's go back. Let's see if we can cut through the mumbo-jumbo. I'm asking you if the Chinese Communist Party has conducted training sessions ever for employees of ByteDance or TikTok, yes or no?
Not for TikTok. TikTok, the app, does not operate in China. We are subject
You have
to US
employees
law.
in China. ByteDance has employees in China. Listen, we've been through this song and dance, so let's just skip that. I've heard it all before.
Senator, I appreciate
Answer my
that.
question. Yes or no? Have they conducted training for ByteDance employees or TikTok employees?
I can speak on behalf of TikTok, and the answer is no.
No. That's interesting. Do any TikTok employees based in China have access to U.S. user data?
As we have publicly said, yes, we have engineers in China.
But
we
none
are
of them are
working on
members of the
the
Chinese
access
Communist Party.
controls. We are working on the access controls to minimize that
I've
data
heard
access.
that. Frankly, I don't
working with
believe
the
any
United
of it.
States and through the CFIUS.
Wait. So your testimony is that you do have TikTok employees based in China who do have access to U.S. user data, but you're confident that none of them are members of the Chinese Communist Party and have never accessed it? Is that your
Anyone who
testimony?
has access to U.S. user data has and does so to perform daily duties. So if it is for the performance of site management, bug handling, but we have strict controls in terms of who and how our data is accessed. Furthermore,
And none of that's accessible to any member of the Chinese Communist Party. Is that your testimony?
we believe we have the strictest controls
That's
out
not
there.
my
and we're
question.
actually
That's not my
working
question.
with
My question is,
Oracle.
does anyone who have access to user data, are they members of the Chinese Communist Party?
I feel like I've answered your question.
You haven't, and I feel like you're avoiding it
No,
at
I-
every opportunity. So let me give you another one, since you're on the
Let me-
record and
can
indeed
I be
under
as
oath.
clear as
I would welcome you being clear. Do
thank you.
any person who has access to U.S. user data, are they members of the Chinese Communist Party? Yes
Let
or no?
me be clear again.
Yes or no?
For our U.S. users, the data is stored and housed in the United States. We have access controls.
You're not
in
answering my
place.
point. Let the record
And
reflect you will not
for-
answer my question. Why
For
not?
any of that data, it's overseen by our U.S.-led security team.
That's not
and
that's not my
monitored
question.
daily.
That's not my question. My question
Furthermore,
is, does
that data-
any employee who has access to U.S. user data, are they members of the Chinese Communist Party? You won't
And
answer
again,
that
as a
question.
global technology platform, there is no other company that could make that assertion either.
That sounds like a yes to me. I think that's news. You're familiar, I know, with this BuzzFeed article that says that according to leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based employees of ByteDance have repeatedly accessed non-public data about U.S. TikTok users. Everything is seen in China, said a member of TikTok's Trust and Safety Department in a September 2021 meeting. In another September meeting, a director referred to one Beijing-based engineer as a master admin who has access to everything. These reports show data was accessed far more frequently and recently than previously reported. And your testimony is that this is false?
Correct.
All of this is false.
That is correct.
No, so there are
Everything that you just stated, there is no such thing as a master account at the
that's not what it says. It
period.
says that someone is referred to as a master admin.
Well-
But you're telling me that China-based employees have never accessed non-public data of U.S. TikTok users?
No, we've already said on the record that we have Chinese employees who have access data.
Well, that's what this is saying. So you agree?
if you want to clarify on each individual statement, I'm saying that there is strict access controls around the data that is accessed in the United States that is overseen by our U.S.-led security team. We are working with Oracle.
That's not what this article says.
We disagree with the categorization in that article wholeheartedly.
Oh, well, here's the point. I know there are other senators who want to ask questions. I think we're going to have a second round. What the truth appears to be, besides the fact that we can't get a straight answer on any of these questions, is that you have hundreds of employees with, it appears, access to U.S. user data that may very well be members of the Chinese Communist Party. You have no way to assure me that they don't have access to our citizens' data. And you won't answer my question in a straightforward way about whether a CCP member has ever gained access or not. I think, from my own point of view, that's a huge security problem.
Senator, if I may, we are one of the most highly scrutinized platforms. There have been many cybersecurity experts who have researched our platforms, including Citizen Lab, which is a leading academic research unit based in the University of Toronto, who have said, and I am happy to submit this for the record for the committee, that our research shows that there is no overt data transmission to the Chinese government by TikTok. TikTok's program features and codes do not pose a threat to national security.
Wait a minute. Overt data transmission? Ms. Pappas, this isn't a hearing for you to testify at will. You're here to answer questions.
I'm providing you with information.
No, you're not. You're talking over me, and you're submitting the information from who knows who funds this entity, who knows who's behind it, who knows what it contains. I don't know. What I do know is you won't give me straight answers to my questions, and the reason, I think, is pretty clear, because your company has a lot to hide. You're a walking security nightmare, and for every American who uses this app, I'm concerned. Let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now?
Well,
they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
I'm sorry for everything that you have all gone through. It's terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
Mr. Zuckerberg, let me start with you. Did I hear you say in your opening statement that there's no link between mental health and social media use?
Senator, what I said is I think it's important to look at the science. I know people widely talk about this as if that is something that's already been proven. And I think that the bulk of the scientific evidence does not support that.
Well, really, let me just remind you of some of the science from your own company. Instagram studied the effect of your platform on teenagers. Let me just read you some quotes from the Wall Street Journal's report on this. Company researchers found that Instagram is harmful for a sizable percentage of teenagers, most notably teenage girls. Here's a quote from your own study. Quote, "We make body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls." Here's another quote. "Teens blamed Instagram," this is your study, "for increases in the rate of anxiety and depression. This reaction was unprompted and consistent across all groups." That's your study.
Senator, we try to understand the feedback and how people feel about the services. We can improve
Wait a minute, your own study says that you make life worse for 1 in 3 teenage girls. You increase anxiety and depression. That's what it says, and you're here testifying to us in public that there's no link. You've been doing this for years. For years, you've been coming in public and testifying under oath that there's absolutely no link. Your product is wonderful. The science is nascent, full speed ahead, while internally, you know full well your product is a disaster for teenagers.
Senator,
and yet you keep right on doing what you're doing. Right?
That's not true. That's not true.
Let me show you some other facts I know that you're familiar with. Wait a minute. That's not a question. That's not a question. Those are facts, Mr. Zuckerberg. That's not a question.
Those aren't facts.
Let me show you some more facts. Here's some information from a whistleblower who came before the Senate, testified under oath in public. He worked for you. It's a senior executive. Here's what he showed he found when he studied your products. So, for example, this is girls between the ages of 13 and 15 years old. 37% of them reported that they had been exposed to nudity on the platform unwanted in the last 7 days. 24% said that they had experienced unwanted sexual advances they'd been propositioned in the last 7 days. 17% said they had encountered self-harm content pushed at them in the last 7 days. Now, I know you're familiar with these stats because he sent you an email where he lined it all out. I mean, we've got a copy of it right here. My question is, who did you fire for this? Who got fired because of that?
Senator, we study all of this because it's important and we want to improve our services.
Well, you just told me
And
a
I think
second
that
ago
the-
you studied it, but that there was no linkage. Who did you
Senator,
fire?
Yeah, I said you mischaracterized. the data.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all
Who
these
did you
different
fire?
tools. Senator, I don't think that's,
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that. That's,
Because you didn't fire anybody, right? You didn't take any significant
I don't think
action.
it's appropriate to talk about like
It's not
individual
appropriate.
HR decisions.
Do you know who's
public
sitting
like that.
behind you? You've got families from across the nation whose children are either severely harmed or gone, and you don't think it's appropriate to talk about steps that you took? The fact that you didn't fire a single
happy
person?
to-
Let me
happy
ask
to
you
talk
this.
about
Let me
the
ask you
steps
this.
that we took
Have you
if you'd let me
compensated
speak.
any of the victims?
Sorry?
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated them?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Don't you think they deserve some compensation for what your platform has done? Help with
Senator-
counseling services, help with dealing with the issues that your services caused?
Our job is to make sure that we build tools to help keep people safe.
Are you
across
going
our
to
platform.
compensate them?
Senator, our job and what we take seriously is making sure that we build industry-leading tools to find harmful
make
content,
money.
take it off the services.
To make money.
And to build tools that empower parents.
So you
that
didn't
help
take
work
any
with-
action, you didn't
That's
take
not
any
true,
action, you
Senator.
didn't fire anybody, you haven't
not true.
compensated a
That's
single
not-
victim.
that's
Let
not
me
what I
ask you
said.
this, let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims?
I-
Would you like to do so now?
Well-
They're here, you're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
I'm sorry for everything that you have all gone through. It's terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
You know, why, Mr. Zuckerberg, why should your company not be sued for this? Why is it that you can claim, you hide behind a liability shield, you can't be held accountable? Shouldn't you be held accountable personally? Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I think I've already answered this. I mean, these
Well,
are
try
serious
this again.
issues.
Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I view my job and the job of our company as building the best tools that we can to keep our community safe.
Well, you're failing at
and
that.
Well, Senator, we're doing an industry-leading effort. We build AI tools that
nonsense. Your product is killing people. Will you personally commit to compensating the victims? You're a billionaire. Will you commit to compensating the victims? Will you set up a compensation fund with
Senator,
your
I
money?
think these are
With your money.
complicated- Senator, these are complicated
Yes, no,
issues.
that's not a complicated question, though. That's a
Senator,
yes or no.
this is-
Will you set up a victims' compensation fund with your money, the money you made on these families sitting behind you? Yes or no?
Senator, I don't think that's my job is to
Sounds
make sure
like
that
a
we
no.
build good tools. My
Sounds
job
like a
is to
no.
make sure that
Your job is to be responsible for what your company has done. You've made billions of dollars on the people sitting behind them. Are you here? You've done nothing to help them. You've done nothing to compensate them. You've done nothing to put it right. You could do so here today, and you should. You should, Mr. Zuckerberg. Before my time expires, Mr. Chu, let me just ask you, your platform, why should your platform not be banned in the United States of America? You are owned by a Chinese communist company or a company based in China. The editor-in-chief of your parent company is a Communist Party secretary. Your company has been surveilling Americans for years. According to leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based employees of your company have repeatedly accessed non-public data of United States citizens. Your company has tracked journalists improperly gaining access to their IP addresses, user data, in an attempt to identify whether they're writing negative stories about you. Why should, your platform is basically an espionage arm for the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in the United States of America?
Senator, I disagree with your characterization. Many of what you have said, we have explained in a lot of detail. TikTok is used by 170 million Americans.
I know, and every single
love.
one of those Americans are in danger from the fact that you track their keystrokes, you track their app usage, you track their location data, and we know that all of that information can be accessed by Chinese employees who are subject to the dictates of the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in this country?
Senator, that is not accurate. A lot of what you describe we collect, we don't.
It is 100% accurate. Do you deny that repeatedly Americans' data has been accessed by ByteDance employees in China?
We built a project that cost us billions of dollars to stop that, and we have made a lot of progress.
And it hasn't been stopped. According to the Wall Street Journal report from just yesterday, even now, ByteDance workers, without going through official channels, have access to the private information of American citizens. I'm quoting from the article, private information of American citizens, including their birth date, their IP address, and more. That's now.
Senator, as we know, the media doesn't always get it right. What we have.
But the Chinese Communist Party does?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we've spent billions of dollars to build this project. It's rigorous, it's robust, it's unprecedented, and I'm proud of the work that the 2,000 employees are doing to protect the data.
But it's not protected. That's the problem, Mr. Chu. It's not protected at all. It's subject to Communist Chinese Party inspection and review. Your app, unlike anybody else sitting here, and heaven knows I've got problems with everybody here, but your app, unlike any of those, is subject to the control and inspection of a foreign hostile government that has actively trying to track the information of whereabouts of every American that they get their hands on. Your app ought to be banned in the United States of America for the security of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Social media is a very powerful tool, but we're here because every parent I know, and I think every parent in America, is terrified about the garbage that is directed at our kids. I have 2 teenagers at home, and the phones they have are portals to predators, to viciousness, to bullying, to self-harm. And each of your companies could do a lot more to prevent it. Mr. Zuckerberg, in June of 2023, the Wall Street Journal reported that Instagram's recommendation systems were actively connecting pedophiles to accounts that were advertising the sale of child sexual abuse material. In many cases, those accounts appeared to be run by underage children themselves, often using code words and emojis to advertise illicit material. In other cases, the accounts included indicia that the victim was being sex trafficked. Now, I know that Instagram has a team that works to prevent the abuse and exploitation of children online. But what was particularly concerning about the Wall Street Journal expose was the degree to which Instagram's own algorithm was promoting the discoverability of victims for pedophiles seeking child abuse material. In other words, this material wasn't just living on the dark corners of Instagram. Instagram was helping pedophiles find it by promoting graphic hashtags, including hashtag pedwhore and hashtag preteen sex, to potential buyers. Instagram also displayed the following warning screen to individuals who were searching for child abuse material. These results may contain images of child sexual abuse. And then you gave users 2 choices. Get resources or see results anyway. Mr. Zuckerberg, what the hell were you thinking?
All right, Senator. The basic science behind that is that when people are searching for something that is problematic, it's often helpful to, rather than just blocking it, to help direct them towards something that that could be helpful for getting them to get help.
In what, I understand get resources. In what sane universe is there a link for see results anyway?
Well, because we might be wrong. We try to trigger this warning, or we tried to. when we think that there's any chance that the results
Okay, you might be
harmful.
wrong. Let me ask you, how many times was this warning screen displayed?
I don't know, but the
You don't know. Why don't you know?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. But
Well, you know what, Mr. Zuckerberg? It's interesting you say you don't know it off the top of your head, because I asked it in June of 2023 in an oversight letter, and your company refused to answer. Will you commit right now to within 5 days answering this question for this committee?
we'll follow up on that.
Is that a yes? Not a will follow up. I know how lawyers write statements saying we're not going to answer. Will you tell us how many times this warning screen was displayed? Yes or no?
Senator, I'll personally look into it. I'm not sure if we have.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that. Let me ask you this. How many times did an Instagram user who got this warning that you're seeing images of child sexual abuse, how many times did that user click on see results anyway? I want to see that.
Senator, I'm not sure if we stored that, but I'll personally look into this and we'll follow up after.
And what follow-up did Instagram do when you have a potential pedophile clicking on, I'd like to see child porn? What did you do next when that happened?
Senator, I think that an important piece of context here is that any context that we think is child sexual
Mr. Zuckerberg,
abuse,
that's called a question. What did you do next when someone clicked, you may be getting child sexual abuse images, and they click, see results anyway? What was your next step? You said you might be wrong. Did anyone examine, was it in fact child sexual abuse material? Did anyone report that user? Did anyone go and try to protect that child? What did you do next?
Senator, we take down anything that we think is sexual abuse material on the service, and we do.
Did anyone
report
verify whether it was in fact child sexual abuse material?
Senator, I don't know if every single search result we're following up on, but
Did you report the people who wanted it?
Senator, do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, I want you to answer the question I'm asking. Did you report
time to
the
speak then.
people who click see results anyway?
That's probably one of the factors that we use in reporting. And in general, and we've reported more people and done more reports like this to NCMEC, the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, than any other company in the industry. We proactively go out of our way across our services to do this and have made, I think it's more than 26 million reports, which is more than the whole rest of the industry combined. So,
Mr.
I think that
Zuckerberg,
an
Mr.
allegation
Zuckerberg,
that we
your
that we don't take
company
this
and every
seriously-
social media company needs to do much more to protect children. All right, Mr. Chu, in the next couple of minutes I have, I want to turn to you. You're familiar with China's 2017 National Intelligence Law, which states, quote, all organizations and citizens shall support, assist, and cooperate with national intelligence efforts in accordance with the law and shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of.
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
TikTok is owned by ByteDance. Is ByteDance subject to the law?
For the Chinese businesses that ByteDance owns, yes, it will be subject to this, but TikTok is not available in mainland China. And Senator, as we talked about in your office, we built Project Texas to put this out of reach.
So ByteDance is subject to the law. Now, under this law, which says shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of, it compels people subject to the law to lie, to protect those secrets. Is that correct?
I cannot comment on that. What I said again is that we have moved
because you
it
have
out
to
of reach
protect those
today.
secrets?
No, Senator, TikTok is not available in mainland China. We have moved the data into an American
But
cloud
TikTok
infrastructure.
is controlled by ByteDance, which is subject to this law. Now, you said earlier, you said, and I wrote this down, we have not been asked for any data by the Chinese government, and we have never provided it. I'm going to tell you, and I told this when you and I met last week in my office, I do not believe you. And I'll tell you, the American people don't either. If you look at what is on TikTok in China, you are promoting to kids science and math videos, educational videos, and you limit the amount of time kids can be on TikTok. In the United States, you are promoting to kids self-harm videos and anti-Israel propaganda. Why is there such a dramatic difference?
Senator, that is just not accurate. There's
not a difference between what kids see in China and what kids see here?
Senator, TikTok is not available in China. It's a separate experience there. What I'm saying
but
is...
you have a company that is essentially the same, except it promotes beneficial materials instead of harmful materials.
That is not true. We have a lot of science and math content here on TikTok. There's so much of it. I created a STEM feed for 100 billion views.
Let me point to this, Mr. Chu. There was a report recently that compared hashtags on Instagram to hashtags on TikTok, and what trended, and the differences were striking. So, for something like hashtag Taylor Swift or hashtag Trump, researchers found roughly 2 Instagram posts for every 1 on TikTok. That's not a dramatic difference. That difference jumps to 8 to 1 for the hashtag Uyghur. And it jumps to 30 to 1 for the hashtag Tibet. And it jumps to 57 to 1 to the hashtag Tiananmen Square. And it jumps to 174 to 1 for the hashtag Hong Kong protest. Why is it that on Instagram, people can put up a hashtag Hong Kong protest 174 times compared to TikTok? What censorship is TikTok doing at the request of the Chinese government?
None. Senator, that analysis is flawed. The analysis is flawed. It's been debunked by other external sources like the Cato Institute. Fundamentally, a few things happen here. Not all videos carry hashtags. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you cannot selectively choose a few words within a certain time
period. Why the difference between Taylor Swift and Tiananmen Square? What happened in Tiananmen Square?
Senator, there was a massive protest during that time. But what I'm trying to say is our users can freely come and post this content.
Why would there be no difference on Taylor Swift, or a minimal difference and a massive difference on Tiananmen Square or Hong Kong?
Senator, could you wrap up, please?
Senator, our algorithm does not suppress any content simply based on this.
To answer that question, why is there a difference?
Like I said, I think this analysis is flawed. You're selectively choosing some words over some periods. We haven't been around this long as other apps.
There is an obvious difference. 174 to 1 for Hong Kong compared to Taylor Swift is dramatic.
Senator Cott.
Mr. Chu, let's cut straight to the chase. Is TikTok under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. We are a private business.
Okay, so you can see that your parent, ByteDance, is subject to the 2017 National Security Law, which requires Chinese companies to turn over information to the Chinese government and conceal it from the rest of the world. You concede that, correct?
Senator, the Chinese
That's no
business.
question. You conceded it early.
Any company that does, any global business that does business in China has to follow their local laws.
Isn't it the case that ByteDance also has an internal Chinese Communist Party committee?
Like I said, all businesses that operate in China have to follow their local law.
So your parent company is subject to the national security law that requires it to answer to the party. It has its own internal Chinese Communist Party committee. You answer to that parent company, but you expect us to believe that you're not under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party?
I understand this concern, Senator, which is why we built Project Texas.
It was a yes or no question. Okay. Well, you used to work for ByteDance, didn't you? You were the CFO for ByteDance?
That is correct, Senator.
In April 2021, while you were the CFO, the Chinese Communist Party's China Internet Investment Fund purchased a 1% stake in ByteDance's main Chinese subsidiary, the ByteDance Technology Company. In return for that so-called 1% golden share, the party took one of 3 board seats at that subsidiary company. That's correct, isn't it?
It's for the Chinese business.
Is that correct?
It's for the Chinese business, yes.
That deal was finalized on April 30th, 2021. Isn't it true that you were appointed the CEO of TikTok the very next day on May 1, 2021?
Well, it's a coincidence.
It's a coincidence that you were the CFO,
Senator,
that the Chinese Communist Party took its golden share in its board seat, and the very next day you were appointed the CEO of TikTok? That's a hell of a coincidence.
It really is, Senator.
Yeah, it is. Okay. And before ByteDance, you were at a Chinese company called Xiaomi, is that correct?
Yes, I used to work around the world.
Where did you live when you worked at Xiaomi?
I lived in China, like many expats.
Where exactly?
In Beijing, in China.
How many years did you live in Beijing?
Senator, I worked there for about 5 years.
So you lived there for 5 years?
Yes.
Isn't it the case that Xiaomi was sanctioned by the United States government in 2021 for being a communist Chinese military company?
I'm here to talk about TikTok. I think they then had a lawsuit and it was overturned. I can't remember the details.
No,
it's another company.
It was the Biden administration that reversed those sanctions, just like, by the way, they reversed the terrorist designation on the Houthis in Yemen. How's that working out for them? But it was sanctioned as a Chinese communist military company. So you said today, as you often say, that you live in Singapore. Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in
ask-
Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for two
Do
and a
you
half
ha-
years in Singapore.
Do you have any other passports from any other nations?
No, Senator.
Your wife is an American citizen, your children are American citizens.
That's
Have you-
correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay. Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm
Okay.
Singaporean.
Let me ask you some hopefully simple questions. You said earlier, in response to a question, that what happened at Tiananmen Square in June of 1989 was a massive protest. Did anything else happen in Tiananmen Square?
Yes, I think it's well documented. There was a massacre.
There was
yeah.
the indiscriminate slaughter of hundreds or thousands of Chinese citizens. Do you agree with the Trump administration and the Biden administration that the Chinese government is committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
Senator, I've said this before. I think it's really important that anyone who cares about this topic or any topic can freely express themselves on TikTok.
It's a very simple question that unites both parties in our country and governments around the world. Is the Chinese government committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
Senator, anyone, including, you can come into
Yes, sir.
TikTok
Yes,
and
sir.
talk
Yes, sir.
about this
I'm
topic
asking you,
or
yes
any
or no.
topic
You
that
are a
matters to you.
worldly, cosmopolitan, well-educated man who's expressed many opinions on many topics. Is the Chinese government committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
Actually, Senator, I talk mainly about my company, and I'm here to talk
or-
about what
yes or
TikTok
no?
does.
Yes or no? You're here, you're here to give testimony that's truthful and honest and complete. Let me ask you this. Joe Biden last year said that Xi Jinping was a dictator. Do you agree with Joe Biden? Is Xi Jinping a dictator?
Senator, I'm not going to comment on any world leaders.
Why won't you answer these very simple questions?
Senator, it's not appropriate for
you
me as a
scared?
businessman to comment on world leaders.
Are you scared that you'll lose your job if you say anything negative about the Chinese Communist Party?
I disagree that. You will
Are you
find
scared
content
you'll
that
be
is critical of
arrested and
China on our
disappear
platform.
The next time you go on, are you scared that you'll be arrested and disappear the next time you go to mainland China?
Senator, you will find content that's critical of China and any
All right.
other country freely on TikTok.
Okay. Let's turn to what TikTok, a tool of the Chinese Communist Party, is doing to America's youth. Does the name Mason Edens ring a bell?
Senator, you may have to give me more specifics if you don't mind.
Yeah, he was a 16-year-old Arkansan. After a breakup in 2022, he went on your platform and searched for things like inspirational quotes and positive affirmations. Instead, he was served up numerous videos glamorizing suicide until he killed himself by gun. What about the name Chase Nazca? Does that ring a bell?
Would you mind giving me more details, please?
He was a 16-year-old who saw more than 1,000 videos on your platform about violence and suicide until he took his own life by stepping in front of a plane or train. Are you aware that his parents, Dean and Michelle, are suing TikTok and ByteDance for pushing their son to take his own life?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Finally, Mr. Chu, has the Federal Trade Commission sued TikTok during the Biden administration?
Senator, I cannot talk about whether there's any
Are
ongoing...
you currently being sued by the Federal Trade Commission?
Senator, I cannot talk about any potential lawsuits,
I didn't say
whether they happen
potential,
or not.
actual. Are you being sued by the Federal Trade Commission?
Senator, I think I've given you my answer. I cannot
Answer
talk
is
about
no. Ms. Yacarino's company is being sued, I believe. Mr. Zuckerberg's company is being sued, I believe. Yet TikTok, the agent of the Chinese Communist Party, is not being sued by the Biden administration. Are you familiar with the name Christina Kafara?
You may have to give me more details.
Christina
Senator.
Kafara was a paid advisor to ByteDance, your communist-influenced parent company. She was then hired by the Biden FTC to advise on how to sue Mr. Zuckerberg's company.
Senator, ByteDance
Public
is a global
reports-
company and
public
not a Chinese communist company.
Public reports
It's owned by global
indicate-
investors.
Public reports indicate that your lobbyists visited the White House more than 40 times in 2022. How many times did your company's lobbyists visit the White House last year?
I don't know that, Senator.
Are you aware that the Biden campaign and the Democratic National Committee is on your platform? They have TikTok accounts?
Senator, we encourage people to come on
Which,
to
by
create
the way,
organic, authentic content.
they won't let their staffers use their personal phones. They give them separate phones that they only use TikTok on.
We encourage everyone to join, including yourself, Senator.
So all these companies are being sued by the FTC. You're not. The FTC has a former paid advisor, your parent, talking about how they can sue Mr. Zuckerberg's company. Joe Biden's reelection campaign, the Democratic National Committee, is on your platform. Let me ask you, have you or anyone else at TikTok communicated with or coordinated with the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, or the Democratic National Committee to influence the flow of information on your platform?
We work with any creators who want to use our campaign. It's all the same process that
Okay,
we have.
so what we have here, we have a company that's a tool of the Chinese Communist Party that is poisoning the minds of America's children, in some cases driving them to suicide, and that at best the Biden administration is taking a pass on, at worst maybe in collaboration with. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. So we're going to take a break now. We're on the second roll call. Members can take advantage of it if they wish. The break will last about 10 minutes. Please do your best to return.
To give teens capabilities that they can use to keep themselves safe, and also so our teams can help keep teens safe. We recently launched Teen Safety Assist last year, and I do not have a study off the top of my head, but we'd be happy to follow up with you on that.
Okay. My time is up. I'll have follow-up questions for each of you, either in the second round or through statements for the record on a similar assessment of the tools that you've proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you all for being here. Mr. Spiegel, I see you hiding down there. What does yada, yada, yada mean?
I'm not familiar with the term, Senator.
Very uncool. Can we agree that what you do, not what you say, what you do is what you believe and everything else is just cottage cheese?
Yes, Senator.
You agree with that? Speak up. Don't be shy. I've listened to you today. I've heard a lot of yada, yada, yadaing. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you've made, and I appreciate them. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you're going to make. But I don't think you're going to solve the problem. I think Congress is going to have to help you. I think the reforms you're talking about to some extent are going to be like putting paint on rotten wood. And I'm not sure you're going to support this legislation. I'm not. The fact is that you and some of your internet colleagues who are not here are no longer, you're not companies, you're countries. You're very, very powerful. And you and some of your colleagues who are not here have blocked everything we have tried to do in terms of reasonable regulation. Everything from privacy to child exploitation. And in fact, we have a new definition of recession. A recession is when, we know we're in a recession when Google has to lay off 25 members of Congress. That's what we're down to. We're also down to this fact that your platforms are hurting children. I'm not saying they're not doing some good things, but they're hurting children. And I know how to count votes, and if this bill comes to the floor of the United States Senate, it will pass. What we're going to have to do, and I say this with all the respect I can muster, is convince my good friend Senator Schumer to go to Amazon, buy a spine online, and bring this bill to the Senate floor. And the House will then pass it. Now, that's one person's opinion. I may be wrong, but I doubt it. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me ask you a couple of questions. I might wax a little philosophical here. I have to hand it to you. You have convinced over 2 billion people to give up all of their personal information, every bit of it, in exchange for getting to see what their high school friends had for dinner Saturday night. That's pretty much your business model, isn't it?
It's not how I would characterize it. And we give people the ability to connect with the people they care about and to engage with the topics that they care about.
And you take this information, this abundance of personal information, and then you develop algorithms to punch people's hot buttons, and send and steer to them information that punches their hot buttons again and again and again to keep them coming back and to keep them staying longer. And as a result, your users see only one side of an issue. And so, to some extent, your platform has become a killing field for the truth, hasn't it?
I mean, Senator, I disagree with that characterization. We build ranking and recommendations because people have a lot of friends and a lot of interests, and they want to make sure that they see the content that's relevant to them. We're trying to make a product that's useful to people and make our services as helpful as possible for people to connect with the people they care about and the interests they care about.
But you
And
don't
that's what we
show
do.
them both sides. You don't give them balanced information. You just keep punching their hot buttons, punching their hot buttons. You don't show them balanced information so people can discern the truth for themselves. And you rev them up so much that so often your platform and others becomes just cesspools of snark where nobody learns anything, don't they?
Well, Senator, I disagree with that. I think people can engage in the things that they're interested in and learn quite a bit about those. We have done a handful of different experiments and things in the past around news and trying to show content on a diverse set of perspectives. I think that there's more that needs to be explored there, but I don't think that we can solve that by ourselves. One of the things that I saw...
I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. President, but I'm going to run out of time. Do you think your users really understand what they're giving to you, all their personal information, and how you process it and how you monetize it? Do you think people really understand?
Senator, I think people understand the basic terms. I mean, I think that there's... I actually think that a lot of people overestimate how much information
It's been a
there is that
couple of
we
years
have.
since we talked about this. Does your user agreement still suck?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Senator.
Can you still hide a dead body and all that legalese where nobody can find it?
Senator, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I think people get the basic deal of using these services. It's a free service. You're using it to connect with the people you care about. If you share something with people, other people will be able to see your information. It's inherently, if you're putting something out there to be shared publicly or with a private set of people, it's, you're inherently putting it out there. So I think people get that basic part of how the service works.
But Mr. Zuckerberg, you're in the foothills of creepy. You track people who aren't even Facebook users. You track your own people, your own users who are your product, even when they're not on Facebook. I'm going to land this plane pretty quickly, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's creepy. And I understand you make a lot of money doing it, but I just wonder if our technology is greater than our humanity. I mean, let me ask you this final question. Instagram is harmful to young people, isn't it?
Senator, I disagree with that. That's not what the research shows on balance. That doesn't mean that individual people don't have issues and that there aren't things that we need to do to help provide the right tools for people. But across all of the research that we've done internally, I mean, the survey that the senator previously cited, there are 12 or 15 different categories of harm that we asked teens if they felt that Instagram made it worse or better. And across all of them, except for the one that Senator Hawley cited, more people said that using Instagram made the different issues that they face
Mr. Zuckerberg.
either positive or...
We just have to agree to disagree. If you believe that Instagram, I'm not saying it's intentional, but if you agree that Instagram, if you think that Instagram is not hurting millions of our young people, particularly young teens, particularly young women, you shouldn't be driving. It is. Thanks.
In a world where economic certainty seems like a thing of the past, you need to be prepared for anything and everything. As an investor, understanding the threats to your financial future is not just useful, it's essential. Welcome to the Economic Crisis Toolkit, mitigating risks, maximizing returns. I'm Kevin Sorbo, and I partnered with Noble Gold Investments to bring you the series because I look out at the world and I don't like what I see. I've seen our society drift into uncharted waters, led astray by promises of progress that mask the decline of our values and safety. More than that, I see a country on the verge of economic upheaval, a country where the foundation of our prosperity is under threat. This moment calls for not just awareness, but action. We fought hard for our economic freedom and prosperity. Now it's time to protect it. When an economic crisis hits, there's a phenomenon called the flight to value. This is a rapid movement away from risky assets like stocks, cryptocurrencies, and speculative investments towards assets with intrinsic value and stability during turbulent times. What value do you think everyone flocks to? Gold. Throughout this series, I'll show you why gold must be a part of your portfolio. I'm also going to show you why you can't wait to invest, and why investing during calm periods in the market is the safest and wisest time. It's during tranquil moments you can plan without market pressure influencing your decisions. I want you to position yourself before the flight to value. If you're there first, you will benefit from the unprepared scrambling to protect themselves and driving up prices. Currently, we are facing 5 economic threats that could reshape our world. What are these economic events? De-dollarization. The US dollar is under attack. There's a global shift away from the dollar that threatens the stability of the US dollar and leaves our economy vulnerable. Inflation is surging. It's a silent thief that erodes our purchasing power and diminishes the value of our hard-earned wealth. Recession. As economic growth slows and unemployment rises, we could experience the next Great Recession. Bank failures. 2023 showed us a glimpse of the cracks in the foundation of these supposedly strong financial institutions. And finally, government debt. Our debt is soaring. We are drowning in obligations we'll never be able to repay. Now, one of these events is enough to destabilize your financial security and impact your well-being. Imagine 2 or more hit at once. In this series, we dive into each of these threats so you can understand their implications, how they interconnect, and most importantly, the strategies to safeguard yourself against them. It's time to transform uncertainty into opportunity. So, how do you protect yourself? You build a bulletproof portfolio. You follow the lead of our wealthiest and most informed investors. What are they doing? Buying gold. Billionaires and central banks have been buying gold at unprecedented levels. In April of 2023, Stanley Druckenmiller, one of our country's greatest investors, stated the only place he had any risk was in the US dollar. He was long gold and short dollars. It makes a lot of sense when you look out and see economic uncertainty on the horizon. But it's not just billionaires. The World Gold Council reported that 2022 was a record year for central bank gold buying. Gold purchases increased by 152%. Total gold demand in 2023 eclipsed that mark, leading to the highest on record. Countries like China, Russia, and Turkey have been stockpiling gold to diversify their reserves and hedge against geopolitical risks. Shouldn't you do the same? Gold is the bedrock of wealth preservation and economic stability. In times of de-dollarization, gold stands as a universal currency. Against inflation, it preserves value. Throughout a recession, it remains resilient. Amidst banking collapses, it offers safety. In facing government debt, it ensures financial security. Gold is essential for surviving the economic storms ahead. You know, it's funny, all these talking heads and pundits say gold is dead and knock its viability, yet every world superpower is building up its reserves. Did you know the United States holds the most gold in the world? Over 8,000 tons. It's almost as if everyone is lying to the public so they don't create panic and volatility in the gold market. I measure man by actions, not by words. Words are cheap. Words are nothing. Actions are proof. The actions I see tell me gold is more valuable than the words coming out of their mouths let on. In the United States, on average, we experience an economic downturn every 6.5 years. Let's arm ourselves with the knowledge to be proactive and the wisdom to use gold as our shield against tomorrow's uncertainty. The confidence to face economic turmoil comes from having a solid plan to protect ourselves and our families. Action beats reaction. The dollar has been the world's reserve currency for decades, but a new movement is gaining traction, and its goal is to threaten the dollar's status. In the next episode, we'll uncover the first of our 5 economic threats: de-dollarization. Until then, stay informed, stay hedged.
To each witness, start with you, Ms. Berry. Do you believe it's very difficult now for Jewish students to attend colleges in America?
I think it can be for individual Jewish
No,
students.
I said, is it?
It depends on the individual students
Well,
and what they're
okay.
encountering, yes.
Rabbi, do you think it is?
Yes, almost impossible.
Ms. Stern?
Senator, it depends on the campus. For many, absolutely so. But I would also add one other thing, that if there are some Jewish students who are anti-Zionists, whose Judaism leads them to that position, and they are also getting
Ms. Stern,
spat on.
I'm trying to establish a baseline. The reason we wrote the letter is because we see playing out before our eyes just an assault on Jewish students in colleges. I'm looking at systems here. Does anybody, let me ask you, the DNI said Iran, we have observed actors tied to Iran's government posing as activists online, seeking to encourage protest and even providing financial support to protesters. Does anybody doubt that? Okay. Mr. Stern, is it Hamas's goal to destroy the Jewish state?
Absolutely. Hamas
Is it Hezbollah's goal to destroy the Jewish state?
Absolutely.
Is it Iran's goal to destroy the Jewish state?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Berry, do you agree with that?
I think these are complicated questions. I
No,
really
it's
don't want
not.
to talk
There's
about
nothing
the foreign
complicated
policy.
about it. That's the
Yeah,
most ridiculous
Senator,
testimony ever given in this committee.
Yeah. So
if you think it's
all of those-
complicated to figure out that Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran wants to kill all the Jews, I should not listen to anything else you got to say.
Okay. May I,
and
Senator,
I won't.
if I may,
Rabbi,
Senator?
Rabbi,
I think we started
do
a
you believe that Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran are out to kill all the Jews and destroy Israel?
I believe they're out to destroy the Jewish state and kill all the Jews. both.
Okay, so I do too. And I believe Iran's behind this. And what I would like this committee to do is deal with the systematic problems that exist regarding what's going on American colleges today. What's going on in colleges today, there's an organized effort to intimidate, harass, and physically assault Jewish students. What's going on today is an effort on multiple fronts to wipe Israel off the map. This is not an academic discussion. As to what should happen, Mr. Stern, if a student on a college campus uses the N-word against African American or students, should they be expelled?
I think if a student goes and harasses another student, says that to their face, that could be absolutely a matter for discipline. However, I think if they're just standing up there with a sign or saying, this is what I think, or a word I'm choosing, and not threatening somebody and not harassing, then that should be deplored, but it should not be the subject of discipline.
But do you agree with me if African-American students are being called the N-word and harassed and belittled by other students, those students should pay a price for that?
I think if there's any type of harassment, doesn't matter the word.
Yeah.
But if the students are being
Well, the word
harassed.
does matter if you're African American.
Well, what I'm saying is that no harassment should be
Well,
tolerated
right,
that way.
there you go, that's good. So the idea that you could hold somebody accountable for using words makes sense to me, because free speech is a concept that we all hold near and dear, but words start wars. Words can incite violence. You can't yell fire in a theater. So what I would say that's going on here is that we have to deal with the problem at its roots, first identifying it. America has many problems. There are people hateful to each other. That's been with us since there's been a country. We live in a unique moment in America, I think. Now, I'm trying to get us to focus on that moment about not only a rise of anti-Semitism, but an effort by agents of Iran and other powers to divide us here at home. What's so sad is that October the 7th was designed to destroy the reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Israel. All the intel shows us that Iran struck Israel in such a vicious way to stop the reconciliation between Saudi Arabia and Israel. I believe that with all my heart. I don't want them to win. I want to normalize between Saudi Arabia and Israel. I want a better life for the Palestinian community. And it can never happen without Hamas being destroyed and never coming back. It can never happen without Hezbollah and Iran being contained. It can never happen without security for the state of Israel. So what I would say, without any hesitation, that what's going on in America on our campuses is worthy of a discussion all of its own. We need to get to the bottom of it and start holding people accountable who run these schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just feel like I need to ask this question. Mr. Fonzone, when you advised the companies referenced, Huawei and others, you were at Sidley?
Yes, that's right, sir.
And when a client comes to Sidley, you have to fill out a form that says, you know, here's my client name, here's my mailing address for business purposes, and here are my political beliefs. Is that the way it works?
There's definitely a client intake process. I don't remember all the particulars of it.
I mean, big law it's kind of like who can pay the freight, right?
That's an aspect of the intake process, I'm sure.
I understand. Professor, I'm looking at a letter dated March 16, 2020. It's a letter to Governor Lamont in Connecticut. The title of it is Urgent Action Needed to Protect Individuals in Connecticut's Prisons and Jails from Coronavirus 19 Pandemic. Did you sign that letter?
So I don't recall sitting here today, Senator.
Here's your signature. Here it is back here. Why didn't you turn this over to us when you were asked to submit documents?
So, Senator, I made every effort to search for everything that I had ever signed. That's not a letter I remember, but I will certainly take a look at that. And
well, we found it just with a search on the internet.
So I apologize, Senator. I apologize.
In your letter to the governor, here's what you say. As they stand, prisons and jails are detrimental to public health and human rights and disproportionately harm marginalized communities, including Black, Brown, Indigenous, and other communities of color, immigrants, people with mental illness, people with disabilities, people in the LGBTQ plus community, people who use drugs, people engaged in sex work and street economies, and people experiencing houselessness and poverty. So if you believe that about our prisons, how are you going to ever sentence somebody to prison?
So, Senator, I will need to take a look at that letter, and I apologize that that's not something I found to hand to this committee.
You're not denying you said that.
I do need to see the letter to see the context, because again, it's not something I remember adding my name to. I can assure you,
right.
Senator.
And you also say, first, you call on Governor Lamont to release everybody in jail. Is that right? Because of the coronavirus?
So again, Senator, I would need to see that letter in front of me. It certainly was not.
You can find it with, just put your name into Google. You'll find it in about 3 nanoseconds.
I will, Senator. I can assure you that
You said in your letter, Professor, we call on Governor Lamont, state of Connecticut, and all Connecticut jurisdictions to immediate release to the maximum extent possible people incarcerated pre-trial and post-conviction. And then you go on to say, talking once again about our jails, the global COVID-19 pandemic is throwing into sharp relief the untenable state of our penal system and the need for sustained action to shrink its scale, shrink its size, and shrink its scope. You sound here like the district attorney in San Francisco. If you believe that, how are you going to ever sentence anybody to jail, Professor?
I can assure you, Senator, that I understand the role of the judge and that I can assure you prison time is an appropriate sentence in
That's
many
not what
cases.
you say here to the governor. You wrote the governor. This isn't some DoorDash delivery guy. You wrote the governor of your state 3 years ago.
So again, Senator,
you were in law school.
So again, Senator, I would need to look at the letter. It sounds like it was written at the height of the pandemic where governors were looking for.
You also wrote the governor, you said, people over the age of 55 are at the greatest risk for COVID-19, but also pose the least public safety risk to our communities. People in this age group can and should be released immediately to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. You think the governor just, if you're over the age of 55, he should have let everybody go?
No, Senator, that's not a position.
That's what you said.
Okay.
Here it is, biggest house.
Again, Senator, I will look at that letter. I can assure you that.
Find it on Google, Professor. You also say Governor Lamont should issue an executive order to direct the state's attorney offices and law enforcement entities, including the town and city police departments, and any federal law enforcement entity operating within the state to immediately cease adding to the incarcerated prison population given the high risk of infection posed by the population increase. You asked the governors to tell every law enforcement official in the state to stop arresting people and putting them in jail, didn't you?
So again, Senator, I have to look at that letter. I do think there were modifications that the governors were making around the country to respond to the pandemic.
You also had an opinion in your letter about, can I have another 30 seconds, Mr. You had an opinion in your letter about immigration. You said immigration detention poses the same health risk to jails and prisons, and Connecticut law enforcement must stop feeding people into the unsafe and inhumane immigration detention system. Then you say Governor Lamont should release all individuals currently in state custody who are waiting transfer to ICE custody, and the governor should declare a moratorium on all such future transfers. How, if somebody is in our country illegally and commits a crime, are you going to put them in jail if you believe this about immigration?
Senator, I can assure you, were I so fortunate to be confirmed, I would treat crimes seriously.
That's not what this letter says, Professor, and it was 3 years ago. Wasn't when you were in law school, and you didn't turn it over to us. We had to find it on our own.
Senator, the chair has been generous in time. I think you've had your opportunity. Would you like to complete your sentence or statements?
Thank you, Senator.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but Dick was going to cut me off, so
I understand. And I apologize. I made every effort to find anything that I had been associated with. There were many emails and internet searches and otherwise that I did. I apologize if this is something I missed. It sounds like it was a letter that many people signed on to it. I will certainly review that and supplement my submissions to the committee. So I apologize, Senator, for for having missed that.
Let me suggest that you get a copy of the letter and respond for the record in writing as to what the nature of the letter was and what your position was. And let me also add, it was under the Trump administration, where we made decisions here that the Federal Bureau of Prisons would release at least under supervision thousands of inmates because of the worry over the public health crisis which we faced.
Judge Lopez, I'm going to quickly note there's a reason the Democrats have scheduled you on this panel, because you have a long pattern of sentencing criminal defendants to egregiously light sentences, including one child molester who molested a 4-year-old and 9-year-old, and you sentenced him to only 6 years in prison, including, as we heard before, one woman who was responsible for killing her 1-year-old son, who was coated in fentanyl. His pajamas were coated in fentanyl. His sheets were coated in fentanyl. You could have sentenced her to 30 years. You sentenced her to only 4 years. It's an egregious pattern, but the reason you're put on this panel is the Democrats know that most Republicans will not have time to question you about that terrible record, because your colleague on this panel, her record is even worse. Ms. Campbell, I will say I have seen some astonishing nominees from this administration, but I have to admit your record takes the cake. A judge should not be a political activist. Your record demonstrates to me a long history of being a political activist, but not just an activist who affiliates with extreme and radical organizations. Now, when Senator Grassley asked you about the Workers' Dignity Organization, you gave, I think, deliberately misleading answer. You said you did not represent them, and that convinced Senator Grassley not to continue on that line of questioning. You have been a legal advisor to that organization since 2013. That is what you have publicly printed on your AVO biography. It is what has been described in the Tennessee Bar Association when you were nominated. It explicitly says she served as a legal advisor for local workers' rights nonprofit Workers' Dignity. Now, why is it you're distancing yourself from them? The reason is because they are utterly radical. If you look at this group that you've served as the legal advisor for over a decade, this is an openly Marxist organization. This is a communist organization. Now, those words are not said lightly. According to their own characterization of their views, this group says there's no election outcome that improves conditions for workers. The laws of this country have never worked for our people, and now that the system is crumbling, we will continue to stand in community and solidarity with each other. The only way we win in a world we deserve is by building a multiracial working class revolution that can push out white nationalism, violent state racism, and the capitalist class that is desperately clutching to hold control and profits as the people rise up. Why have you spent a decade as a legal advisor to an openly communist and Marxist organization? I don't think your microphone's on.
I apologize, Senator. If I could briefly clarify, more than a decade ago, probably for the course of 2 or 3 years, I served on an advisory board that helped this, at the time, was supposed to be a nonprofit workers' rights organization get set up and get started.
Did you know they were a communist organization?
Senator, at that time, they did not express these kinds of views. It was an organization.
So this is new. This wasn't the case then.
Yes, and I have not been affiliated with them in more than a decade.
You're aware that your current profile that you have up, your legal bio, says you are right now an advisor to them.
I apologize for any confusion about that.
So your testimony under oath, and that's all right, the facts will come out, but your testimony, I want to make it explicit. Your testimony under oath is that you have done absolutely nothing and had zero contact with them for how long?
I have not served on their advisory board for...
You've done absolutely nothing and had zero contact with them for how long? Please answer the question.
Many, many years. Senator.
How many?
I don't know, sitting here today. It's been many years.
If you look at other statements from this organization, because they are radicals. They are radicals. If you look also, this is the same group in 2020. They called for abolishing ICE, abolishing prisons and detention centers, and abolishing the police.
Why did you volunteer for a communist organization that calls for abolishing ICE and abolishing the police?
Senator, I have never seen these comments before.
You didn't know who you were volunteering for?
I was not a volunteer for them at that
You were a legal advisor. Were you paid?
No, I was
Then
not.
you were a volunteer. If you volunteered to be a legal advisor, you were a volunteer. Why did you volunteer? Do you support abolishing ICE?
Senator, at this time, I
Do
had...
you support abolishing ICE?
I do not, Senator.
Well, it's amazing because a minute ago you also told Senator Graham that the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition that has a manifesto calling for abolishing ICE, you said you had nothing to do with it, which is fairly astonishing because on page 3 of their manifesto, they thank you by name for what they say. We would like to thank the following individuals and organizations for their thoughtful feedback and input. This platform would not have been possible without their expertise. Are they lying?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that manifesto.
Are they lying? Did you provide any assistance? Did you give feedback and input, which is what they say on the cover page?
Senator, I didn't even know that existed, and so no, I did not provide input on it.
And why, when Senator Graham asked why you gave money to this radical candidate who has said 52 senators are Jim Crow senators and said multiple of us are siding with the devil, you laughed and thought that was funny. But Senator Graham asked you a question. Look, that candidate was as radical as I've ever seen. And when Senator Graham asked why you gave money to that candidate, you just smiled and didn't answer. So why did you give money to a radical candidate who believes multiple members of the Senate are siding with the devil?
Senator.
Actually, Senator Whitehouse, you weren't here before, but there was an exchange with the chairman where Senator Kennedy asked for longer periods because you have 2 circuit justices, and the chairman said he was going to give additional time. So the comment they want to be gavelled as part of the show is not accurate, and Senator Welch said he was going to give additional time. In fact, he said at the beginning he was going to give 6 minutes. So my question, you did not answer Senator Graham.
Mr. Chairman, how much time has expired? How much time has
radical?
expired? I just want to clarify. I just walked in.
Why did you give money?
6 minutes? Because it seems like more than 6 has passed.
Why did you give money to this radical? Put up the devil one too. Why did you give money to this radical candidate? $1,500, a lot of money. That's a question.
Senator, again, I'm not familiar with these comments.
Why did you give money to this radical candidate? What? Could you let her answer the question, please?
I'm not familiar with these comments, and
Why did you give money to her? That's the question. You're not going to answer? You're refusing to answer why you gave money to her.
Senator, I'm not familiar with these
That's not an answer. My answer is, why did you? What is the affirmative reason? You gave $1,500. There was something you saw in her that you said, this needs $1,500. Why? Please answer that question.
Time has expired.
Would you please ask the witness to answer the question? She's refusing to answer it. It's indefensible, but answer. Was there any reason? Or you just give $1,500 to anyone?
Senator, your time has expired.
I would like her to answer the question. And you said she could answer the question. She has refused to do so multiple times. Please answer the question, Ms. Campbell.
She answered the question.
No, she did not. She said she didn't know those comments. That's not why she gave the money.
Senator.
Can I ask you why she gave the money?
No.
You don't know because she hasn't answered. Are you going to answer, Ms.
the
Campbell, or does this
senator's
committee
time
not
has
deserve to
expired.
know why you gave money to a radical who says we are aligned?
Mr. Chairman, I have a lot of other senators have busy days. Can we get on with the next person?
So you don't want an answer to the question either, Senator Booker?
I just want to say for the
Are you able to answer the
record,
question, Ms. Campbell, or do you believe this committee doesn't deserve an answer to that question?
Mr. Chairman,
So you're silent. You're
floor?
just refusing to answer.
Who's next?
The senator's time has expired. If the senator doesn't like the answer, he can
It's
take
not
it
an
into
answer. She
account.
sat there silently and has not spoken. That is, by definition, not an answer.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup. Today is long overdue. And just as a reminder for the public tuning in, we are here today on behalf of the over 15,000 vulnerable seniors in nursing homes who died because of Governor Cuomo's fatal executive order on March 25th, damning them to this horrible fate, including constituents in my district and every congressional district in New York State. I also want to recognize the families and advocates who have been working tirelessly on behalf of their loved ones amidst this grief, who have been smeared, attacked, and denigrated by Governor Cuomo and his most senior aides. Let me begin first After months of inquiry and investigation, we now know irrefutably what New Yorkers have known for years, that Governor Cuomo himself and his most senior aides ordered, directed, and executed this deadly executive order counter to CMS and CDC guidance. Our investigation also reveals, a bipartisan investigation, that the disgraced former governor and his top aides were caught covering up their culpability and guilt to selfishly save their shredded reputations. I want to start with the March 25th directive. Isn't it correct, former governor, that Dr. Zucker served as your commissioner of health during the COVID crisis?
Yes.
And you have stated and shared that you have great respect for Dr. Zucker's work and professionalism. You have said that in the past. Is that correct?
I don't know if I've used those words, but I'll take your word for it.
Do you have respect for Dr. Zucker and his professionalism? Yes. Are you aware that Dr. Zucker testified that the March directive was prompted by a direct request to you, former Governor Cuomo, from the Greater New York Hospital Association? Are you aware of that fact?
I'm not aware of his testimony, no.
Well, that was what he testified to this committee. Dr. Zucker also went on to say, quote, Greater New York Hospital Association called the governor and the team. We were all there in a conversation, end quote. I also want to add, are you aware that another staffer at the Department of Health testified that the March 25th order did receive sign-off from the executive chamber? Are you aware of that fact?
No, I'm aware of the testimony to the exact opposite that you received.
That is incorrect. He said, yes, absolutely.
That's not the testimony that I have before me.
The testimony I have before me, when he was asked whether the March 25th order was signed off by the executive chamber, the answer was yes, absolutely. And on top of that, Dr. Zucker testified that, quote, everything goes through the governor's office. And by the way, Governor, you and I both know that under your terrible leadership in New York, everything does go through the governor's office. My follow-up is it wasn't just the directive itself, Governor, it was the cover-up. This investigation found that you, former governor, and your most senior aides made a deliberate decision to exclude certain COVID-19 related nursing home deaths to hide and undercount the actual mortality rate in nursing homes. And for the public, Governor Cuomo changed the methodology of counting nursing home fatalities to exclude out-of-facility deaths, to undercount those. I want to ask you, what period of time were you negotiating for your book deal?
Congresswoman, if there was a fact in what you said...
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. What dates did you negotiate for your book deal? That is the question before you today.
I'm answering a question that
No.
asked.
The question that I asked...
My testimony says, during that time, did you have any discussions with the executive chamber regarding the need for guidance?
That's not the testimony I'm referring to.
Not that I recall.
Absolutely was the answer.
I recall.
Governor, absolutely. You're throwing your staff under the bus. You are culpable for this. My question to you is, when were you negotiating for your multi-million-dollar advance deal for your book as seniors were dying in nursing homes? That is the question in front of you.
You can't make up facts, Congresswoman.
You're the one making up facts. You're the one who undercounted nursing home deaths. You're the one who I want to ask right now. You apologize today, but there are families sitting here. I want you to turn around, look them in the eye, and apologize, which you have failed to do. Will you do it?
This is not about political theater. It's
no,
about
this is about accountability.
Why did 1.2 million Americans die? Why did more Americans die than any country on the globe?
You're the former governor who's disgraced under oath.
Why did you let the president lie to the people of the United States?
This executive order was under your name. It was counter to CDC and CMS. Why did you let
President Trump lie?
This is about those seniors, Governor. They deserve to hear from you in the eye that you apologize, that you were negotiating for a multi-million-dollar book deal. It is a disgrace. There is a reason why you were the former governor of New York State, and you will never hold elected office again. I yield back.
In my opinion, you do need to be fired immediately. And it is because this is gross incompetence. This is a joke. And director, you're in charge. And that's why you need to go.
So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful, and you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos.
Chairman, in my opinion, according to some of the testimony today, I feel that you have perjured yourself in some instances, and so I'm going to ask for a full review of the transcripts by staff, and if you find that to be the case, I do ask that you bring perjury charges against the director. I will say this, it is very frustrating, and I've talked to my colleagues and we've said it to your face, that you have been up here basically stonewalling our ability to get the answers to the American people. And what I will also say is that every single member of Congress does not feel safe with you in charge. You have heard that, and I think that we are all sitting ducks with you in directing the Secret Service currently. But more importantly, it sends a message to our adversaries that we are not protected, and we are one of the strongest countries in the world, so you have essentially made us a less safe country because of it.
Director, real quick, at what time was Secret Service aware of the active threat against President Trump? Director, what time?
So the Secret Service was aware that there was an individual who had been identified as suspicious, and that individual was attempting to be tracked down.
At what time?
I don't have a specific timeline other than to tell
Director,
you,
it's been 9 days.
I
At
understand
what
that.
time?
I want to make sure that I give you factual information, sir.
Director, have you talked to the agents on the ground that day?
Yes, I have.
You've talked to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Your senior team has talked to every agent that was on the ground that day.
Yes, we have.
Have they all corroborated the same time they identified the shooter or they were made aware of the shooter, either by attendees in the crowd or local police department?
There are a number of reports of when those times were made.
Was it
those
5 minutes
notifications.
before the first shot rang out?
No,
Generally speaking, was it 10 minutes before the first shot rang out?
no. It
Was it
le-
15 minutes before the first shot rang out?
It was less than that time frame when it was identified as a threat.
How many days before the shooting took place did Secret Service actually do their advance work to secure the facility that the rally was going to be held at?
5 days.
In the 5 days prior, when the security advance team did their work, did they identify the rooftop as a potential threat?
Again, I'm pulling those reports and that information.
It's been 9
to
days,
conduct those
Madam
interviews.
Director. Did they notice a rooftop 150 yards away that was a potential threat? Yes or no?
I am certain that the rooftop was noticed. I am pulling the reports.
What was the security parameters around securing that rooftop? What did they do?
There was overwatch provided for that rooftop.
Did Overwatch fail?
I am waiting to hear what the results of the investigation were so that I can identify where the failure was.
Who did you talk to that was on the ground that day that was responsible for Overwatch? What are their names?
I'm not going to provide their names in this setting.
Did you talk to the people that were providing Overwatch that day?
I've talked to the people that conducted the advance on that day and that were working the shift and were the counter snipers on that day.
So you talked to the counter sniper team, you talked to the people who were providing Overwatch that day, and you talked to the advance team, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did they tell you?
We are putting together a comprehensive report so that I can identify exactly where the gaps and the failures.
When the counter sniper team was on the roof and they identified that there was suspicious activity on the roof in question, what was the chain of command's orders around the person on said roof? Because I'm quite sure somebody saw under your organization, the Secret Service, I'm quite sure somebody saw the shooter on the roof. So what was the communication through the chain of command to deal with said person?
What I can tell you is that when the individual was identified by the counter sniper, they took one shot and neutralized that individual.
But that was after the shooter already took a shot, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what you're saying now is that the Secret Service did not see the shooter on the roof until after the shooter took a shot?
I do not have all of those details at this time.
If you don't have those details after 9 days, Director, then what you're telling me is that you guys didn't see it. Is that correct?
I am telling you, I don't have all the details of the sequence at this time.
Director, it's been 9 days. Either you have the information or you do not. Is that correct?
We are still in the process of conducting interviews and an investigation.
Some of my colleagues have texted me over the last couple days, bipartisan, about whether you should lose your job. And I've been quiet on that question because I wanted to see what you were going to do today. In my opinion, you do need to be fired immediately. And it is because this is gross incompetence. And the fact that it's been 9 days, and these are simple questions to answer, I'm quite sure if I asked any one of my kids if they got in trouble and I told them to give me the details, I would get more answers from them than I'm getting from you right now. And that's what's frustrating on a bipartisan basis, on a nonpartisan basis. This is a joke. And Director, you're in charge, and that's why you need to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
How did a 20-year-old loner with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump when the entire Secret Service missed it? Director Cheadle, in your leadership, your agency got outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a 20-year-old. How can we have any confidence that you could stop trained professionals from a nefarious nation state?
Those are absolutely questions that we need to have
I know they're
answers
questions,
to.
but you know, the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my question.
And the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the sitting president
So your answer is he didn't.
and continuity of government and the responsibility
So he
that we
did
have.
not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, a full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational working.
So that's
for
an answer is
protection
no. Did you call them the next
of the
day?
President. Yes, I spoke with
You called them the very next day, not the day of, or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately
I
following.
think it was 72 hours after. You waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because Security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site, what was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Compatore's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was the nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to continue down that vein. You have been here sitting today, Director Cheadle, definitively able to dismiss erroneous information and speculation. However, you are refusing to answer questions that we now know that you have the information for. You are saying that you are wanting to answer questions that the Secret Service has information to. Well, ma'am, you are the Secret Service. You are the director. You have said that you are the best for the job. So I'm going to ask you some questions now knowing that you do have answers from the FBI, whom you have been passing the buck to this entire day. And I'll start with something that, you know, maybe the FBI doesn't know because it has to deal with you personally. You said you spoke with President Trump after the assassination attempt. And I want to know, did you apologize to him directly for nearly having President Trump killed?
Yes, I did.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that you recognize that this was your failure. Now, since the assassination attempt, you are under oath, reminding you, have you communicated with anyone at the White House on an encrypted messaging app like Signal? Yes or no?
No, I have not.
Are you willing to surrender your personal phone for analysis?
If I am required to do so.
Okay. I will look into making that request because I would like to see your personal phone to see if you're communicating over encrypted messaging apps. Have you ever turned down enhanced security requests from Donald Trump's detail, his special agent in charge, Sean Curran? Have you ever turned that down?
No, I have not.
Have there been, has your team, has the Secret Service? Maybe not you personally.
I believe, as I mentioned earlier, there are times when requests are made for
And you have
assets,
denied them. They have been denied.
and a denial doesn't
Has the Trump
necessarily
campaign
mean-
made requests for additional assets that have been denied?
Denial doesn't mean vulnerability.
Have there been additional requests for enhanced security at Mar-a-Lago?
We have made a number of enhancements to.
You confirmed that there were
security.
bomb-sniffing dogs that were provided. You failed to confirm if there were aerial security surveillance assets that were provided. So yes or no, was that provided?
At the rally?
At the rally, yes, ma'am.
We had Overwatch provided at the rally.
You've confirmed that the assassin was identified as suspicious 57 minutes prior to the shooting. Was the suspicious individual ever approached by an agent? Was any contact ever made with him?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that the standard protocol for someone who is identified as suspicious?
The protocol would be to locate the individual and.
And you said
conduct
that he
an
was
interview.
located 2 to 5 times approximately?
No, I said that the information was passed potentially somewhere between 2 to 5
And he was never
times.
located by an agent?
To my knowledge, that individual was not located by an agent.
We have dozens of rally goers who have identified him and not one agent on the ground. There are many, many, many agents on the ground, local law enforcement, Secret Service. No one was able to identify him and have sights on and see him.
What I'm saying is that the agents that were on the ground at the time, I have no knowledge that they were able to interview him or locate him.
Thank you. Was there a local law enforcement officer who approached the roof and saw the shooter and saw that he was present on the roof?
That is the information that has been shared with me.
Have you spoke to that local law enforcement officer?
No, I have not.
Are you going to?
It is part of a criminal investigation that the
Are you going to-
FBI is interviewing those individuals.
Were agents stationed on the water tower?
No,
Why?
that would not be something that would be included in a security plan.
Has the man who is reported to have been present wearing a gray suit who allegedly requested a photo of the dead body of the assassin on top of the AGR roof been identified?
I don't have that information.
Is that something that you've heard of?
No,
Were ATF agents present at the rally?
to attend or to work,
To work.
not to my knowledge.
How long did the counter sniper have crooks in his sights before the shooter opened fire on President Trump?
I don't have that specific timeline.
Will you be able to tell us if he communicated with other agents on what he was seeing through his sights?
Once I have that information, absolutely.
Because we need to know why he waited for multiple rounds to be fired at President Trump before the threat was neutralized. We need to know if he was given an order to hold fire. Now, you've excused the roof of being unmanned because of the slope of the roof. Do you continue to assert the slope of the roof as a credible reason for leaving this position undefended?
First, I'll go back and correct that there was no order to hold fire. Our agents and officers have the ability to neutralize a threat at the time
So you
that
don't
they
know,
see it.
I'm sorry, you don't know the communication that was taking place or how long he had him in his sights because you haven't spoke to him, but you do know that there was no order to hold fire.
I can tell you the way that our personnel are trained. They are trained on the use of force scale, that when they see a threat, they are authorized to neutralize that threat. They don't have to ask for permission.
You excuse the roof being unmanned because of the slope. Do you stand by that assertion?
The roof was not covered with an individual on it because there was overwatch provided.
Apparently not. No, there was no overwatch provided. This is very evident. President Trump was shot. A man died. There was no oversight provided. I find this rather maddening, especially now knowing that you do have answers from the FBI, who you have been passing the buck to this entire hearing, not answering a congressional hearing, members of Congress, while you are under oath and under a subpoena. I find it maddening that the director, that our country has come centimeters away from oblivion under your watch. You have answers. You are refusing to give those to us, directing us to the FBI, and this entire thing is a waste of time. You are responsible for the loss of a life and the shooting that took place on President Trump. You do need to resign. This is bipartisan. You need to be fired. You do not need to hold this position. You are not the best for this job. I am over my time, but I cannot tolerate your watch any longer, and I'm going to continue to call daily for you to be removed from your position, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fry from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, how long have you been with the Secret Service? 29 years, right?
That's correct.
And how long have you been director of the Secret Service?
Just under 2 years.
During your tenure as director under the Secret Service, I know we're here today to talk about the assassination attempt on President Trump, but how many other security lapses have occurred with protectees under your watch?
I don't have a specific number, but there have been some lapses.
There have been other lapses. Was one of them Jake Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
What happened there?
There was an individual who was able to access Mr. Sullivan's residence.
His residence? A protectee, somebody was able to break into his house. And what happened? Did anyone get fired because of that?
There were individuals who have been reassigned.
Reassigned. What other steps have taken? What I'm seeing. What other incidents have occurred other than Jake Sullivan? Was there an issue with the Secret Service agent and Vice President Harris?
I would not call that a security incident.
Well, it seems to me, I mean, you have security lapses with President Trump. You have security lapses with Jake Sullivan. You have issues with your personnel related to Vice President Kamala Harris. There seems to be a repeated theme here. Would you not agree with that?
I think that we are talking about separate categories of incidents.
Well, I would disagree with that. I think there's a repeated theme when you've got protectees and you're not upholding your core mission. Let me ask you something else. Does the Secret Service routinely record communications between and amongst detail?
Radio communications?
Any communication?
Well, email communications are captured, as well as text messages, and then depending on the detail, radio communications are recorded.
Does the Secret Service have recorded communications from the July 13th event?
We do not have radio communications from that day.
But you have text messages?
We do have emails and text messages.
Emails, okay, great. Does the head of the Trump detail or someone else embedded in this detail have command decision-making authority, or do they need to seek authorization from someone outside that detail?
The head of the detail has the decision-making authority for things that are necessary for that detail.
Is that standard for protection details?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me ask you something. During campaign events, is it common for the Secret Service to utilize other agencies?
Yes, it is.
What other agencies would be providing assistance to the Secret Service?
There are a number of other agencies that provide assistance to the Secret Service during campaigns. We utilize personnel from the Department of Homeland Security. We utilize personnel from the Department of Defense, and we utilize local law enforcement partners.
Are you on the same radios? Do you provide the radios to all the assets that are taking part in protection of an event?
We provide radios to the personnel from the Department of Homeland Security that are assisting us.
But not local law enforcement?
Local law enforcement is working on their own radios.
Are you on the same frequency?
We ensure that we have counterparts in the security room, and so the local law enforcement will place one of their personnel in the security room with our personnel so that we have interoperability communications.
Let me ask you something just about the timeline, because I think this is really interesting that we can't nail that down. I mean, I think there are lay people out there with more knowledge about the timeline than you seem to come before a subpoena in front of Congress. Was Mr. Crooks observed at the AGR building prior to the shooting?
He was observed on the grounds outside of our perimeter prior to the shooting.
At approximately what time was that? You don't have to give me the specific minute, but at approximately what time was that?
I believe it was about 45 minutes or so prior to.
Did the sniper team take a photo of Mr. Crooks?
The local team did, yes.
So it was a local team and not a Secret Service sniper?
That took the photo.
Okay. And did he relay that photo to Central Command?
Again, it's an active ongoing investigation, so I want to make sure that I'm factual with the route that photo took and who that was disseminated to and when.
What time did when did Mr. Crooks' status go from a suspicion, a person that was under suspicion, to a threat? When did that happen? And maybe not even a specific time, Director Cheadle, maybe a certain event that happened that transformed him from a person of suspicion to a threat. When did that happen?
To the best of my knowledge, based on what I have been told thus far, it's approximately 5 minutes to where individuals relayed that there was an incident being worked at the 3 o'clock of the president.
So that was, but it was before the shots were fired?
That is correct, but again, it was not phrased as a threat. It was just that something was being worked.
Yeah, but my question is, when did he become, when did he transform from suspicion to threat? Because they're treated very differently. People can be suspicious, but they're not a threat until a certain point in time. So when did that happen?
I believe that it was seconds before the gunfire started.
Seconds. My gosh, we actually have a few questions that we got answered today. Listen, I'm going to wrap up here, Mr. Chairman, but here's the frustration that people have. The buck stops with you. You've said that yourself. But the problem in Washington, D.C., it is the only town in America that you can be so bad at your job that you actually get a promotion or don't get fired. You have not been able to answer the number of agents, whether or not requests were denied on additional security, whether or not law enforcement were able to engage before the shooting with the assassin, how he got on the roof, how the rifle got on the roof. You can't tell us how many shots he fired, whether the casings were recovered. You can't tell us anything about his cell phone. You can't tell us whether the rally was supposed to be postponed, given the intelligence that you were receiving. You can't tell us whether the car had a bomb. You can't even tell us his motive. And the American people are incredibly distrustful because it has taken 9 days to even get a scintilla of evidence out of you. Maybe if I was CNN or ABC or NBC, I would have gotten much more thorough and accurate information, but we have not received that in a subpoenaed hearing in front of this Congress. That is why the American people are frustrated, and I echo the bipartisan calls on this committee and all across this country that you should resign, or maybe when the president wakes up from his nap, he can fire you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Luna from Florida.
Director Sheetal, can you please give me the names of the individuals who are in charge of your conduct for the rally?
I'm not going to release names.
Can you give me the
today.
titles? And how many individuals?
No.
Nothing?
We had a full advance team that was responsible for advancing
How many
the site.
people are the final approval authority?
There are a number of people
Can you
that
give me a
are
number?
engaged in approving
Can you
the
give me
plan.
a number?
No, I do not have
Okay.
a firm number.
Can you just confirm whether or not, I understand this is an open investigation, but in order to dispel conspiracy theories, have you guys been able to subpoena the shooter's Discord records, or has the FBI, to your knowledge?
I believe that the FBI is working on those.
Okay. Is it factual to say that you have not ruled out that the shooter was working with other people or persons?
Again, the FBI is conducting the criminal investigation into
Can
the
you,
shooter.
at least in an effort to dispel conspiracy theories, can you confirm or deny that?
At this time, we do not have that there were any other people engaged.
So you believe he's acting alone?
I do.
Okay. Have you been made aware of multiple eyewitness reporting that there was a second shooter on a water tower?
I do not have any information related to any second shooter.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because according to testimony from multiple witnesses, they did report that. And again, to my understanding, there were over 40 sniper teams that were briefed by the Butler ESU. And I want to make sure that people are aware, if you're saying that there's not another shooter, that we are able to clear that information, because from this whole entire briefing, it doesn't seem like much information has been able to get out to the American people. So I'm trying to dispel rumors, as I'm sure you understand. Was it true that Secret Service was present at the Butler ESU briefing?
There was a briefing between the counter sniper teams that were working
Secret
on the
Service
ground.
present?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay, I want to read you a report from people that seem to be throwing you under the bus and stated that they were in attendance and that Secret Service was not in attendance at the security briefing, according to individuals with knowledge, to also include that the AGR building where the shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks was located was actually not a part of their security perimeter for that. So there was not Secret Service present. It seems as though that when you were asked earlier from Rep. Krishnamurthy about whether or not Secret Service was aware of a threat, you had said no, they were unaware of a threat. And yet, according to communications, again, from law enforcement that were in some of these group chats, they actually had reported that Secret Service was made aware of a threat at around 5:59 p.m. as a part of the command, including Secret Service, aware of messages and requests about information about the suspect's location. Can you please tell me if you have knowledge of that at all?
Again, I think we're conflating the difference between the term threat and suspicious.
But you guys did have knowledge at 5:59 p.m. according to those group chats, did you not?
Of a suspicious individual.
Okay. Chairman, in my opinion, according to some of the testimony today, I feel that you have perjured yourself in some instances, and so I'm going to ask for a full review of the transcripts by staff, and if you find that to be the case, I do ask that you bring perjury charges against the director. I will say this, it is very frustrating, and I've talked to my colleagues and we've said it to your face, that you have been up here basically stonewalling our ability to get the answers to the American people. And what I will also say is that every single member of Congress does not feel safe with you in charge. You have heard that, and I think that we are all sitting ducks with you in directing the Secret Service currently. But more importantly, it sends a message to our adversaries that we are not protected, and we are one of the strongest countries in the world, so you have essentially made us a less safe country because of it. As a result of that, I'm asking you to formally step down. I share my same opinions as my Democrat colleagues. And I also think that your efforts to bring forward a full investigation and report in 60 days is unacceptable. And as a result of that, I'm going to do everything in my legislative toolkit to ensure that that happens sooner rather than later. And I'm sure that you know that we brought a vote on inherent contempt against Garland for essentially blocking a congressional investigation, and I don't think that you should be any different. So I will say that I am just completely disgusted by your performance today, and I understand that you're probably in a position where you're being told not to testify, which is why we had to subpoena you. I think that goes back to Garland. But again, that is part of the flushing that we need to get out of Washington, and I would be happy to assist in that process. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
If you're saving for retirement, this may make you very angry. President Trump recently said, "Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Powerful nations are making moves against the US dollar, threatening to devalue it, which could affect prices and retirement savings. Rich Dad, Poor Dad author Robert Kiyosaki said, "The US dollar will die." If you agree with President Trump, the dollar is on a downfall, there's a little-known IRS rule that allows investors to buy physical gold inside of their IRAs. Secure your free 2024 Ultimate Guide to Gold IRAs right now and discover why thousands of Americans are moving to physical gold and silver.
If you're saving for retirement, this may make you very angry. President Trump recently said, "Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Powerful nations are making moves against the US dollar, threatening to devalue it, which could affect prices and retirement savings." Rich Dad, Poor Dad author Robert Kiyosaki said the US dollar will die. If you agree with President Trump, the dollar is on a downfall. There's a little-known IRS rule that allows investors to buy physical gold inside their IRAs. Secure your free 2024 Ultimate Guide to Gold IRAs right now and discover why thousands of Americans are moving to physical gold and silver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Calhoun, what is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, that's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you out. It's $32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
That's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
What is it you get paid to do exactly?
I get paid to run the Boeing company.
Yeah. So just help me understand that. I mean, do you get paid for transparency? Is that one of the metrics for your income?
I think the board counts on me for transparency.
Really? Because you're under investigation for falsifying 787 inspection records. The Boeing's under criminal investigation for the Alaska Airlines flight. You were investigated by DOJ for criminal conspiracy to defraud the FAA. This is all in your tenure. This doesn't sound like a lot of transparency to me. What about safety? Is that a component of your salary?
It sure is, Senator.
You know, have you seen the reports that the subcontractor that you used to make that door piece that fell out of the sky, that when the FAA went and toured the facility, they found one door seal being lubricated with Dawn liquid dish soap and cleaned with a wet cheesecloth, and another was being checked with a hotel room key card. Does that sound like safety to you?
Senator, I think our relationship with that particular supplier has been well documented, reviewed by the FAA and most certainly us. And I'm very intent on acquiring that company so that none of that ever happens.
You know, the FAA also says that Boeing still has not implemented the recommended steps back from 2019 and 2020 after the MAX crashes. You still have not taken the appropriate safety procedures or implemented what they recommended. I mean, how, if safety is a component of your $33 million compensation package, I mean, how can you possibly qualify for any of this? What about quality? Is quality part of your compensation package?
Senator, I meet with the FAA pretty regularly. They don't hold anything back, and I'm not aware of anything that has been cited with respect to those accidents that we haven't taken action on.
Really? Because we've had whistleblowers. You said you'd listen to whistleblower testimony. We've had multiple whistleblowers come before this committee and allege that Boeing is cutting every possible corner on quality and safety, not just in the past, but now. They've alleged that you've eliminated safety inspections, that there are fewer in quality and there are fewer inspectors doing quality inspections out there. They've alleged that when they raised quality issues and concerns, they were reassigned, they were retaliated against, they were physically threatened. That doesn't sound like attention to quality to me, and yet you're getting paid $33 million a year. It's extraordinary.
Senator, we have increased our quality inspectors significantly.
How much has your stock price increased while you've been at Boeing?
It hasn't, and I don't watch it much.
Have you done any stock buybacks while you've been at Boeing?
Not in my job, no.
How about your profits? Have your profits increased at all while you've
I haven't had any profits, sir.
I'm sorry?
I have not had any profits.
Yeah. You know, I think the truth is, Mr. Calhoun, you're not focused on safety, you're not focused on quality, you're not focused on transparency. All of this is in the record, but I think actually you're focused on exactly what you were hired to do, which is that you're cutting corners, you are eliminating safety procedures, you are sticking it to your employees, you are cutting back jobs because you're trying to squeeze every piece of profit you can out of this country, this company. You're strip mining it. You're strip mining Boeing. It was one of the greatest American companies ever. It has employed thousands of people in my state, and you are strip mining it for profit, shareholder value, and you're being rewarded for it. You got a huge raise, a huge increase. So it's working out great for you. For the American people, they're in danger. For your workers, they're in peril. For your whistleblowers, they literally fear for their lives, but you're getting compensated like never before. Don't you think maybe your priorities are misplaced here? I mean, don't you think maybe it's time to get back to focusing on making quality planes and paying your workers well and taking care of the little guys who got you to where you are? That's not a rhetorical question.
Senator, I don't recognize any of the Boeing you described.
Really?
And I want to assure...
You don't recognize the Boeing that has airplanes falling out of the sky, that has had 2 MAXs crash, that has had pieces of doors fall out of the sky, that have had whistleblowers come before, they've sat right where you have sat and told us, these are your employees who have told us that when these are the engineers, by the way. Are you an engineer?
I'm not, sir.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And they have said that they're not listened to, that they're retaliated against, that they're threatened. That's the reality of Boeing today. That's your company that you have created. Now, I don't recognize it either from the company it used to be decades ago, but under your leadership, that's what Boeing is, and you're being rewarded for it handsomely, handsomely. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Why haven't you resigned?
Yeah, Senator, I stand by what I said, and I want to assure the great employees in your state that that is not the way we operate the company, and it never will be. And if you would like my chief engineer to talk about what he sees and
No,
hears.
I want to hear from you, because what I hear from you is a lot of this team does that and that team does that, and I listen to the whistleblowers, but I don't meet with them. And I've heard about all this stuff that you Congress have meddlesomely asked for because the public wants to see it, gosh darn them, but you actually haven't supervised any of it. I've heard that. It's a lot of it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. But meanwhile, you're getting paid a heck of a lot of money. It's unbelievable. If anybody's coming out of this deal good, it's you. Why haven't you resigned?
Senator, I'm sticking this through. I'm proud of having taken the job. I'm proud of our safety record, and I am very proud of our Boeing people.
You're proud of this safety record?
I am proud of every action we have taken.
Every action you've taken?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Wow. There's some news for you. Well, behind you can't see it. Behind you, the folks are showing pictures of the people who are the victims of your safety record. I think we can all see them. And I think the American public, when they fear to get on their airplanes, they understand your safety record. And frankly, sir, I think it's a travesty that you're still in your job.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Calhoun, just to come back to you, isn't a big part of this story not just what's happened at Boeing in the last year or two, but what's happened over the last 20, what the C-suite has done to this company? Let me give you an example. This is from the Atlantic magazine last month. For nearly 40 years, the company, Boeing, built the 737 fuselage itself in the same plant that turned out its B-29 and B-52 bombers. In 2005, it sold this facility to a private investment firm. Offloading, Boeing called it. The tail, the landing gear, the flight controls, and other essentials were outsourced to factories around the world, owned by others, and then just shipped to Boeing for final assembly. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, with consent, have this article, Boeing in the Dark Age of American Manufacturing.
Without objection.
You now have at least 600 direct suppliers worldwide. Who knows how many subcontractors? You've got 35 direct suppliers in China alone. I mean, hasn't this really been the hollowing out of Boeing?
Senator Hawley, I think the decision that we have made with respect to Spirit Aero and our determination to bring it back into the Boeing fold is definitely a vote in favor of vertical integration.
That's one.
I can't comment on all of the ones of the past. And we have not had the number of issues in those that we are currently dealing with respect to our fuselage. So I can't rewrite history, but I can take action
You're in charge
forward.
you're in charge of the company. I'm just asking you. You're in charge of a company. You're getting paid $33 million a year. You're in charge of a company that has systematically, over decades now, shipped out its jobs, shipped out its production. Over the last decade, while you've either been in charge as CEO or on the board, stock prices have rose 600% at Boeing. You've, in fact, done $59 billion in returning cash to shareholders, $20 billion of that in dividends, $39 billion of that in stock buyback. Some people are doing great here. I'm just wondering, given the fact that your airplanes are falling out of the sky, do you think that any of that has to do with the fact that you really don't make that much anymore in this country or in-house? I mean, hasn't it been a mistake to hollow out the company and ship your production and your manufacturing and your know-how to other places around the world instead of doing it yourself, the American engineers, American workers?
Senator Hawley, I think I read an annual report going all the way back to the introduction of the 747, which highlighted the fact that 65% of that airplane would be sourced by U.S. manufacturers here and there. And the other thing I do know that since 2015, again, I don't have all that history but before that, we have actually brought more work to the U.S. than we have taken out of the U.S. And at an absolute level, our work in the U.S. is in the high 80%. And that is unlike any other industry I have ever worked in.
These are your suppliers, you're saying? These
Yes.
are your subcontractors,
Yes.
right? The ones who are using Dawn dish soap to test their doors and cheesecloth to test the plugs, right? Those. Your CFO, Brian West, recently went on the record and said that Boeing probably got a little too far ahead of itself on the topic of outsourcing. You agree with that?
He was speaking directly to our decision to go after Spirit.
So he was right?
He was speaking directly to our decision to vertically integrate Spirit.
So he was right. You got too far ahead of yourself on outsourcing for all of these years. Is Boeing going to change course on this?
We are most certainly changing course on Spirit.
You've got 32,000 machinists. These are American workers who work for you. These are Boeing employees in the Pacific Northwest. You're in contract negotiations with them right now. 32,000, that's a lot of them. The last time that they got a contract was 16 years ago. Do you remember the terms of that contract?
I don't. It was a very long contract.
Yeah, well, they got 1% wage increases over 8 years. 1% over 8 years. You got a 45% increase just last year, and you're making $33 million. You think maybe these folks deserve a raise?
Oh, they will definitely get a raise.
Good, good. I hope it's a substantial one. And I hope that maybe this will be an opportunity for Boeing, under new leadership, to reverse course and actually start making things again, start making things in this country again, and start paying its people well. I've listened to your testimony, and it seems like the gist of it seems to be that if you could just get your employees to comply, follow the rules, follow your management techniques, et cetera, things would be better. I don't think the problem's with the employees.
Oh, it's
actually.
not. It is
yeah,
not.
I think the
agree.
problem's with you. You. It's the C-suite. It's the management. It's what you've done to this company. That's where the problem is. The problem's at the top. Your engineers, they're probably the best in the world. Your machinists, they're outstanding. You're the problem. And I just hope to God that you don't destroy this company before it can be saved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. Chair recognizes himself. Madam Chair, why are you harassing Twitter?
Congressman, thanks for the question. As you might know, the FTC's work on Twitter goes back a decade. Back in 2009.
I'm not talking about a decade. I'm talking about now.
Back
12 demand letters in 10 weeks, over 350 separate requests you've demanded of Twitter. Why are you harassing them?
Twitter has a history of lax security and privacy policies.
You've asked for every single communication relating to Elon Musk, not communications that he just sent to someone or communications he received, but any time he's mentioned. That actually seems more than harassment. That seems like almost an obsession. Why such an intense focus?
So, Congressman, again, it was found that Twitter's lax privacy policies allowed unauthorized users to co-opt Twitter accounts, including that of Fox News. Subsequently, Twitter voluntarily entered into a consent order with the FTC.
Here's what you wrote in December. Madam Chair, here's what you wrote in December. Identify all journalists and other members of the media to whom Twitter has granted access since Musk bought the company. You want to know the name of every journalist a private company has talked to? Think that's consistent with the First Amendment?
Congressman, as a former journalist, I take extremely seriously the valuable work that they do and understand that there can be instances in which government action is unjustifiably
particularly, Madam Chair, if I could just interject, particularly in the context here. I mean, it's bad enough if you got government asking a private company about who are the journalists you're talking to. You name 4 of them and say, we want the other names of any journalists you may, in fact, be communicating with. That's bad enough. And I think a threat to the First Amendment, freedom of the press. But in the context of giving us information about how government had suppressed speech on these platforms, that's the context you're asking for. I think that's particularly troubling, don't you?
Congressman, the consent decree that we have prohibits Twitter from sharing personal information with third parties. When we read in the papers, like everybody else, that Twitter may have granted access to third parties, that's what our teams were seeking information about. Again, this is a company whose history with the FTC goes back
Chair,
a decade.
We got limited time. Madam Chair, who is David Roque?
Could you repeat that, Congressman?
David Roque, R-O-Q-U-E. Who is David Roque?
I'm not familiar with
You
that.
deposed him last month, June 21st, 2023. David Roque is the independent partner for Ernst & Young's independent assessment of Twitter's program. That's part of this consent decree. Do you know what Mr. Roque said in that deposition?
I'm not aware.
Okay, let me read it for you then, because I think it's pretty important. Mr. Roque testified, again, in front of your lawyers, you deposed him, testified that FTC's conduct made him feel as if the FTC was trying to influence the outcome of the engagement before it had started. He said, in some of the discussions that we were having with the Federal Trade Commission, expectations were being conveyed about what those results should be before we had even begun any procedures. So they're the independent assessor in this consent decree the FTC has with Twitter, and you're telling the guy who is the person. He's the guy. He's Joe the accountant who's going to get this information. You're telling him, you're putting your finger on the scale, telling him what you want the outcome to be, and he's supposed to be the independent fact finder. Why are you doing that?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with those.
It's because it was just filed today, but we are. This is filed in court today, and this is your deposition.
I'm happy to take a closer look at it and be back in touch. I will say, as a general matter, we want to make sure that the assessors and auditors that are responsible for overseeing compliance are doing their job.
You saying Mr. Roke's lying, what he testified here, what's been filed in court today? That there were suggestions of what they would expect the outcome to be? They being the FTC? There were suggestions of what they wanted him to go find in his independent assessment of the consent decree agreement between the FTC and Twitter.
Again, I'm happy to take a close look and we can be back in touch with you about that allegation, but our staff are consummate professionals. When they conduct these investigations, they're focused on determining whether there was a violation.
Is your attack on Twitter, harassment on Twitter, is that based on the fact that all kinds of Democrats have asked you to do this, and frankly, some things that you've written about dealing with, quote, disinformation? Does that have anything to do with it, Ms. Khan?
Congressman, we make only independent determinations about whether there were law violations.
The statement from Chairman Nadler, the statements from the letter, the press release and the letter from 7 Democrat senators that had no impact on it, that's not why you're doing it?
Absolutely not. We look very closely at the specific matter at hand. Again,
12 demand letters in 10 weeks telling the independent assessor, hey, put your finger on the scale, this is the results we want. That's not harassment, and it had nothing to do with the fact that every Democrat in this town seemed to be telling you to go after Twitter.
Our focus is on protecting people's privacy and security. Twitter has sensitive data on 150 million Americans, including private messages. We need to make sure, especially given its history going all the way back to 2010, we're doing everything to make sure Twitter is complying with the order.
That's fine. Don't put your finger on the scale, and don't attack the First Amendment and the rights of journalists. Thank the gentleman for yielding. Ms. Khan, earlier, and I believe the gentleman from Arizona brought this up, you said people's privacy is paramount. I couldn't agree more. And as we talked earlier, I do think there's bipartisan support to deal with that, this sweeping up of data that happens, and scarier yet is FBI purchasing that data. So that is of paramount importance. But I would say the First Amendment's of paramount importance too. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And then the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, asked you, what's disinformation? And you said you don't really have an opinion on that. Was that a fair assessment of your answer?
As part of our job at the FTC, we're focused on deception and fraud and that sort of thing.
Well, you wrote a couple years ago in a Law Review article, digital businesses such as Twitter disserve their users by facilitating the spread of disinformation. What were you talking about there then? What's disinformation?
I'm happy to take a closer look at the material you're mentioning, but as part of our work at the FTC, we've seen how fraud and scams can sometimes proliferate on these social media websites. We've launched an inquiry to try to understand, why are some of these crypto scams really proliferating on these sites, and what can we be doing?
These are the first 2 sentences in the introduction of the piece you wrote, again, just a couple years ago. Digital businesses such as Twitter disserve their users by facilitating the spread of disinformation. Who decides what's disinformation?
From the FTC's perspective, it's deception, deception and fraud.
That's fine. You can keep using synonyms, but I want to know who decides that it's deception, who decides that it's fraud, who decides that it's disinformation. In this case, you're talking about social media companies and what gets posted on their platform. Who decides what's disinformation, what isn't?
So, Congressman, again, at the FTC, we're focused on fraud and deception. There is a legal standard about what constitutes fraud. Again, this is about...
But you didn't say fraud or deception, you said disinformation. And my concern is, again, and it's probably the 3rd time I've talked about this, but the sustained attack on Twitter when the ownership there changed and the platform was committed to not taking down speech, not taking down posts, allowing the sharing of information, and not censoring information. And we just had a major decision last week from a court in Louisiana, a federal court in Louisiana, where they said the government was, in fact, pressuring big tech companies to censor, and big tech companies were willing to go along with it. Now we have a change there, and you're going after the one company that's changed how they're doing things. That's what concerns me, particularly in light of the fact that you just wrote about this a few years ago, saying this is what goes on.
Congressman, I'm glad to have the opportunity to clarify some issues here. So we at the FTC have no view on who should or should not own a company. All we care about is that the company is following the law. That's really what our focus is.
We've covered that ground. I want to know about disinformation and who decides what's disinformation. You think the government should decide that?
Congressman, the way I see it is concentrations of economic power including over speech platforms and communications platform, that it's that concentrated power and the ability to pick who gets heard, who doesn't get heard, to make these types of decisions. That, I think, is concerning to all of us, and the FTC's job is to be promoting.
You know what kind of speech was getting censored? Do you know what the court said last week? Have you read the opinion, by the way?
I have not. It did not concern the FTC.
You know what kind of speech was getting censored? You know what the court said? Conservative speech. Conservative speech was all, the suppression was virtually all conservative. This is not Jim Jordan talking about, it's not Republicans on the Judiciary Committee talking, this is the federal judge who had the facts, 86 pages of facts, and laid out, put the facts and the law together in this opinion, strong opinion, which said it was a conservative speech that was getting censored and labeled as disinformation.
So, Congressman, I fully understand why, given the extreme concentration of power over some of these speech platforms, why people would be afraid and worried about censorship. I couldn't agree more that when you have a handful of people making decisions about what gets seen, what doesn't get seen, who gets heard.
And you think the remedy to that is for government to decide what's disinformation and what's not?
Congressman, at the FTC, our job is to promote competition. More competition means more people making these decisions, and I think that can alleviate some of the concerns about censorship that you're sharing.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair, now recognized. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
How timely. You are a brilliant woman with a tremendous ability to impact how consumers are going to interface with the digital world for a long time to come. And I want to get to those areas of agreement, but there is some ugliness we got to deal with. Now, you guys putting in the names of reporters in a correspondence to Twitter was solely predicated based on anonymous news sources, right?
It was based on reporting that
Right, and we would agree that anonymous reporting is not a sufficient predicate to target, to send letters about journalists who are your critics, right?
Congressman, yeah, I mean, the goal was third parties, but this is good feedback for us. We want to make sure we're not in any way suggesting that we're interested in, affecting journalists' work. It's really about privacy and security. So I really
appreciate your acknowledgement that that is not the way we ought to do things. As someone who has seen ugly government action emerge out of anonymous reporting, perhaps I'm a little sensitive to that, but I'm glad that you've made that acknowledgement. Let's get on to the important work that you are doing. Millions of Americans have Ring doorbell cameras. And your agency recently put out a correspondence saying, quote, during a 3-month period in 2017, a Ring employee viewed thousands of videos of female users in their bedrooms and bathrooms, including videos of Ring's own employees. There was also at Ring, according to the FTC, an unauthorized tunnel that allowed a Ukraine-based contractor to access consumer videos. An incident where a Ring employee gave information about a customer's to their ex-husband was also something that you uncovered. You also state that bad actors at Ring took advantage of the camera's two-way communication functionality to harass and threaten people who used Ring cameras. There was a case where an 87-year-old woman at an assisted living facility was sexually propositioned through Ring's two-way features. Kids were subject to racial slurs. A hacker got in and threatened a family with physical harm if they did not pay a Bitcoin ransom. And one hacker even communicated through the two-way feature to a customer that they had already killed the customer's mother and, quote, tonight you die. What is going on at Ring?
So as you noted, we recently took enforcement action precisely because of these very serious lapses in data privacy, which endangered Americans in their day-to-day lives. Overall, looking at some of these surveillance devices and how they can be misused and abused is a top area of focus for us because people's privacy is paramount.
Yeah, I thought that when people got Ring, it was to enhance their personal security, not to have their 87-year-old relative in an ALF sexually propositioned, their children to be slurred at, and then to be told that they were going to be killed if they didn't pay Bitcoin ransom. So thank you for that effort. Let's go to another evil company, Kochava. Kochava is one of these data brokers that you're going after, right?
That's right.
And the American people should know that Kochava geolocates where people go to church, and then they sell that data to commercial enterprises, right?
That's right.
That's real creepy, isn't it?
I believe most people would have that reaction, yes.
I got onto the FBI director yesterday for their creepy FISA activity, and now we have Kochava literally selling to people, oh, well, this is a Baptist, this is a Methodist, this is someone who goes to temple. Are you going to get these people and stop them?
So we have a pending lawsuit. We filed it last year. The court dismissed it. They gave us the opportunity to refile. We just refiled an amended complaint. And we think it's urgent to act here because, you know, the types of stigmatization and harms that can stem from being able to track and sell people's sensitive geolocation information is just critical for us to be addressing.
We didn't like it when the FBI was wanting to infiltrate the Catholic churches, and I don't know that I want the data brokers to do the same. And by the way, we've even seen how the FBI is using the data brokers to do an end run around the Fourth Amendment. So I really want to encourage your work in this space, and I hope that your litigation against Kochava is something that creates precedent. And you know what? There's been criticism of some of your losses in court, but we as sophisticated lawyers know sometimes that a motion to dismiss an initial complaint can create a pathway to an amended complaint to achieve relief. And so if the laws are insufficient to stop data brokers from selling information about where my constituents worship, and if the laws are insufficient to stop Ring from these activities, I really hope you'll work with us to change those laws. And all of Mr. Buck's points are really central to this, because if Congress is bought off, if people are just coming here to beat you up over what email account you use or what trip you've been on to Europe, I think it misses these things that are far more central to the life that our constituents lead. Thank you for your work.
Congressman, when I had the honor to work for this committee, I complied with all of the document requests that the HR folks requested, including documentation about the fact
When I checked your registration status this morning, I learned that you are not in good standing with the New York Bar. Your license is listed as delinquent, which means you have failed to file your biennial registrations, and it means that you have not been paying your bar dues, completing your continuing legal education, and maintaining your law license.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Like other federal agencies, the FTC has a designated agency ethics official known as DAO. On April 18, 2023, you testified before a subcommittee of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. At the hearing, Chair Rogers asked you, quote, "Are there any instances where you have not followed the DAO's advice?" End quote. You responded no, and you followed up by saying that you, quote, "have consulted with the DAO and taken actions that are consistent with the legal statements that DAO has made," end quote. On June 16, 2023, a Bloomberg journalist published a leaked memoranda written by the FTC's DAO analyzing Chair Khan's ability to sit as a judge in the FTC's review of Meta's acquisition of a company called Within. According to the ethics memoranda, the DAO, quote, recommended you recuse to avoid an appearance of partiality concern pursuant to federal ethics regulations. Do you believe that you were completely honest and forthcoming with Congress when you asked if there were, quote, any instances where you had not followed the DAO's advice, and you answered no? Yes or no?
Yes, Congresswoman.
Okay. In the letter that you sent to this committee yesterday evening, you claim that you received only oral advice from the DAO, but never saw the leaked memo until after you decided not to recuse yourself. First, it is unbelievable to me that you would not ask for written ethics advice on this particular topic. You admit that you have written ethics advice on other topics, but on this topic you claim you did not see the written memo. Instead, you want us to believe that you only received oral advice, and not specific oral advice, but only general advice on, quote, understanding the legal framework, end quote. Did DAO give you advice that is different than what was written in the memoranda?
Thanks for the question, Congresswoman. So my work before I joined the commission was focused on assessing the power of large technology.
I need you to answer the question that I asked. The question that I asked was, did you receive different oral advice than what was written in the memoranda from DAO?
So
Very simple question.
So I consulted with the ethics official. The ethics official, as was noted in the memo that you cited, although I did not receive that memo, noted that the ultimate framework for instances in which somebody has no financial conflicts of interest.
Did she give you different oral advice than what was in the written memoranda?
The legal framework
yes or no?
is for the employee to themselves determine whether they should or should not recuse.
Did she give you different advice than what was orally than was in the written memoranda? Yes or no?
Congressman, as was noted in the written memoranda, there was no ethics violation created by my participating in the matter.
But you didn't follow the DAO's advice, did you? You could have recused at any time, couldn't you?
I followed the determination that there was no ethics
You could have
violation.
recused at any time, couldn't you?
There was no violation under the ethics laws because I have not a penny in financial stock, not a penny in financial
The
interest.
DAO gave you the
relating
advice
these
to
companies.
recuse, and you did not do so, correct?
Congresswoman, as was noted in the memo, as I noted in the letter.
I'm going to move on, since you're not willing to answer my question. I read your 4-page letter, which was nothing more than an affront to your obligations of honesty, integrity, and candor before this tribunal that is owed by every public servant. And I would reference Part 2635 of the Code of Federal Regulations, which describes your ethics standards. I want to note that the ethics standards are actually higher than one owed by lawyers, which brings me to my next point. Do you expect lawyers at the FTC to follow federal ethics rules?
Of course, everybody at the federal
Do
trade.
you expect lawyers at the FTC to be an active member in good standing of a bar of a U.S. state?
If they're practicing as a lawyer, they need to be in good standing with the relevant bar rules.
I understand that you were admitted to the New York Bar on July 16, 2020, but in 2019 and 2020, according to your Senate questionnaire, you held yourself out as counsel for the Democrats on this very committee. You used this title, but you were not licensed to practice law. Counsel is a term reserved for lawyers, licensed lawyers. And in Wyoming, a person who in any manner holds themselves as competent to practice law without a license to do so is guilty of unauthorized practice of law. I believe the law in the District of Columbia where you held yourself out is similar. Do you believe it is appropriate for non-lawyers to claim the title of counsel?
Congressman, when I had the honor to work for this committee, I complied with all of the document requests that the HR folks requested, including documentation about the fact
When
that
I checked your registration status this morning, I learned that you are not in good standing with the New York Bar. Your license is listed as delinquent, which means you have failed to file your biennial registrations, and it means that you have not been paying your bar dues, completing your continuing legal education, and maintaining your law license. I believe it's shown on the screen. It also means you're subject to referral for disciplinary action. I find this situation to be stunning and a reflection on your ethics. With that, I yield.
Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cuomo, I'd like to remind you that you're under oath. You've said a lot today. In your opening statement, you attacked President Trump and his response. I'd also like to remind you of statements that you've said. On April 13th of 2020 on the Howard Stern Show, you said, and I quote, "Trump has delivered for New York." He has. And then you talked about Trump sending the ship, the comfort ship. Mind you that the comfort ship was sent to New York on March 30th of 2020. That was just a few days after you signed the directive to put COVID-19 patients into nursing homes on March 25th, which led to murdering people's parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. Yes, murdering them. Today you said, and I'll quote you, you said that high deaths in nursing homes is a conspiracy theory. Would you like to turn to the people here in this room today whose mothers died and their fathers died in these nursing homes and call them conspiracy theorists? Do you have the audacity to do that, Mr.
I never
Cuomo?
said that, Congresswoman.
You said that today. You're under oath.
I never
There is
said
video.
high deaths
There's
are a
video
conspiracy
of all of your words today.
I never
You can
said
be fact checked. We'll do that when this is over.
Yeah.
You also blamed staff for spreading COVID in nursing homes, not COVID patients. You blamed the staff.
The staff
But yet on
brought
March
COVID
25th, I didn't ask you a question, I'm talking to you. On March 25th, you signed a directive to put COVID-19 patients into nursing homes. On March 30th, President Trump sent the comfort ship, and you did not put COVID patients in the comfort ship. You didn't send them to the Javis Medical Center that President Trump had built, which was a field hospital. You didn't send them there. You put them in nursing homes, which is murder.
That's not.
No, that's murdering people. I'm saying that right now, and I'm also saying what a lot of people believe what your actions did. Let's also talk about some other things that you've done. Mr. Cuomo, let's talk about a tweet that you made because there's an indictment out on a woman named Linda Sun. Linda Sun, and I'll read this indictment. It says on April 4th, Politician number one publicly thanked PRC official number one, both in public remarks and in a post on Twitter, that's this right here, for helping arrange the donation, which was scheduled to arrive at JFK Airport in Queens, New York that day. So, Mr. Cuomo, you were thanking China, the PRC, while you had a woman named Linda Sun working for you, who has now been identified as a Chinese spy. Now, today you have come before the American people in our committee. You have insulted many people, including people in this room and people watching this hearing who lost their loved ones because of your March 25th directive. And at the same time, you were thanking the Chinese government while you had a Chinese spy working for you. So, Mr. Cuomo, I've read a lot about you, including the fact that 13 women that work for you accused you of sexually inappropriate behavior, which, thanks to the Democrat DOJ, helped you out of that. But I'd like to say this, and I'll ask you, are you either the dumbest tool of the Chinese government, or did you know for a fact that you were being used by the Chinese spy that was working for you?
I've read a lot about you too, Congresswoman. I think this is a very serious matter. About
it is
the
serious, that's right.
Matter. She was a junior member in my team. I wouldn't recognize her if she was in this room today. But I think it is a serious matter. I don't think this was just in New York. I think there is an infiltration of Chinese, maybe Russian operatives.
The Democrat Party's definitely had a problem with Chinese spies. Yes, you're right. And I want to remind you, you're under oath.
Yeah. And I think it's a serious issue, and I think the federal government and the state government should work together on it. The state government doesn't really have the ability to do the international reconnaissance, but the federal government does, and I think they should work together to make sure they're doing the best they can to do the vetting.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter the indictment for the record.
So ordered.
Thank you.
And now,
Judge Garland, on May 11th, Tony Fauci testified that his agency, quote, has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Last week, his agency admitted that they had, in fact, funded gain-of-research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Are you investigating Tony Fauci for lying to Congress?
So the long-time rule in the Justice Department is not to discuss pending investigations, potential investigations.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Do you believe Tony Fauci was truthful when he said his agency had never funded gain-of-function research?
This is outside of my scope of knowledge.
Okay, let's turn to your outrageous directive sicking the feds on parents at school boards across America. When you crafted that October 4th memo, did you consult with senior leadership at the FBI?
My understanding was that the memo, or the idea of the memo, had been discussed with the FBI before it got.
Did anyone at the FBI express any doubt or disagreement or hesitation with your decision to issue that memo?
No one expressed that to me.
No one?
To me. No one expressed that to me, no.
Because a lot of them have contacted us, and they said they did, Judge.
I'm sorry?
A lot of FBI officials have contacted my office and said that they oppose this decision.
Well, I doubt any of them spoke to me about it, because I didn't speak to no one.
All right.
Made that
All right.
to me.
Judge, you've repeatedly dissembled this morning about that directive. For instance, about the National Security Division. Chuck Grassley asked you a very simple question, why you would sick the National Security Division of the Department of Justice on parents. John Cornyn asked you the same thing. You said it wasn't in your October 4th memorandum, it was in another office's memorandum. It wasn't another office's memorandum, Judge. It was in a press release from your office, right here in front of me, October 4th, 2021, for immediate release. You're going to create a task force that includes the National Security Division. What on earth does the National Security Division have to do with parents who are expressing disagreements at school boards?
Nothing in this memorandum or any memorandum is about parents expressing disagreements with their school boards. The memorandum makes clear that parents are entitled and protected by the First Amendment to have vigorous debates. We don't, the Justice Department is not interested in that question at all. It is interested
Okay, so even in that case, what is the National Security Division, Judge? These are the people that are supposed to be chasing jihadists and Chinese spies. What does the National Security Division have to do with parents at school boards?
This is not, again, about parents at school boards. This is about threats of violence.
Okay, let me turn to that because you've said that phrase repeatedly throughout the morning. Threats or violence and threats of violence. Violence and threats of violence. Yeah. We've heard it a dozen times this morning. As Senator Lee pointed out, the very first line in your October 4th memorandum refers to harassment and intimidation. Why do you continue to dissemble in front of this committee that you are only talking about violence and threats of violence when your memo says harassment and intimidation?
Senator, I said in my testimony that it involved other kinds of criminal conduct, and I explained to Senator Lee that the statutory definitions of those terms and the constitutional definitions of those terms involve threats of violence.
Okay, let's look at one of those statutes you cited,
Yeah.
Section 223.
Yeah.
That statute covers the use of not just telephones, but telecommunications devices to annoy someone. So are you going to sick your U.S. attorneys and the FBI on a parents group if they post on Facebook something that annoys a school board member,
The
Judge?
answer to that is no, and the provision that I was particularly drawing to his attention was 2261A, which was to engage in...
I wasn't talking about 2261A. I know you mentioned that. You also mentioned 223. That's what I mentioned.
Yeah, but the only
Judge, you also told Senator Klobuchar that this memorandum was about meetings and coordination.
Yeah.
Meetings and coordination.
Yeah.
Well, I have in my hand right here that I'll submit to the record a letter from one of your U.S. attorneys to all of the county attorneys, to the attorney general, to all sheriffs, to the school board association of his state, in which he talks about federal investigation and prosecution. It's not about meetings, it's not about coordination, it's about federal investigation and prosecution. Did you direct your U.S. attorneys to issue such a letter?
I did not. I have not seen that letter.
It's got 3 pages. It's got 3 pages of spreadsheet about all the federal crimes that a parent could be charged with, to include the ones you cited. Did Maine Justice make this spreadsheet, Judge?
I don't have any idea. My memorandum speaks specifically about setting up meetings, and I'll just read it again, convene meetings.
Judge, we've all read your memorandum. We've also heard you dissemble about your memorandum. I have, and the record now shows, one of your U.S. attorneys sending out a letter about federal prosecution investigation and list in detail the federal statutes for which you could be prosecuted. Judge, you've talked a lot about intimidation and harassment. Have you issued a memorandum like your October 4th memorandum about the Black Lives Matter riots from last summer?
You're talking about the summer of 2020? In the summer of 2020, there
were a
lot
of crimes committed. People haven't been
there were a
charged
lot
for
of
those crimes yet.
prosecutions, and they were under the previous administration.
Okay, Judge, what about
a lot
this?
of prosecutions.
It is no doubt, even though parents at school boards aren't within federal jurisdiction, there's no doubt that federal officials are. You keep saying senators. Have you started an investigation into the harassment of Senator Kyrsten Sinema in a bathroom? Because she won't go along with the Democratic Party's big tax and spend agenda? That is a sitting United States senator being harassed in a bathroom.
I don't know whether the senator has referred the matter to the Justice Department or not.
You've cited as the basis for that directive the National School Board Association's letter of September 29th. Was that directive being prepared before September 29th, before the School Board Association letter was issued?
I don't believe so. Certainly, I didn't have any idea.
So it was only prepared okay, I think that answers the question.
I already answered that question
So you keep citing the school board letter and news reports.
Right.
One of the news reports cited in that letter, which you presumably mean, is from Loudoun County, Virginia.
No, that is not what I was talking about.
Well, you keep citing news reports, and that's the most prominent news report that anyone in America has seen. That refers to Scott Smith, whose 15-year-old daughter was raped. She was raped in a bathroom by a boy wearing girls' clothes, and the Loudoun County School Board covered it up because it would have interfered with their transgendered policy during Pride Month. And that man, Scott Smith, because he went to a school board and tried to defend his daughter's rights, was condemned internationally. Do you apologize to Scott Smith and his 15-year-old daughter, Judge?
Senator, anyone whose child was raped is the most horrific crime I can imagine, and is certainly entitled and protected by the First Amendment to protest to their school board about this.
But he was cited by the School Board Association as a domestic terrorist, which we now know that letter and those reports were the basis for your
No, Senator,
this is
that's wrong.
shameful. Judge, this is shameful. This testimony, your directive, your performance is shameful.
Okay, that's not
Thank God you are not on the Supreme Court. You should resign in disgrace, Judge.
Tell me a journal that has done systematic reviews that cites different evidence, that cites strong evidence for benefits of these therapies.
The standards of care were developed based on extensive.
You're not telling me any journal, you're not telling me any study. Don't say
That's not
standards
what
of care.
Yeah. So.
Tell me one.
The standards of care.
That's the standards of care.
Yes,
That's
standards of
not
care.
a journal, that's not a study. That's not an organization, that's not an institution. You're just saying words. So let's shift focus to the giant elephant in the room. And this is the reauthorization for the Children's Hospital's GME funding. And yes, it's true, this is my bill. And what it does is it withholds funding from these hospitals if they engage in what they call gender affirmation therapy, these physical changes to a child's physiology, permanently disfiguring them through either puberty blockers or even surgical modifications. Now, look, I understand that the other side of the argument here believes they are on the side of compassion, and maybe that's a sincerely held belief. It is just as true that I believe we are on the side of compassion. I think it is indeed compassionate to stop kids from being permanently physically altered based on little to no evidence that it will improve their underlying mental condition. Now, why is this controversial? That's actually beyond me. Not too long ago, I think we all agreed that performing double mastectomies on a 12-year-old girl was wrong. Now it's become a political movement where radical activists have bullied mainstream medical associations and members of Congress into repeating this propaganda. Now, it should be noted that in the public, this subject is actually not very controversial. In fact, a recent poll just last month by the Washington Post showed that 68% of Americans opposed using puberty blockers on children. That's just a question about puberty blockers. Imagine if the question had been about castration or surgical interventions. So you've got to convince me that 70% of Americans are just a bunch of fools that refuse to accept the so-called science. Or maybe, look, I have another theory. Maybe they have a very baseline understanding of ethics and common sense, which tells us that maybe, just maybe, it's a bad idea to submit children to permanent life-altering medical interventions based solely on a temporary ideation about their gender. Gender affirmation is not science, and there's no evidence-based standard of care. To say that is a lie, or is at best redefining the term evidence-based. What this is a social contagion. It is based in pseudoscience and radical ideologies, and it's sweeping across our country and encouraging children to make irreversible changes to their gender. What's worse, it's coming from adults and institutions who know better, to include our children's hospitals, institutions that are supposed to be tethered to sound science and their Hippocratic oath of do no harm. Now, maybe I'm an optimist, but I do believe that science and evidence will win out in the end. And in the future, we will look back at these gender-affirming therapies as we now look at lobotomies and electroshock therapies. I have some reason to be hopeful. Notably, Great Britain's National Health Service restricted these clinical interventions for minors just last week. Reviews published in the British Journal of Medicine, the Journal of the Endocrine Society, even in the American Academy of Pediatrics, all cite the lack of evidence. I'm going to submit for the record this review published in the Journal of Endocrine Society that found that there is, quote, low-quality evidence for the idea that hormonal treatment improves quality of life, depression, and anxiety among adolescents. Now, here's the important part. This was a systematic review, which by definition is not cherry-picked data, but it's an all-encompassing review of all the data. It has thoroughly debunked the notion that any of these treatments are, quote, evidence-based, let alone recognized as, quote, standard care. My colleagues are using these terms not as accurate representations of the data, but as propaganda. Now, this funding program is reauthorized every 5 years. It provides taxpayer funds to train resident physicians at children's hospitals across the country. It's true, it's been a bipartisan funding mechanism for years. Let's keep in mind something, though. This is taxpayer money. And when 70% of taxpayers oppose these barbaric treatments on minors, then taxpayer money should not fund it. That's why I'm stipulating that as part of this reauthorization, we will not provide any funding through this program to children's hospitals that push gender transition on minors through puberty blockers, hormone therapies, and surgeries. Let's be clear, because there's another lie that's been told. It does not prevent any mental health therapies at all. Despite these lies being told, it does not prevent those kind of therapies at all. This is the issue of our time. This is a hill we're going to die on. It's too important. It's too important to protect our kids from this. In my very limited time, I have too much limited time, so I'll wait for my colleagues to yield to me to ask questions, and I yield back. Thank you, Jens. I want to say a few things first. We keep hearing this is a politicized issue. This is a manufactured culture war. I got to say, we aren't the ones who did that. We aren't the ones that came up with this radical new movement that is performing permanent physiological changes to children with no evidence of any benefits. We didn't start that. We're just trying to stop it because it's crazy. It's a contentious issue, which almost 70% of Americans oppose. So we are just saying here that taxpayer money shouldn't be used for it. That's all. This should not be that controversial of an issue. Questions are for Dr. McNamara. I just want to ask you, honestly, you're not concerned about the unknown effects of puberty blockers, hormones, and surgical interventions in kids, the long-term effects, not concerned about that?
Everything I've said here today comes from a place of deep honesty and conviction for the care that I provide and the community that I'm a part of.
You've said that we've cherry-picked data. How do you mean how do you mean that?
So it is very unscientific and flawed to pick a single study or a single statistic and to discuss it in isolation.
Totally agree.
Medical experts are able to talk about all of the evidence as a whole.
Totally agree. So it's good to look at systematic reviews, right? That's the gold standard of evidence when you're trying to understand whether something works or whether it doesn't. So the British Journal of Medicine looked at 61 systematic reviews with the conclusion that, quote, there is great uncertainty about the effects of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries in young people. The Journal of Endocrine Society came up with the same conclusion, even the American Academy of Pediatrics. They all cite the lack of evidence. And so here's the thing. If you're doing a therapy and it's, temporary, whatever, fine, maybe let's try it. Let's see if it works. But when you're talking about permanent physiological changes, do you not agree, just from an ethical standpoint, that you might want extremely strong evidence of the benefits? And there is no systematic review that states that there is strong evidence of benefits.
Sir, are you aware of how the quality evidence grading system works and how it's applied?
Yeah, we've read through it. That's why I'm citing these journals. So which journal says something different? We should have that debate. Tell me a journal that has done systematic reviews that cites different evidence, that cites strong evidence for benefits of these therapies.
The standards of care were developed based on extensive.
You're not telling me any journal, you're not telling me any study. Don't say standards of care.
Yeah. So.
Tell me one.
The standards of care.
That's the standards of care. That's not a journal, that's not a study. That's not an organization, that's not an institution. You're just saying words. Name one study. Yeah. I'm out of time.
Ms. Murphy, you work for the FBI, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Murphy, do you know what elite capture is?
Elite capture?
Yeah, do you know what elite capture is?
No, sir.
So basically, elite capture is used by the CCP as a form of political warfare that seeks to control the actions of political, academic, business, and cultural leaders outside of China to benefit the CCP. The means of control take a variety of forms, including financial incentives, financial dependence, or compromised business entanglements, offers of access to opportunities within China, ideological appeal, and even blackmail. Are you familiar with these techniques, ma'am?
I am familiar with those techniques.
Do you have experience with those techniques, seeing those techniques in your job?
Experience in seeing the Chinese government use those techniques?
Yeah, or any other nation state that wants to compromise U.S. officials.
I don't know that I've seen them personally, but I'm familiar with those techniques, yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Murphy, are you aware that a Chinese spy balloon just recently flew over the U.S. for about a week?
I am.
Ms. Murphy, are you aware that the CCP is buying up U.S. farmland near military bases?
I've heard reports of that. I don't know what evidence I've seen of it.
Okay. Ms. Murphy, does it concern you, some of the revelations that have been coming out of the Oversight Committee about the millions of dollars that have been paid to the Biden family recently?
I'm not aware of money being paid to the Biden family.
Oh, you're not aware of that at all?
No, sir.
That's interesting. You work for the FBI, right?
Yes, sir, I do, but I would respectfully refer you to the investigators over that case. I'm sure we can get you a brief on that. That is not a case that I handle.
Yeah, well, I don't need a brief on that, ma'am, to know that there are nation states that have paid millions of dollars to the Biden family. And that's one of the reasons that we're having this hearing. That's one of the reasons that Americans are so concerned that they see Chinese spy balloons flying over the U.S. for an entire week. That's why they're so concerned that they see these Chinese police stations being set up here. And they're wondering, how could this go on? This doesn't make any sense. And yet, the son of the President of the United States is involved and entangled for many years now in multiple business deals that the president claims he knows nothing about. And you, ma'am, you sit here before the Homeland Security Committee. Our job is to protect the homeland, and you act as if you don't know anything about it. Do you understand why the American people are concerned, ma'am? Yes or no?
I understand why American people should be concerned about the threat from the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah. Do you see any connections with what I talked about when I was talking about elite capture? Do you see, are you connecting the dots at all?
No, sir.
You don't connect the dots? So your job is to protect the American people. I just read you what elite capture is, the summary, the definition of elite capture. Everybody knows in this town what's going on. Everybody knows what's coming out of these committee hearings right now. And it's pretty sad coming from somebody who, as a young man, wanted to be a part of your organization because of the reputation that men and women from the FBI had built up over decades. And now the American people hardly trust the FBI. They struggle with the Department of Justice, quite frankly, generally. They feel as if you don't have the right politics, you can basically do whatever you want. The American people, quite honestly, are wondering why Hunter Biden is still walking the streets. I want to make a comment about something that one of my colleagues who just left the room said. You know, he made a reference to the former president of the United States and his family and their known business dealings in China and other places. You know, I found it interesting because one of the biggest differences between the Trump family and their foreign business dealings and the Biden family and their foreign business dealings is that the Trump family actually owns businesses. They actually own hotels and resorts, okay? Pretty stark difference from what we're learning, what many of us knew, and now we're actually learning as the Oversight and Judiciary Committee actually get to bring in witnesses. You know, the sad thing is, for everybody in this room, everybody in this room, everybody in this town, everybody in this country knows that if the FBI and our DOJ had the type of damning information, hard evidence, bank records, etc., on the money laundering that this president, his family, have been up to the last couple years, and their names were Eric and Don Jr., we wouldn't even be having this hearing. You know why? They'd be in jail. And this is exactly the type of thing I was talking about, Ms. Murphy. And this is exactly why so many of your colleagues have had enough and they've become whistleblowers. Ms. Murphy, what do you think about that? So many of your colleagues have had enough. What do you think about the whistleblowers that just said, I can't do it anymore? I can't cover for the organization, the institution that I work for because I didn't swear an oath to them. I actually swore an oath to the United States and the Constitution. What do you think about that, ma'am? Do you feel like they betrayed the institution, or are you glad that they're up here?
Sir, I appreciate the question. You know, I'm proud and I'm happy that we live in a country where there's whistleblower protection acts and that people can come forward when they think things have been done incorrectly. You know, like, I support the FBI. I think the FBI does amazing work.
You know, ma'am, I think they do some amazing work too. But I think we both know that its reputation is massively tarnished. And I think we're both glad that we have whistleblower provisions in this country. But I think if you weren't under oath and we weren't wearing these clothes and in this room right now and we were having a private conversation, I sure hope there's part of you that is embarrassed and disgusted with what the FBI has been up to. And I know the American people are. I mean, look at the movies growing up. You guys are in like every movie as the hero. When you were a little girl and you were watching movies growing up, did you notice that? Those cool blue jackets with the bright yellow lettering, the FBI on it. Was that pretty cool watching those movies growing up and those TV shows and now getting to work for this organization?
It's amazing to work for this organization. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is there a part of you though that feels torn, ma'am? Like the whistleblowers that are coming up here now in droves that just say, I can't do it anymore. I didn't swear an oath to the FBI. Is there a part of you that feels torn or not at all? Ma'am, I'm asking you a serious question.
Sir, I'm very proud to work for the FBI. I think I stated that.
I know you are. That's not what I asked you, ma'am. I asked you if you feel torn.
Not at the least.
Not the slightest. Well, that's pretty sad, ma'am. That really is. And it really shows who your allegiances are to. It really does. And as somebody who served this country myself, and I come from a very proud unit, the SEAL teams, I know that my allegiances are not to NSW, Naval Special Warfare. They're not to a SEAL team. And I am glad. I am so proud that we have men and women who see their oath to this country and they said, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to go try and straighten this out so that the organization that I love can maybe, just maybe, be turned around, quit being a partisan tool, and actually protect the American people, which it clearly is not doing right now. Thank you.
If you're saving for retirement, this may make you very angry. President Trump recently said, our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Powerful nations are making moves against the US dollar, threatening to devalue it, which could affect prices and retirement savings. Rich Dad, Poor Dad author Robert Kiyosaki said, the US dollar will die. If you agree with President Trump, the dollar is on a downfall, there's a little-known IRS rule that allows investors to buy physical gold inside of their IRAs. Secure your free 2024 Ultimate Guide to Gold IRAs right now and discover why thousands of Americans are moving to physical gold and silver.
If you're saving for retirement, this may make you very angry. President Trump recently said, our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Powerful nations are making moves against the US dollar, threatening to devalue it, which could affect prices and retirement savings. Rich Dad, Poor Dad author Robert Kiyosaki said the US dollar will die. If you agree with President Trump, the dollar is on a downfall. There's a little-known IRS rule that allows investors to buy physical gold inside their IRAs. Secure your free 2024 Ultimate Guide to Gold IRAs right now and discover why thousands of Americans are moving to physical gold and silver.
China is working incredibly aggressively to dominate.
And your administration is helping them now by giving them these tax subsidies. And we are losing thousands of jobs because of your climate mandates that are forcing our production overseas and gutting our workforce. I don't understand it. Secretary Turk, thank you for being here. Nice to see you again. Thanks to both of the witnesses for being here. I want to just talk a little bit about who is really benefiting from this administration's climate agenda and from these draconian electric vehicle mandates. So, Mr. Turk, you've already alluded to this. I know you know the answer to these questions. Currently, one nation accounts for 60% of the world's electric vehicle production. That nation is?
China.
Yeah. One nation accounts for 76% of the world's lithium-ion battery production. That nation is?
China.
Yet your administration, this president's administration, the mandates that you put in place require that 2/3 of our new vehicle sales in just the next 8 years, 2/3 of them be electric vehicles. Your policies are driving us and our supply chains into the hands of our greatest geostrategic enemy, enriching them, enriching their government, while forcing Americans to pay for electric vehicles that on average cost $7,000 more on average than a traditional vehicle, are more expensive to repair and insure, require more frequent replacements of everything from tires to component parts. So, Mr. Turk, why is it good for the American worker that we force our supply chains to a country that's our greatest rival and adversary? And why is it good for the American consumer?
So this is exactly why we're using all the tools that Congress gave us to diversify our supply chains, from the mining piece and especially the processing piece, which is where China really has a stranglehold. So we're making significant progress on lithium, on graphite, you name it, the tools that you all have given us to diversify those supply chains and make sure that we're getting the benefits of that. Our U.S. workers are getting the benefits of that. Citizens in St. Louis, I mentioned in my opening statement some exciting investments that are going on in St. Louis. We want U.S. Workers to benefit from this supply chain and this revolution. And China is absolutely competing. China is going whole hog on EVs and the full supply chain of it. And they're going to compete and outcompete unless we're playing and pushing back and competing with them, which is what we're doing.
Here's what I don't understand then. Why is it, if that is the case, why is it that you are interpreting the administration's climate law, so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which I think, frankly, is bad enough on its own, but you're reinterpreting it now to allow the tax credits to flow to Chinese entities. So now U.S. tax dollars are literally subsidizing Chinese battery makers. Why would we want to do that? Why would we want to not only give our adversary our supply chains and our jobs, but pay them to take them from us? Why does that make any sense?
So I would argue, and certainly want to turn to my Deputy Secretary at Treasury, we are not doing that.
How are you not?
The fact that with the 30D tax credit, only 13 models qualify at this point. Now, we hope more diversification happens and more models qualify for that tax credit is a good data point that we take this very seriously, and we want to have these jobs in the U.S. But let me
wait. I just want to stay with you, Mr. Turk, just because my time is so limited, and this is an important part, and the chairman's brought this up, and I'm glad that he has. This is really, really important. The Inflation Reduction Act, which I did not vote for, but nevertheless, the Inflation Reduction Act said clearly that China, if you are a foreign entity of concern, you don't, which includes China, you don't get the taxpayer subsidy. You don't get the 30D subsidy. You don't get the tax break. And yet your rule allows Chinese companies to get the tax break. It loosens up the restrictions. So now we are subsidizing our rivals. I just don't understand. The chairman's asked you about this repeatedly. I don't understand why we would pay Chinese companies to outcompete us.
So I would strongly disagree with that. I spent a lot of time working with the team, and we worked hand in hand with our Treasury colleagues on the FEOC, the Foreign Entity of Concern, the FEOC standards, and happy to go through the three prongs of that in particular in terms of what our proposal is on the table.
Well, that's the problem, right? Is that the law, which again I didn't support, but the law says just no. It says no. And then you come back and say, it's what we lawyers like to call a multi-factor balancing test, which is usually what courts do when they want to get their way. So it's like, oh, well, let's complicate it. We've got all of these different things. And the effect of it is, this has been widely reported. This isn't my opinion. Everybody understands that what it does is it allows Chinese companies, so long as they're not set up within mainland China, but owned and controlled by China, they can now get the tax credit. I just don't understand why we would use our tax money to pay the Chinese to make these vehicles.
So we're not. Only 13 models, again, have qualified for that 30D tax credit. A lot of companies right now, automakers are scrambling and they're working urgently to make sure that they don't have that.
If your rule had no effect, why would you change it? Why wouldn't you just leave the text of the IRA in place? Why wouldn't you, the flat bar?
All of this is implementing the legislation that's been passed, and happy again to get into the details. Certainly if
Last thing I've got, because my time's expired, I know other senators are waiting to ask questions, but this is important, just about the effect on American workers. Just looking at the news reporting on this, if Ford CEO says that EVs are going to require 40% less labor to produce than traditional cars, as production is shifting to the United States, this labor on, for instance, batteries, EV batteries, is increasingly being done in factories that are co-owned at least by foreign entities, and the wages for workers who are usually not unionized are substantially less than the wages for workers in traditional cars. Now, you mentioned my state. In Wentzville, Missouri, for example, we have almost 4,000 workers in a GM plant there. That's just one plant in just one area of my state. Believe me, I'll take all the jobs you can give me. But I don't want those 3,000 workers to lose their jobs and to have another couple hundred created in some other state in a factory co-owned by a foreign company making half the wages. And that seems to be the trade-off that you're offering to American workers. That doesn't seem like a good trade-off to me. With that, I yield, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Turk, I just want to come back quickly to this question about workers, because I just think it's so important. You know, my friends on the other side of the aisle said that they believe that the overriding crisis is the climate. I just respectfully disagree with that. I think the overriding crisis we're facing is the wages and jobs of American workers. And it truly is a crisis for many, many American families who, you know, both spouses have to work, even when they both work. I'll just tell you a story about in Wentzville, Missouri, recently the UAW strike. I was out on the picket line, and I was listening to one of the workers there who is my age. I'm 44. He's my age. He's not a young man anymore. And he was telling me that he has to, even working full-time and working overtime, he can hardly afford. In fact, he said it takes him 2 paychecks to be able to pay for his rent. In Wentzville, Missouri, you know, this isn't Manhattan, this isn't New York City. You know, this is Wentzville, Missouri. This is an affordable place. That's the crisis we're facing. So in light of that, tell me why this is a good thing. This is from an article in Axios. I just want to quote, even as battery cell production shifts to the United States, that labor will likely be done by non-union workers at factories co-owned by foreign companies. And they, meaning the workers, will make less money than workers at traditional powertrain factories. The article goes on. For example, battery cell factories under construction in Kentucky and Tennessee are co-owned by Ford and a Korean company. They are starting their workers at, on average, $14 an hour less. $14 an hour less than workers who are making engines and transmissions for traditional vehicles. How is that good for American workers?
So let me start with a thanks for focusing on this issue. One of the reasons I got into the government and took this job is I grew up in Illinois, right next to Missouri, although the northwest corner of the state. I was just back visiting with my folks over the holidays. Rock Falls is the name of the hometown, and it's a steel mill community. We've had those in West Virginia and other parts of the country as well. And when I was growing up, the steel mill was basically shutting down my entire childhood. So I got to see very directly what that means to a community, right? The dysfunction that causes in families, the fact that parents can't provide for their kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is near and dear to my heart. I'm honored to work for Secretary Granholm, who was governor of Michigan, who has real life experience in terms of the changes happening in the auto industry and how we can be smart working together and proactive to make sure we've got jobs for folks, high quality, high paying jobs. I also think we're smart enough in the U.S. I think we're exceptional, and we can have those high quality jobs. We can make sure we've got affordability for our consumers, and we can make sure we tackle climate change as well. Transportation is the largest source of our emissions in our country, and we need to take that head on.
But I appreciate that answer, Mr. Turk, but you haven't really answered my question. I mean, let me read to you from another article. This is the Associated Press, and this isn't quoting someone. This is just a statement of fact, and I quote, if electric vehicles replace gas-powered ones, most UAW workers, for example, at engine and transmission plants, will lose their jobs. And if lower-paying battery plants aren't union, workers won't have anywhere near the same wages and benefits. So here, my nightmare scenario is that we repeat, because of this administration's climate agenda, climate fixation, I would argue. We repeat and hypercharge the loss of industry we saw in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, and we do it all over again. And so the remaining few things that we actually produce in this country, like automobiles, we won't produce anymore. And we may produce a few things, but even those will be co-owned with foreign companies. I mean, you mentioned steel. U.S. Steel, an iconic American company, backbone of our steel production in this country, is apparently about to sell to a foreign company. I hope your administration is going to block that sale. I've urged the president to block it. He should absolutely block it. But for heaven's sake, let's not see what remains of our proud and strong auto industry be completely co-opted by foreign governments, foreign entities, and U.S. workers are left with very little. I mean, that's just a nightmare scenario. Wouldn't you agree?
So I'm a firm believer in playing offense. And I think we're playing offense right now. I think we're being intentional. We're being aggressive. We're being purposeful. The fact that we have 136,000 new jobs.
I don't think giving
across the
tax
country,
subsidies to Chinese companies is
including
playing offense, Mr. Turk.
1,250 new jobs in Missouri because of these investments, because of these targeted, directed investments, planning for the future and making sure we're winning and competing against China. China is working incredibly aggressively to dominate.
And your administration is helping them now by giving them these tax subsidies. And we are losing thousands of jobs because of your climate mandates that are forcing our production overseas and gutting our workforce. I don't understand it.
Everything we're doing in this space, and happy to go chapter and verse on all the provisions that we're working on, is to reshore, to make sure that these jobs, to make sure this economic opportunity is U.S. and our allies across the world. We've got a huge economic opportunity here. And the last thing we need to do is sit by idly like what we've done in our country for too long. We're stepping up. We're playing offense. We're winning right now. My biggest fear is that someone puts a brake on it and we're not able to compete. Right now we're competing and we're starting to win.
My biggest fear is that the Wall Street banks, they make a bunch of money on it because they've all invested in these foreign companies. And the foreign companies make a bunch of money on it. And we lose thousands of American jobs and American workers get their pay cut in half. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for indulging me.
Thank you. Let me just first of all thank both of you, Secretary Aldiamo. Thank you for, I know that you're not up to par right now with the COVID, but we look forward to seeing you back in good health soon. And Dave, it's always good to have you here. It was very helpful. I think you know our concerns and our frustrations to a certain extent, but we all do, I mean, I say most of us recognize that the Inflation Reduction Act has tremendous impact on the economy of the United States of America and has taken us through a situation.
Mr. Turk, since I have you before me, last time we talked about the radioactive contamination that the federal government had delivered to the St. Louis and St. Charles regions of my state, and in particular, we talked about Jana Elementary School in the greater St. Louis region, which was then and is now currently closed because of nuclear contamination that private tests found were in the school. Now, when we visited last, this was in February, you told me that you were having conversations about it. I'm just looking at the transcript here. You said, I asked you about the letter from the Hazelwood School District to the Department of Energy requesting additional testing. You said, I've seen their letter, we've talked about it. You said, we're having conversations, including with the Army Corps. You said, again, we're having conversations with the Army Corps. When I asked you what you're going to do, you said, I'll talk to the team. So that's been multiple months ago. Why don't you give me an update? What is the Department of Energy doing?
Yeah, happy to do so. And we have a response letter to your most recent letter.
I've read
it. Should be coming today or tomorrow that I was just
I think
reviewing.
you sent one yesterday. Well, good. Maybe there's more.
There's another one as well. There's two.
Good.
And there's a second one that should be coming today or tomorrow that I spent some time with the team reviewing and making sure we were trying to be as responsive as we possibly could on that front. The Secretary and myself, the head of our legacy management team, Carmelo, is working with the Army Corps and others on this front. And on the testing side in particular, I've pushed the team several times. I said, what can we do? Is there something we can do from the Department of Energy side? And what we can do is work with the Army Corps. And we're happy to be very active with the Army Corps and make sure that they're doing under their authority. FUSRAP gave the authority for these cleanup sites to the Army Corps. We're playing more of a supporting role, but we're happy to not only play that supporting role, but to try to push and work with our interagency partners to be responsive, certainly to listen to the concerns that you've expressed, the concerns of the community. It's a horrific situation. I'm a parent. I've got 3 kids. If this was happening to my school, I would be certainly nervous. If I was a school a few miles away, I'd be nervous as well. So there's an awful lot that we need to do, not just on the science but also on the human element as well. And thank you for all your focus on this very important issue.
Well, when you say that you're happy to do it, to do XYZ, to work with the Army Corps, are you doing it? Are you pushing them to do the additional testing and remediation?
We are having active conversations with the Army Corps.
Well, that's what you said in February.
Well, it's for them because it's under FOOSRAP, for them to make the decisions about where they think it's appropriate to do additional testing. We've had active conversations. We are having conversations about what more they are doing right now, and they are doing more right now. I will let them talk to you about other testing that they
I'm
are
aware of
doing.
what they're doing. Listen, let me tell you what the situation is. Just a few days ago, the Army Corps reported that they've removed 301 truckloads of radioactive dirt from the bank of the creek that's right near the elementary school. Now, this comes after they said for months that there was no contamination anywhere near the elementary school. That's what they said to the community. That's what they said to the parents. That's what they said to the school district. And they said they wouldn't do any more testing. That was your responsibility to do the additional testing. You said, no, it's not. It's their responsibility. So currently nobody's doing anything more additionally. And this isn't just a few months, Mr. Turk. This is 70 years. Since 1949, there has been contamination, radioactive contamination in the water, in the soil, all over the St. Louis region. That's a heck of a long time. And for 70 years, what we now know, we've discovered even since you and I talked last, because of the efforts of St. Louis residents who got FOIA materials that showed that the federal government knew from the 50s and 60s forward that there was significant radioactive contamination, and they did nothing about it, and they systematically misled and lied to the residents of St. Louis and St. Charles region and said, no, it's okay, play in the creek, it's fine, there's nothing we can do here. So it's just the same old story over and over. So I don't want to hear about conversations, I want to hear about action. I want that school reopened. Now tell me about the Weldon Springs site, which is another of these nuclear contamination sites. You have total ownership of that. When is it going to be fully remediated?
So the response that we've got for you lays out the history, and we've looked
I know the history. Tell me when it's going to be remediated.
In our archives, of course, the Department of Energy was created in the 70s, but we've got precursor agencies that were responsible for the kinds of time periods you're talking about, and we lay that history out just from our records, but happy to go into any level of detail in terms of what the government did or didn't do at 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, at least based on our record along those lines. We're very focused on the creek. I've got a map here right in front of me looking at all the schools and others in the vicinity of the watershed in the creek area, and have asked our legacy management team, which is the responsible
But
part.
when is the Weldon Springs site, which is squarely under your jurisdiction, when's it going to be remediated?
So we'll have to get back to you on that. I don't have the
heaven's
exact
sake.
date on that.
Did you not think I'd ask that today? I mean, I've written it to you. I've written to you about it multiple times. I mean,
We're happy, Senator, whether in a hearing or frankly in
yeah, but here,
any other
this is how
setting,
this
talk
goes.
to you and
You were
now.
before me in February, and you said, I'll have a bunch of conversations, I'll get back to you. It's September. Now you're saying, I'll have a bunch of conversations, I'll get back to you. Are we going to be having this conversation again in 6 months or 9 months?
So I can get you that information today. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Today would be
Happy to
good.
get it back to you today.
Good. I'll hold you to that, and I'm glad we're in an open forum here. So let's get that done, and let's get a date fixed on when the remediation of Weldon Spring. And for those who are wondering, well, he was talking about an elementary school a second ago, now is this other site? Yeah, that's because there are multiple sites in the St. Louis and St. Charles regions affecting thousands of people over 70 years who have been exposed to this contamination and lied to about it. So yeah, I'm not happy about it. Last question for you. I recently submitted an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act that would provide compensation to the victims of this nuclear contamination. I am delighted to say it passed the Senate, and as I look across the dais here, just about every person on that side of the dais over there voted for it. I thank each of you. Thank you for it. Senator Lujan and I worked together on this. The President Biden, has said that he thinks it is vitally important to get these folks compensated for what has happened to them. Do you agree with that? Do you support our legislation to compensate the victims in St. Louis and elsewhere of nuclear contamination and radioactive waste?
So certainly support the intent behind the legislation. It's the Department of Justice that's the relevant agency here, so I can't speak for them or speak for the administration as a whole.
You won't agree with the President?
What's that?
You won't agree with the president?
I will always agree with the president.
Okay. Well, let me ask you again. Do you support the legislation
Senator, can we hold?
to compensate the victims of this nuclear contamination, radioactive waste?
Again, I'll leave it to the president to speak about administration policy on this. I've not seen what he said.
Senator, if you want to follow up with a second round, we'll let everybody get their first round in. We'll come back, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Director Ray, let me start with you if I could. I think the last time that I got to visit with you was back in August 4th of this year. You were at the Senate Judiciary Committee. You remember that, I assume. We had to cut that hearing short. We were supposed to do 2 rounds of questions. You said you had to be somewhere, so we cut it short. Republicans were not able to ask a second round as we had been informed we would. The press reported shortly thereafter that the reason that the hearing had to be cut short is because you were flying on a Gulfstream jet for a personal vacation in the Adirondacks. Please tell me that's not accurate.
Senator, the hearing was not cut short from my experience. We had agreed beforehand on the time and length of it, and I was very surprised to find that anyone on the committee was surprised. As to how I fly, I am required, not only permitted, but required to fly on an FBI plane wherever I go. That's
so you were going on vacation?
I was, yes.
So you left a statutorily required oversight hearing in order to go on a personal vacation in the Adirondacks?
I took a flight to go visit my family, as had been previously arranged in conjunction with the leadership of the committee.
The ranking member, Chuck Grassley, asked you during the hearing, he said, I assume you must have other business. You said, yes. He then said, if you have a business trip, you've got your own plane, can't it wait a while? He then said, Chuck Grassley, we only just heard half an hour ago that now you have to leave. We were going to have a 7-minute round followed by a 3-minute round. I've got 7 people on my side of the aisle, that included me, who are waiting for this additional round. Is there any reason we can't accommodate them for 21 minutes? And you said you had a plane to catch. You had somewhere to go. And now we find out it was for vacation?
The reference to other business was not a reference to that day. It was a reference to the following week where Senator Grassley and I were going to see each other in Iowa when I had other business in Iowa, and I did in fact see him then.
So wait, you had to leave the hearing early because you're going to see him later in Iowa in a week?
No, I had to leave when I said I was going to have to leave, as had been previously organized with the leadership of the committee.
You left an oversight hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee required by statute so you could vacation with your family. I find that absolutely unbelievable and frankly indefensible. Now, is it your practice to use government planes? You say you do this all the time. You flew in a Gulfstream 550, I think, that was originally purchased for counterterrorism purposes. You were using it to go to, what is it, Saranac Lake? Is that how I say it? I've never been there. Is that the right pronunciation? Saranac Lake? That was your destination?
Yes.
So, did you enjoy the flight? I mean, did you pay for it?
Yes, I paid for it.
Will you turn over all receipts and reimbursement to this committee?
Senator, we will be happy to comply with oversight requests related to the use of the plane, as I said, and it's important for people to understand.
Why don't you just give me a yes? Will you turn over the receipts for your flight?
I will turn over the information related to my use of the plane. The use of the plane, I am required, not just permitted, required, even for personal travel, to use the FBI plane.
How convenient for you.
And I pay every single time that I use the plane for personal
I'm
use.
glad it's available for you to jet away from your statutorily required hearings and oversight before this Congress, where you denied the ability of members of Congress to ask you questions because you had to go on a personal vacation using a government plane. Let's just look at some of the things while you've been vacationing that your FBI has been doing. According to numerous whistleblowers who have come forward to members of this body, to members of the House, the FBI has been sending more than, in one instance, a dozen armed agents to a rural Pennsylvania home of a Catholic pro-life demonstrator to arrest him at gunpoint in front of his children in early morning hours, despite the fact that he posed no risk of violence or threat and had previously offered to turn himself in. Numerous whistleblowers, field agents, have alleged that D.C., your headquarters, has pulled them off working on child sex abuse cases, working on human trafficking cases, in order to work on January 6th matters for this reason, to give the appearance, they say, that there are hundreds of new domestic terrorism cases in the country, when in fact there are not. Whistleblowers, field agents have also said that D.C. has ordered the use of SWAT teams on nonviolent suspects who may have attended a January 6th rally, and they have been ordered to conduct surveillance and knock on doors of people who were not even in D.C. on January 6th. And again, all of this, according to the whistleblowers, these are your agents, all of this in order to make it look as if there's a mass surge in domestic terrorism all across the country, when in fact, the stats are being padded by political directive in your office. They also say, these whistleblowers, the D.C. leadership deliberately suppressed investigations into Hunter Biden, contrary to FBI procedure, and have also retaliated against FBI agents and whistleblowers who have contacted Congress, which, by the way, they are protected by statute to do so. This is what's happening at your FBI while you are evading oversight hearings. Mr. Director, do you think you're still up to this job?
I absolutely think I'm still up to this job, and I think our workforce feels the same way.
Well, I don't. And frankly, I think you should have been gone a long time ago. And given your behavior recently, I think it only makes it more clear. Are there any travel plans today that we should be aware of that you have? We're supposed to have a second round. Will you be here for that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, thank you for being here. I noticed with interest in your written testimony that you said, and I'm quoting you now, the FBI uses all tools available at its disposal to combat domestic terrorism, which now apparently includes the crime of being Catholic. Let's talk a little bit about the FBI's egregious targeting of Catholic Americans. You have repeatedly been asked about the memo generated by the Richmond field office, we now know in collaboration with multiple other field offices, about recruiting sources in Catholic churches. You have repeatedly said that no human sources were approached. This is you on July the 12th in the House. You were asked directly by Jim Jordan, do you think that priests ought to be approached to give information on parishioners? You said, no, sir, no, sir. You went on to say, we do not recruit, open, or operate human sources. We do not report on religious organizations. You went on to say, this product, meaning the Richmond memo, has not resulted in any investigative action. But now we know that, in fact, FBI agents did approach a priest and a choir director to ask them to inform on parishioners. So were you lied to when you gave this testimony, or were you lying to Congress?
Neither. So your question conflates two different things. There's the intelligence product itself, which the Richmond field office created. It was written by, as our inspection found, by analysts in Richmond, reviewed by people in Richmond, and captioned Richmond field office product. Separately from that, there was an investigation of a specific individual who was amassing Molotov cocktails and posting about killing people, and it does not surprise me that there were people who knew that subject in that investigation, that is the guy building the Molotov cocktails and trying to kill people, that people talked to the witnesses who knew that person, and I think the product, the Richmond intelligence product, which cites that investigation, is actually pretty transparent about exactly what I just said.
No, I don't think so at all. In fact, the only reason we know this is a whistleblower has come forward and told the House under oath that the FBI went and interviewed priests and choir directors in the Richmond area. The House goes on to say that the FBI has repeatedly refused to disclose this information. The only reason we know it is because a whistleblower came forward with it. Just like the only reason we know about this memo is because a whistleblower came forward with it. How many other parishes around the country have priests or choir directors been approached? By the way, are Catholic choirs now, are they breeding grounds for domestic terrorism? Is this your latest theory? How many other parishes have FBI agents approached priests and choir directors to ask about parishioners?
Look, Senator, we do not and will not conduct investigations based on anybody's exercise of their constitutionally
You
protected
have
religion.
done so, and your memo explicitly asks for it. Your memo labels traditional Catholics as racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists in need of investigation. You have a list of churches, a list in the memo. You've repeatedly said we don't target churches, we don't list churches. They're listed in the memo. So how many other parishes have you gone to talk to choir directors, for heaven's sake?
As I've
know the answer to that question.
No, I don't know the answer to that question, but I can tell you that we don't investigate people for their exercise of their constitutionally protected religious expression.
I
That
just can't-
particular intelligence product is something that as soon as I saw it, I was aghast. I had it withdrawn.
Really, you were aghast?
I
And-
was.
oh, really? And
Yes,
what
sir.
have you done about it? Did you fire the people who wrote it?
No, I had it withdrawn.
Have you fired anybody involved in it?
Senator, if you would give me a chance to answer
That's a
your
yes or a
question.
no. It's not hard. Have you fired anyone involved in the writing of that outrageous memo, about which, frankly, you've repeatedly misled the public? Yes or no?
The individuals involved in that
Have you
product
fired
were not
anyone?
just a minute, were not found to have engaged in any intentional or bad faith conduct. And in fact, Senator, a number of the individuals
answer is no.
involved in writing that product in the Richmond office were themselves Catholic. So the notion
Oh, I see.
that
So
they were
therefore
targeting their own faith
Oh, so they
is
have a
nonsense.
get out of jail free card. I see. I
They-
see. So
I
you're
did
immune
not
and
say
they're
that.
immune. So we shouldn't ask questions about it. You haven't done a darn thing. You haven't fired anybody. In fact, what the House found is, what is it? You admonished them. They were admonished. And their respective supervisors were told to engage with the Human Resources Division to ensure that deficiencies are addressed. Oh, well, I feel much better. They've been sent to bed without food. Good heavens, Director. This is one of the most outrageous targetings. You have mobilized your division, the most powerful law enforcement division in the world, against traditionalist Catholics, whatever the heck that means. And you're just told us you have not fired a single person. I mean, here, it gets worse. Your Richmond field office, they thought there was nothing wrong with this. The House interviewed the head of the Richmond field office. He testified. It's all here in the public report. I refer you to it, pages 12, 13, 14. He testified he saw no problem with this. He said he thought it was fine. In fact, we have internal memoranda of the members of the field office high-fiving. One peer reviewer, another member of the field office wrote, "I think this is a great product. I really enjoyed the read." Do you have a problem with systemic bigotry against Catholics in the FBI?
No.
What are you going to do about this? Are you going to fire these people or not?
Those individuals have all been admonished, and it is all going into their,
Admonished.
if you would let me finish my answer, it is all going into their annual performance reviews, which has direct impact on their compensation, among other things.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I see. So the 60 million American Catholics who now learn that your FBI has recommended that priests be recruited as informants, your FBI has gone to priests, choir directors, but we're to feel better because you've admonished them for their wrongdoing.
You again are conflating two different
No, I'm
things.
not.
When
I am
we
taking
are,
your testimony where you said you do not. You said categorically, you said we do not go to priests and ask them about their parishioners. You said we do not. You didn't say we haven't. You didn't say we won't. You said we don't. As it turns out, you do. And you kept it from the public. You deliberately misled Congress about it. And the only reason we know about it is because a whistleblower came forward.
I just
That's the truth.
fundamentally disagree with your characterization.
There's no characterization. The facts are the facts. And I fundamentally resent the fact that you have violated, if not the spirit, if not the letter, certainly the spirit of the First Amendment, and used your law enforcement agency against Catholics in this nation. Let me ask you about one other thing. Last time you were here, you had to leave early to take a jet to your vacation in the Adirondacks. Now, let me just ask you this. A whistleblower tells us that you also maintain a home in Atlanta to which you fly on a regular basis. I'm told by this whistleblower from the FBI that you use the FBI jet to make that travel. Is that correct?
All of my travel, personal or work-related, is required to be done on FBI planes. That is longstanding policy. It goes back well over a decade.
I'll take that as a yes. The whistleblower also says that you regularly require the jet, which is based in Manassas, to be flown to D.C. because, and I quote now, Ray doesn't like to sit in traffic. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
He also says that you pay only the lowest cost commercial ticket for that Atlanta to D.C. trip, which is, I don't know, what, $200 or something? When, of course, it costs $20,000, $30,000 to operate the jet. Is that correct?
The reimbursement that I provide is reimbursement that is set by OMB policy, and I follow that policy, which goes back over a decade, and I think has been chronicled in a GSA report from back in like 2013.
You
all of
provide
these
all the
issues.
records to this committee of your travel and relevant use
I'll
of the
provide
FBI
whatever information is appropriate, absolutely.
data? Well, appropriate. I mean, everything that we asked for?
We will follow up with you about providing information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, welcome. As you know, I am deeply concerned about the conduct of both the Department of Justice and the FBI, particularly in the last 3 years during the Biden administration. I think the Department of Justice has been profoundly politicized under Attorney General Merrick Garland, and I think the FBI has as well. And unfortunately, I think you've been unwilling to stand up to senior career officials in the FBI who's allowed the FBI to be politicized. I'll tell you, I regularly speak with FBI agents across the country who are unhappy about the integrity of the institution being weakened because DOJ is being treated as a political weapon. I want to talk in particular about the investigation into multiple allegations of corruption concerning Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. Because the Department of Justice has, I think from the outset, tried at every step to stop investigation into corruption from Joe Biden. As you're aware, a WhatsApp text message was sent to Henry Zhao, a senior Chinese communist, from Hunter Biden that reads as follows. I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand. And now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability to hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Now, Democrats and those in the media trying to defend the White House repeatedly say there is no direct evidence of Joe Biden's involvement in his son's corruption. Well, this is a text that is direct evidence that is stating that it is his father that is going to retaliate. Now, an IRS whistleblower, Gary Shapley, testified before the House of Representatives that the natural step he wanted to follow was to determine whether Joe Biden was in fact sitting next to his father when this threat was made to extort millions of dollars from a Chinese communist. And what the IRS whistleblower testified is that when he tried to find out whether Joe Biden was sitting next to Hunter, that the DOJ blocked getting the GPS data on Joe Biden's phone. Did the FBI try to ascertain where Hunter Biden was and where Joe Biden was when this text was sent?
Well, I think the questions you're asking go to the ongoing investigation being led by Special Counsel Weiss, and so I'm not going to be able to discuss what is or isn't in scope.
So look, there's been testimony under oath from the IRS whistleblower that you did not seek the GPS data. And you're right, David Weiss, the special prosecutor, is in charge of it. And it is David Weiss and his underlings who, according to the IRS whistleblowers, have alleged that they're the ones trying to stop the investigation. They allowed the statute of limitations to run on many of the most serious violations. Not only that, IRS whistleblower Shapley testified that on September 3rd, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf explicitly told investigators that despite having probable cause to search, quote, there is no way a search warrant would be approved when the evidence in question was located inside of Vice President Biden's guest house. Wolf stated that, quote, the optics prevented such a search. Is the FBI, do they make a routine practice of allowing partisan political optics to prevent investigating serious evidence of corruption?
My instructions to our people on this and on every other investigation are that we are to follow the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it, no matter what political influence
Then why
there
did
may
you
be
get
out
the
there.
GPS data on where Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were?
Again, Senator, with respect, I can't
But
discuss
it's
an
not
ongoing
with respect.
investigation.
And Director Wray, you and I have gone round and round on this because I understand. Anytime you're asked about this, the answer is it's an ongoing investigation. Of course, the investigation isn't ongoing. You're not doing the work. You got whistleblowers pointing out that you're not doing the work. and you are hiding behind the skirts of the Attorney General. Look, the whistleblower also testified that the Attorney General, when he came before Congress, go to the next chart, came before Congress, lied under oath to this committee. The Attorney General testified to this committee in response to my questioning. I have pledged not to interfere with the Hunter Biden investigation, and I have carried through on that pledge. The IRS whistleblowers have alleged the Attorney General lied under oath, a felony. Was the Attorney General telling the truth when he said this? Do we have the chart? We don't have the chart. Was the Attorney General telling the truth when he said, I have pledged not to interfere with the Hunter Biden investigation, and I have carried through on my pledge?
Again, I can't speak to the Attorney General's testimony. I can only tell you what my instructions have been to our people, and I
Has
expect
there
those
been
to be
political
followed.
interference in the investigation into Hunter Biden and Joe Biden?
Not that I have experienced.
Were the investigators allowed to investigate whether Joe Biden was complicit in the corruption?
Again, there is an ongoing investigation.
I'm asking you about
being led.
corruption from DOJ. Were they allowed to investigate Joe Biden, or is the whistleblower telling the truth that DOJ said Joe Biden's off limits, no questions about the big guy?
And as to what is in scope or not in scope of the ongoing investigation, I would refer you to Special Counsel Weiss. That is not me hiding behind anything, Senator. That is a longstanding policy that has been in place
Director
through
Wray,
multiple
you
administrations,
have a
going back years and years and
have a
years.
responsibility to the FBI, not to allow it to be a partisan tool and a partisan weapon. The testimony, and by the way, the FBI has done nothing.
And I have not, and I will not.
Have you opened an investigation into whether the Attorney General lied under oath to Congress and whether the Attorney General obstructed justice?
I'm not going to go down that road here.
I know you're not. That's the point. Nobody thinks you've opened an investigation because you're not willing to. And the amazing thing is, Director Wray, I've known you 30 years. You're not a partisan Democrat. You're simply sitting blithely by while career partisans in your agency allow it to be weaponized. And you are damaging the FBI, and you are damaging the Department of Justice. Let me ask you also, the whistleblower testified that investigators wanted to execute a search warrant on a storage unit used by Hunter Biden, and instead they tipped off Hunter Biden's lawyer before the search warrant was carried out. Is it typical FBI practice to tip off the subject of a search warrant before the search warrant so they can remove any evidence that's incriminating?
What is typical is that when you're dealing with an individual who has a protective detail, it is typical for agents to be in contact with the subject's protective detail.
Does the protective detail guard the storage unit?
Again, I can't speak to the storage unit specifically, but I can tell you is that when it comes to...
Why would the FBI tip off the subject of a search warrant about the storage unit that was going to be searched beforehand? Does that not undermine the very essence of an investigation that DOJ is purporting to undertake?
Again, I'm not going to be able to discuss specific investigative steps that we're taking.
If you're not, nobody answers these questions, and it's why people are furious with the cover-up, because you don't believe the FBI is accountable to Congress or to the American people.
Your time is up. Director Wray has requested a 5-minute recess. 5 minutes.
Let me just, Senator, if I might just quickly respond and then go to the break. Thank you. I understand why this is frustrating. I do. But it is also the case that these policies that I am referring to about my inability to discuss ongoing investigations, and certainly internal deliberations related to ongoing investigations, are policies that have not only been in place for many, many years through multiple administrations of both parties, but in fact, these were policies that were actually strengthened under the last administration, and that my predecessor was faulted in a fairly scathing Inspector General report for not following. And so I keep that in my mind.
You have an obligation
when
to call it out.
Engaged in this job. Thank you.
You have an obligation to call out corruption.
In a world where economic certainty seems like a thing of the past, you need to be prepared for anything and everything. As an investor, understanding the threats to your financial future is not just useful, it's essential. Welcome to the Economic Crisis Toolkit, mitigating risks, maximizing returns.
I'm Kevin Sorbo, and I partnered with Noble Gold Investments to bring you the series because I look out at the world and I don't like what I see. I've seen our society drift into uncharted waters, led astray by promises of progress that mask the decline of our values and safety. More than that, I see a country on the verge of economic upheaval, a country where the foundation of our prosperity is under threat. This moment calls for not just awareness, but action. We fought hard for our economic freedom and prosperity. Now it's time to protect it. When an economic crisis hits, there's a phenomenon called the flight to value. This is a rapid movement away from risky assets like stocks, cryptocurrencies, and speculative investments towards assets with intrinsic value and stability during turbulent times. What value do you think everyone flocks to? Gold. Throughout this series, I'll show you why gold must be a part of your portfolio. I'm also going to show you why you can't wait to invest, and why investing during calm periods in the market is the safest and wisest time. It's during tranquil moments you can plan without market pressure influencing your decisions. I want you to position yourself before the flight to value. If you're there first, you will benefit from the unprepared scrambling to protect themselves and driving up prices. Currently, we are facing 5 economic threats that could reshape our world. What are these economic events? De-dollarization. The US dollar is under attack. There's a global shift away from the dollar that threatens the stability of the US dollar and leaves our economy vulnerable. Inflation is surging. It's a silent thief that erodes our purchasing power and diminishes the value of our hard-earned wealth. Recession. As economic growth slows and unemployment rises, we could experience the next Great Recession. Bank failures. 2023 showed us a glimpse of the cracks in the foundation of these supposedly strong financial institutions. And finally, government debt. Our debt is soaring. We are drowning in obligations we'll never be able to repay. Now, one of these events is enough to destabilize your financial security and impact your well-being. Imagine 2 or more hit at once. In this series, we dive into each of these threats so you can understand their implications, how they interconnect, and most importantly, the strategies to safeguard yourself against them. It's time to transform uncertainty into opportunity. So, how do you protect yourself? You build a bulletproof portfolio. You follow the lead of our wealthiest and most informed investors. What are they doing? Buying gold. Billionaires and central banks have been buying gold at unprecedented levels. In April of 2023, Stanley Druckenmiller, one of our country's greatest investors, stated the only place he had any risk was in the US dollar. He was long gold and short dollars. It makes a lot of sense when you look out and see economic uncertainty on the horizon. But it's not just billionaires. The World Gold Council reported that 2022 was a record year for central bank gold buying. Gold purchases increased by 152%. Total gold demand in 2023 eclipsed that mark, leading to the highest on record. Countries like China, Russia, and Turkey have been stockpiling gold to diversify their reserves and hedge against geopolitical risks. Shouldn't you do the same? Gold is the bedrock of wealth preservation and economic stability. In times of de-dollarization, gold stands as a universal currency. Against inflation, it preserves value. Throughout a recession, it remains resilient. Amidst banking collapses, it offers safety. In facing government debt, it ensures financial security. Gold is essential for surviving the economic storms ahead. You know, it's funny, all these talking heads and pundits say gold is dead and knock its viability, yet every world superpower is building up its reserves. Did you know the United States holds the most gold in the world? Over 8,000 tons. It's almost as if everyone is lying to the public so they don't create panic and volatility in the gold market. I measure men by actions, not by words. Words are cheap. Words are nothing. Actions are proof. The actions I see tell me gold is more valuable than the words coming out of their mouths let on. In the United States, on average, we experience an economic downturn every 6.5 years. Let's arm ourselves with the knowledge to be proactive and the wisdom to use gold as our shield against tomorrow's uncertainty. The confidence to face economic turmoil comes from having a solid plan to protect ourselves and our families. Action beats reaction. The dollar has been the world's reserve currency for decades, but a new movement is gaining traction, and its goal is to threaten the dollar's status. In the next episode, we'll uncover the first of our 5 economic threats: de-dollarization. Until then, stay informed, stay hedged.
Senator, you don't get to control what questions I ask or don't ask. And quite frankly, I think what you're doing is abusive. And I'm going to call you out on it, okay?
Oh, I'm going to call you out many times too.
Well, that's fine. And Mr. Chairman, I have to say in conclusion, you may not like my questions, but I'm going to keep asking them. I made a commitment to the people of my state. I'm going to come right here. I'm going to be a bulldog. I'm going to ask the questions, and you can interrupt me as much as you want, cut me off, take my time away, but I promise you I'm not going to stop. Mr. Boudreau, let me start with you. Are you aware that there is currently a strike going on nationwide by auto workers in this country?
I'm aware of the auto workers strike. Yes.
So I just returned from my home state of Missouri. We're in Wentzville, Missouri. That's right outside St. Louis. About 4,000 workers are striking. I was on the picket line with them on Monday, talking to them about their concerns, what it is they hope for their future. I talked to folks who were as young as 20 and had been there for a couple of months, and folks who had been there for 40 years and were nearing retirement. And one thing I heard consistently is they're worried about the future of their jobs. You know, the younger workers, is there going to be auto working jobs in this country after this administration finishes forcing the auto industry into an electric vehicle production that is made predominantly overseas? I'm sure you know where most electric vehicles are made in the world.
It is an enormous priority for the administration, part of the reason why the president himself joined auto workers in the strike to
where are 54% of electric vehicles made globally?
The entire point of
where are 54% of electric vehicles made globally?
The whole point is...
No, I'm asking you a question. Where are 54% of electric vehicles made globally? You don't know?
I don't know about that number. I know that
the answer is China. Where is the critical? Wait, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Where is 73% of cobalt refining? Where does it take place globally?
Overseas.
Where specifically?
Probably China.
Yeah, China. Where is most cobalt mining performed? Who owns most of the cobalt mines in the world?
Probably most of that sourcing is in Africa.
China has the majority. 77% of electric vehicle cathodes are made in China. 92% of anodes are made in China. 66% of battery cells are assembled in China. The New York Times recently did a report on this. The New York Times, not a notably right-wing publication, that said, can the world make an electric car battery without China? Their conclusion, the only winner so far is China. My question is, why would we want to make our auto industry dependent on supply chains in China? Why is that a good idea?
We don't.
Then why are you doing it?
The entire point of this conversation, the entire point of this hearing is to domesticate and make more reliable the sourcing of the materials to support.
Then why are you shutting down critical mining in the United States?
We're not.
You are. Why did you close the Twin Metals mine in this country earlier this year? 225,000 acres in Minnesota, which mines critical minerals like copper, nickel, cobalt.
Again, the entire point of this conversation is to do mining in a responsible way that also reconciles with...
In a responsible way. First of all, answer my question. Why did you close the Twin Metals mine?
Because of the threat to the boundary waters, which is one of the largest economic drivers in Minnesota.
So you think that we shouldn't have critical supply chains in the United States, jobs, good-paying jobs with labor protections in the United States?
Not at the expense of one of the richest fisheries in the United States and the world, such as in Alaska and the Pebble Mine. Not at the
Twin Metals mine isn't in Alaska. It's in Minnesota. It's 225,000 acres in Minnesota.
Correct. And my point is, as we look to accelerate the development of domestic critical mineral mining, We have to do it in a way that does not conflict with and deplete other important aspects of the economy. In northern Minnesota, that includes the recreation economy and the boundary waters, which is one of the main drivers of tourism.
So you're going to prioritize recreation over good-paying jobs here in this country for mining? You're going to withdraw this mine that has been online and now shutter it?
The number of jobs generated by the boundary waters and tourism dramatically outpaces the potential of that mine.
I thought it was critical that we had supply chains in this country, and yet you're shutting down critical mineral production in this country. Do you know instead what that's making us reliant on? Do you know what China's labor practices are? For instance, at their cobalt mine in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Have you seen the reporting on this?
You'll get no argument for me that domestic sourcing...
They use child labor is the answer to my question. Child labor. In harrowing conditions.
And also religious
China
minorities.
uses Uyghur labor,
Yes.
slave
Yes,
labor.
They do. Yes, they do.
And yet, you are making us dependent on imports from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, controlled by China, from Chinese-controlled and owned mines all across the world. You're shutting down our mines here in the United States.
Well, we disagree about all of that.
Would you support, well, facts are facts, and sometimes they're tough. But what's going to be really tough is when we don't have any auto jobs left in this country because you ship them all overseas, when we can't mine anything in this country because you're shutting it all down. And we all know why. It's in pursuit of your radical environmentalist agenda. That's the real answer
Senator,
here.
Your time is up. Let me just say this, Senator, that first of all, the Twin Metals project has never operated. It's never been operational.
You know, Senator, with due respect, I've sat here and listened to my colleagues who went 2 and 3 minutes over. So I've been very patient. I think I'm the last person to question. Maybe it's Senator Lee.
Senator Lee's waiting for you.
Okay. Well,
You
I'd be
back, you want
happy to.
second round?
That'd be
Second
fine.
round?
I'll sit here. I'm happy to do it. I'm
We're
sure
not
you'll
here-
give me some time.
We're not here to berate. We're basically here to try to get information how to do it. We've passed legislation, which I don't think you voted for, that give us more dependency as far as...
Senator, I'm here to ask questions and to get answers.
Well, you're here to, it's demagoguery. I mean, you're basically attacking every witness we have. You always have. I'm sorry, we just disagree, okay? And we're going to go with our second round. Let me just say this to Senator Hawley. I'm sorry if you believe I've been differential. But on that, I know our busy schedules you have and other different committees. Everything that you are saying, we feel the same, and it's been bipartisan on both sides. I'm going to go to Senator Murkowski first for her second round, then come right back to you.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. I just say this, though. Don't characterize my questions as demagoguery when I'm trying to get answers.
Sir,
We've had people in front of here, up at this committee.
We've been through this because everybody basically has asked the same questions you were on that.
Senator, you don't get to control what questions I ask or don't ask.
No,
and
no,
quite
no, I'm
frankly,
just
I
saying
think
the
what
way
you're
we
doing
ask
is
it.
abusive.
We've been
and I'm going to
talking.
call you out on it, okay?
Oh, I'm going to call you out many times, too.
Well, that's fine.
There's not a problem, but I'm in chairman right now, and you're out of order.
Mr. Boudreaux, let's come back to the question of the Congo that we were talking about. So if you are opposed to the child labor practices of China in the Congo, will you support the legislation introduced by some of our colleagues in the House that would prohibit all imports of cobalt mined using child or forced labor?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that legislation.
Senator Boudreaux, if you could put your microphone so we could just put it over towards you, because I think, there you go, like that. Okay.
I'm not familiar with that legislation. I do agree with you that those types of practices are practices that we need to eliminate from our sourcing of critical minerals.
So you would support a prohibition, you would support a ban on imports in principle of any of these critical minerals that have been mined using child labor?
No, I support working hard to transition away from sources that use those types of practices.
Well, why not ban it? Why not say if it's got child labor in the supply chain, we're not going to import it in this country. We're not
that
going
would
to
have
prop up
massive
child. Wait, I'm not
implications
done
for the
yet. We're not going
I'm
to. We're not going to prop up child labor in this country or fund it.
I think an abrupt ban would, again, I haven't studied this issue. One of the questions I would ask in connection with a ban like that would be what the impacts, including economic disruption, of such a ban would be.
Well, the impact would make slave labor and child labor extremely expensive. It would make American labor a lot more attractive. That's what it would do. It would incentivize jobs with labor protections in this country. Shouldn't we want that?
Again, I haven't reviewed that legislation. I don't know what the impacts of it would be. I agree with you that getting reliable sourcing that does not associate with those types of practices should be the goal of the United States.
But you can't agree that we should ban it.
Again, I haven't studied the legislation. It's hard for me.
Well, then
to
what,
answer that
I guess,
question.
let me just ask you a broader question. What steps are you taking to decouple American mineral production from slave labor then?
Slave labor is completely illegal in the United States, has been since the 19th century. And so the domestic sourcing in the United States is preferable over activities like you're describing in the Congo.
But yeah, obviously. But we are reliant, as you and I talked about in our first round of questioning, we are heavily reliant on supply chains that is shot through with slave labor and child labor in China, in the Congo, elsewhere. So my question is, what are you doing to decouple us from those supply chains? You won't support a ban on child labor. So what do you propose then?
This was the purpose of the interagency working group that I chaired. This is the entire thrust of the report that we issued earlier this month, is how do we increase the reliable sourcing of these materials. I think Dr. Yergin makes an excellent point about refining as well, to decouple, again, our reliance on sources that involve practices that are abhorrent to us.
Well, all I can say is, I don't know why it makes any sense to be shutting down critical mineral supply chains in this country, shutting down mines in this country, mandating further reliance on China and other overseas supply chains that are dependent on slave labor and child labor, while workers in our country are facing the loss of their jobs. I think it's just crazy, to be honest with you. I think it's just crazy. And Mr. Chairman, I have to say in conclusion, you may not like my questions, but I'm going to keep asking them. I made a commitment to the people of my state. I'm going to come right here. I'm going to be a bulldog. I'm going to ask the questions, and you can interrupt me as much as you want, cut me off, take my time away, but I promise you I'm not going to stop.
I would never do. Let me just tell you one thing. I agree with what you're saying. I just don't like the way you say it. How's that?
That's your right, but you know
We
what?
have a different.
I'm going to keep on keeping on.
Here's the thing. We all agree. You know, if you'd have been able to be here, and I know because of other committee assignments, but we were going through all of these things. That was the only thing I got frustrated on. So with that being said, there's not a person here who doesn't understand. We are absolutely upset. This whole thing about the Congo, I've been speaking to people down there. It's horrible what's going on. They want to change. They're going to have our help. And I agree with you. We shouldn't accept any child labor. I'm on the bill, I think. But with all that being said, we've got to do more permitting here. We've got to do, because basically we're allowing the EV, our whole EV dependency now, moving in that market quicker than what we can ever supply. And my whole reason to basically fight this administration is because I do not want to become dependent on our, basically, our transportation mode on an unreliable supply chain. That's what will happen. I've waited for, I was old enough in '74, we talked about that, oil embargo. I had to wait in line to buy gas to go to work. I don't want to wait in line to buy a battery from China to go to work. So I agree, we're on the same path, I think. We just have a different way of approaching it, that's all. And that, I respect that.
If the mother and the baby are healthy, and we're a week before birth, and the parents change their mind and say, we don't want a boy, we want a girl, abort the baby who happens to be a girl, would you support that right?
I know no one who would go as far as what you're indicating,
Well, then why wouldn't you say you would oppose it?
because I'm telling you where I stand.
No,
And I
you're
have
not.
been very
You're
clear on
dodging
that for a
and
long
bobbing
time.
and weaving and flip-flopping like a
Let me
bank
stand as
cat.
still as you'd like. Senator, I won't move, and
Let me
I'll just
ask
move
you
my
again.
lips.
If a week before birth, baby healthy, mother healthy, would you support the right to an abortion because the parents dislike the gender of the baby? Yes or no?
Yeah, as I said, a woman should have the right
But you
to make the
haven't said,
decisions
Mr.
about her body.
Secretary, you won't answer my question. Mr. Secretary, if the mother is healthy and the baby is healthy, do you really support abortion of the baby up to the moment of birth?
Senator, let me make sure, to the moment of birth, you're saying after gestation, the 40 weeks?
You know what I'm saying, Mr. Secretary.
Well,
Let's suppose it's the day before the due date, and the baby is fully formed, and the baby's healthy, and the mother is healthy. Do you support aborting the right to abort the baby then?
I've heard no one say that. I think everyone has said, those who support reproductive rights have said,
You
support
said it.
Roe versus Wade.
You said it in 2020 in a press release. This is what you said. You said, quote, "No government, state or federal, has the right to make decisions for a woman about her body or her health care," end quote. Your words, not mine.
Good words.
So let me ask you again. Up to the moment of birth, if the mother's healthy and the baby's healthy, do you believe that there should be the right to abort that baby up to the moment of birth?
Again, I'll give you the answer. I have always supported Roe v. Wade, which does not do what you've just said. And I know of no one who is proposing or advocating what you've just announced. And I would hope that what you would recognize is that that should not stop a woman from having the right to decide for herself with the consultation of her physician what she should do.
Would you support making it illegal to abort a baby if the mother's healthy and the baby is healthy on the day before that baby is scheduled to be born?
I certainly would support the reestablishment of Roe versus Wade.
Okay. So you think that there are restrictions that the state, federal or state, as the case may be, can place on abortion?
Senator, if you talk to any woman, she'll tell you that she uses common sense in making her decisions.
Do you think that the state or the federal government in the third trimester of a pregnancy has the right to impose limitations, moral and legal right to impose limitations on an abortion? I think that's a yes or no.
I would certainly say that Roe v. Wade answered those questions. We defend
I
and
want your
support Roe
answer.
versus Wade.
Roe v. Wade has been overturned. I want your answer. Do you support restrictions by the federal or the state government on the right to an abortion in the third trimester?
And my answer is clear that if we establish Roe versus Wade, we get back to a system that gives women protection.
Do you support restrictions to the right to an abortion in the third trimester? Why are you dodging the question?
I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm
Sure
telling
you
you
are.
where I am. I am.
Now, tell me, do you support restrictions in the third trimester?
I have
If the
personally.
mother's healthy and the baby's healthy?
Yeah, and Senator, let me try to make sure I answer this. Personally, as you mentioned, I've been quoted on a number of occasions before I became secretary. I support a woman's right to make a decision about her body.
But do you support restrictions in the third trimester? I just asked, why are you embarrassed to answer?
Because I believe in Roe versus Wade, and I think everyone recognizes
You
that
support
that
Roe v.
law.
Wade?
I do.
Roe v. Wade allowed for restrictions in the third trimester.
Then you have your answer.
Do you support restrictions in the third trimester?
If Roe versus Wade is as you described, then
Why are you scared to answer the question?
I'm not afraid to answer. I'm
Are you
asking
worried
the
you're
question.
going to get in trouble with people, with your colleagues
No,
who
not
support
at all.
abortion up to the moment of birth?
Not at all.
Then why won't you answer the question?
Because, Senator, I think I've given you the answer that makes the most sense. Roe versus Wade worked for some 50
Do you
years.
support restrictions in the third trimester on the right to abortion? It's real simple. You're the secretary of a department of the United States of America. Yeah. Do you support them or do you oppose them?
My answer is pretty simple. We will
It wasn't
defend
simple.
Roe versus
You don't want
Wade.
to answer it, do you?
I've answered.
You know why you don't want to answer? Because you and your colleagues believe that a child has no rights, even a fully developed child. You know that?
You can say that.
And I know.
I know where I am. I will continue
Okay,
to
let me
defend a
ask you
woman's
for a
right.
final time. I think this is number 5.
It's not gonna make any difference. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, if you want to choose to not answer it, that's up to you.
I'm not denying anything.
Let me phrase it another way. What restrictions do you support in the third trimester to the right to an abortion? Tell me what restrictions.
If you read the Roe versus Wade decision, it'll answer your question.
Why don't you just answer it for me?
I did. Roe versus Wade
What
established the
restrictions
protection.
do you support on the right to an abortion in the third trimester? You
Roe versus
personally.
Wade. Roe versus Wade.
Okay. Roe versus Wade doesn't say what restrictions. Roe versus Wade just says the state and the federal government have the right to impose restrictions. I'm asking you, what restrictions you support? For example, if the mother and the baby are healthy, and we're a week before birth, and the parents change their mind and say, we don't want a boy, we want a girl, abort the baby who happens to be a girl. Would you support that right?
I know no one who would go as far as what you're indicating,
Well, then wouldn't you say you would oppose it?
because I'm telling you where I stand.
No,
And I
you're
have
not.
been very
You're
clear on
dodging
that for a
and
long
lobbing
time.
and weaving and flip-flopping like a
Let me
bank
stand as still
catfish.
as you'd like. Senator, I won't move, and
Let
I'll
me
just
ask
move
you
my
again.
lips.
If a week before birth, baby healthy, mother healthy, would you support the right to an abortion because the parents dislike the gender of the baby? Yes or no?
Yeah, as I said, a woman should have the right
But you
to make the
haven't said,
decisions
Mr.
about her body.
Secretary, you won't answer my question. Would you support that?
As I said, I'm going to do everything I can to support a woman's right to make the
Would you
decisions about
support
her
what I
body.
just described? You're not going to answer me, are you? I don't understand why you're scared to answer me.
I'm not afraid to answer your question. I've answered it over and
You're
over.
scared to death
Senator
to
Kennedy.
answer me. I just find that appalling. You're the secretary of the department. Mr. Secretary, how many employees does the Department of Health and Human Services have?
Roughly 90,000, Senator.
And your testimony is that half are back in the office full-time and half aren't?
That the OMB guidance essentially calls for a process where we
I
could have
understand
physically.
the OMB guidance.
Yeah.
Is it your testimony that half are back of those 90,000 are back in the office full-time and half aren't?
My testimony is that we're in compliance with the OMB guidance on how we handle the workforce.
Is it your testimony that half of the 90,000 are back in the office full-time and half aren't?
Again, my testimony is that we are complying with the OMB guidance. We can make sure you know what the guidance is, so
I
you
do
know what we're
the
complying
guidance
with.
is. I'm just trying to understand how you've implemented it. What percentage of your employees are back in the office full-time?
I could try to get that information back
You
to you
don't
because
know?
we have a mix. I came to talk about the budget, but I can try to
You
get
don't have
back
any
to you.
idea how many of your 90,000 people are back in the office full-time?
I can tell you the types of mix of employment that we have.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. You got 90,000 employees.
That's right.
How many are back in the office full-time? What percentage?
And as
You
I said,
don't know?
this is a budget hearing. I came to talk about the budget.
Yeah, but
if
you don't know. You don't know how many of your people are back in the office full-time.
I can get back to you, Senator.
I find
I
that
could get you as
astounding.
best I can a response to that particular question, but I came here to talk about the
Why
president's budget.
is Medicare Advantage so popular?
I'm sorry?
Why is Medicare Advantage so popular?
Why is Medicare Advantage so popular? You'll have to help me with what do you mean by
You
that?
don't know what Medicare Advantage is?
Absolutely know what Medicare Advantage is.
Yeah,
When
why
you
is
say
it so
popular, is there some survey that you're talking about, or what?
Yeah, about, I deal in numbers.
Okay.
About half of our seniors who qualify for Medicare choose Medicare Advantage, don't they?
That's actually more than half.
Okay. And why is that? That makes it popular, right?
Medicare Advantage today, this is the first year that we've seen more individuals select plans in the Medicare Advantage.
Why is it
managed
so
care program.
popular?
Again, when you say popular, I've heard many Medicare beneficiaries who are complaining about being stuck in a Medicare Advantage
Well,
plan.
is it because the average person, average senior on Medicare Advantage pays $2,400 less in premiums on Medicare Advantage as opposed to traditional Medicare, plus gets more services like dental and vision in many respects? Could that have something to do with it, you think?
I'm assuming that you've seen some polling or surveys that give you some of those answers. I've heard many, many things,
No,
both
I've
good
seen,
and bad about
I've
Medicare
seen the
Advantage.
facts. Are you telling me that people on Medicare Advantage don't save money in premiums and copays over traditional Medicare?
I have
Is
no
that your
doubt that some
testimony?
do, but I wouldn't have no doubt that some pay more.
I'm talking about the average.
Again, I don't know what numbers you're referring to, but I'm
looking
more than willing to
at the
discuss
numbers
those
that
with
your
you.
department puts out.
Okay, then what are those numbers, Senator?
The numbers say that the average person on
I'm asking if
Medicare
you could show me the
Advantage
numbers.
pays $2,400 less in premiums and copays and gets extra benefits. Is that right?
my understanding is they're also restricted in the doctors they have access to, the hospitals they have access to.
You're trying to destroy Medicare Advantage, aren't you?
We've actually provided an increase in funding for Medicare Advantage.
No, you haven't.
Sure we have.
You cut funding in 2023 by 1.1%.
That's absolutely incorrect.
And you, next year, you're proposing a 0.16% cut. And in fact, the Medicare.
That's absolutely incorrect.
That's not incorrect.
That's absolutely incorrect.
And in fact, the Medicare trustees.
Senator, saying it doesn't make it
The
true.
Medicare trustees said that you've lost your mind. My words, not theirs.
Senator, saying something doesn't make it true. The dollar amount that we're giving to health insurance companies and Medicare Advantage
Are you telling
has
me today that
increased.
you have not cut payments to insurers in Medicare Advantage last year by 1.1%?
We are giving Medicare
denying
Advantage. Health insurance
you
companies
denying that?
under Medicare Advantage are receiving more money this year than they got last year from
You
Medicare.
cut them by 1.1%.
That's not a cut, Senator.
And you're proposing another 0.1% cut. In fact, I mean, you and President Biden say you will not touch a hair on the head of Medicare, but you're trying to destroy Medicare Advantage.
Actually, the president's budget extends the life of Medicare beyond your and my lifetime.
Look at the numbers. In 2023, under your watch, Medicare Advantage patients saw on average a 12% increase in deductible and a 5%
The
increase
insurance
in
companies did that,
premiums.
not us, Senator.
And Florida and Utah and Wyoming saw their premiums go up 50%.
Okay, Senator, blame the insurance companies, not us.
Because you cut the payments
Senator,
to the
we did
insurance
not cut.
companies to drive them to traditional Medicare where you can control them better. Isn't that the case?
The fiction you're propounding doesn't resolve the issue that we have every year so far under this administration increased the funding for health insurance companies who offer these managed care Medicare Advantage plans.
I didn't think this would be very hard. I asked you what percentage of the grid contains components manufactured in China. You don't know, but you say you're looking at it. I just want to know when you're going to be done. When are we going to know?
So, sir, it's a complex question. As you know, the grid is it has thousands of hardware
Date.
and software.
I'm looking for a date. I'm looking for a date. You're exhausting my patience now. When are you going to be done with the analysis? We were talking about transformers, and I was about to ask you if you know what percentage of the U.S. electric grid contains components that are manufactured in China.
Senator Hawley, thank you for the question, and appreciate your recognition that we really need to be focused on the China threat when it comes to the grid equipment, both hardware and software that is deployed across the United States. Where we have been really focused on is 4 different areas here. One is we need to understand what are those critical components that, if disrupted, could have a debilitating impact on the United States. The second area where we're focused on is establishing provenance. So really understanding what's in this equipment, what's in the subcomponent level, and what pieces are potentially from an adversarial nation like a China. The second area third area where we're focused is testing. So we're testing some of this equipment down to the chip level and down to the software level in partnership with the DOE National Laboratories. And then finally, we're getting education and awareness out to the sector. That's where our focus of our effort is right now, and we're doing some of that analysis currently, and we're happy to brief you on some of that work.
So does that mean you don't know? You don't know what percentage of the grid contains components manufactured in China?
So, sir, there's a number of components that are built. The hard part about some of these questions is, at the top level, it could be, it looks like an American manufacturer or a friendly country.
That's why I'm
reality
asking
is,
you.
when you go down to the subcomponent level, is where it gets a lot harder. So our focus is really looking at all of that equipment, and we're now doing that analysis right now to see what pieces of equipment have some of these concerning areas. Now, the
Okay, wait. So I'm sorry, my time is limited here, but I just want, so you don't, it sounds like you don't know. When do you think you might know? You say you're doing the analysis. When will it be done, and when will we find out?
Sir, we are doing a broad analysis on what are the critical components in the sector, and what do we need to be prioritizing when it comes to some of our testing. And we're taking a risk-based approach. The reality is,
When will you know? When will you know what you, so I didn't think this would be very hard. I asked you what percentage of the grid contains components manufactured in China. You don't know, but you say you're looking at it. I just want to know when you're going to be done. When are we going to know?
So, sir, it's a complex question. As you know, the grid is it has thousands of hardware and
Date. I'm looking for a
software.
date. I'm looking for a date. You're exhausting my patience now. When are you going to be done with the analysis?
Sure, I think so the one thing we have to remember is when you have an analysis like this, China may not just choose to exploit equipment they're developing. They may choose to exploit equipment that is developed by someone else if it has a vulnerability.
Oh my gosh,
We
I
can't
feel like I'm on
only
the Senate floor. This is like a filibuster. Okay, I'll give this to you for the record. Let me try something else. What percentage of large power transformers are manufactured in China? Do you know that?
So currently, that number is not as high. We're doing
Well, wait a minute. You just told me a second ago you don't have any idea what the number is. So when you say it's not as high, what are we even talking about here?
So the United States is not purchasing as many large power transformers
many?
as it was back in the day.
Back in the day? What does that even mean?
So what I find is a lot of the utilities themselves recognize the China risk, and they themselves are not purchasing these large power transformers.
Well, what percentage are manufactured in China of our large power transformers? Do you know? It's fine if you don't know. I'm just trying to get answers here. You just say, I don't know, and then I'm going to ask you when you're going to know.
I'm happy to get back with you on that answer, sir.
Okay. Okay, I find this really quite baffling. This leads me to ask why it is that this administration suspended the last administration's executive order that restricted the procurement of foreign electric equipment. That was Executive Order 13920. Why did they? I mean, why allow procurement of foreign electric equipment that can be so dangerous to the grid? Do you know why this happened?
So, sir, right now what the focus is, we have to take a holistic view of supply chain security. Just having an approved and unapproved list is not the only way to secure our supply chains.
Well, but that may be true. I'm just wondering that why would we allow China, a country that's suspected of numerous cyber attacks against us, supply major components for our electrical grid? I mean, is that a smart thing to do?
So, again, what we're taking is a more strategic approach to this, to look at all of those different pieces I just mentioned, to ensure we look at security from all different aspects, including security by design, is a key component of how we need to tackle this problem. It's too large of a problem to start to have one solution, which was the solution in that executive order. Now, that executive order is under review. I defer to the White House in terms of a replacement executive order, but know that this is an area that's a priority for us at the department to ensure that supply chain is secure, and we're doing that very actively.
Well, all right, my time's expired, and there's lots of my colleagues who want to ask questions. I'm going to give these questions to you again for the record. I'd like to know what percentage of the grid contains components manufactured in China. And if you don't know, that's fine. I'd like to know when you're going to have your analysis done. I'd like to know what percentage of large power transformers are manufactured in China. And I just humbly submit to you that allowing China, getting procurement of electric equipment made in China and allowing it to be integrated into our grid is a bad idea. And I'm baffled as to why this administration is allowing it to go forward. I'll probably have some more questions for you for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Brasso.
Well, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to pursue this. Mr. Lee, President Biden's senior advisor for clean energy innovation and implementation, John Podesta, he stated just a few weeks ago that domestic manufacturing for clean energy technologies is going to depend on, in his words, China-dominated supply chains. That's what the White House is saying. They're going to depend on China-dominated supply chains. Do you believe that a reliance on China for critical components of clean energy technology presents, say, an increased cybersecurity risk to the grid and to American families?
Yes, so absolutely. And beyond the cybersecurity risk, even depending on them for what we need for critical national security use cases, even if they were trying to help us, outsourcing that to another country is probably not the best idea.
So, Mr. Coomer, what do you think? I mean, this is the administration.
So thank you, Senator, for the question. Your identification of the threats from China are very real, and we need to take those threats seriously. So what we need to be doing is really need to be thinking about what requirements do we need to put on manufacturers from China versus domestic manufacturing. The reality is we do need to go ahead and push on domestic manufacturing to ensure that we have more secure, resilient supply chains, both from a security perspective, but to the chairman's question, both from an availability perspective. We need to be able to produce these things domestically. Now, if they are being acquired from nations like China, we might need to think about additional requirements for security before we install them here in the United States.
Well, I wish you would take that message back to the White House. Mr. Lee, so here's a Wall Street Journal, cybersecurity, could electric vehicles be hacked? And the picture inside shows a guy sitting in his, looking in his rearview mirror and seeing the spy sitting in the back seat. Mr. Chairman, this is a spy sitting in the back seat. How EVs might be hacked, right there.
Do we know that person?
Well, we don't, but, you know, it could be looking from this situation of what we're looking at and who's coming after us. We know likely where the sources of these are. So the Wall Street Journal, can electric vehicles be hacked? Subheading answers the question. Yes, there are all sorts of potential potential doors in EVs for hackers to take advantage of. So cybersecurity expert Jim Gwynn goes on to say some of the EV charging networks are very insecure because they weren't designed with security in mind. So do you believe that EVs and the EV charging network increases the cyber risk for consumers in the grid?
Yes, absolutely. When we look at any of these lower cost assets, to include distributed energy resources, it is very common for the priority to be, as was stated by Mr. Swick, first to market, no security built in. The cheaper the asset, usually the less security you have.
So Director Kumar, how's your office working with the rest of the department to ensure that the consumers are protected from this expanded cyber risk that has been pointed out in the paper, and this to Mr. Lee's comments about first to market, cheapest to be produced, highest risk?
Senator Barrasso, thank you for that question. We really do think we need to think about it across a couple of different ways. The first one is we need to think about what are the policies we need to be thinking about, what are the cyber baselines that we need to ensure DERs, EV stations, EV providers need to be considering. So that is an effort we have underway currently to develop those baselines for things like EV manufacturing. The second thing we're doing is we're leveraging the capabilities of our partnerships with industry, so the EV manufacturers themselves in the national laboratory. So we have an effort underway to conduct cyber testing of some of the charging stations out there so we can produce better security for some of these charging stations going forward. And then most recently, a couple of months ago, the White House convened a meeting with EV manufacturers to talk about the classified threats of some of these threats that are heading towards us and what we can collectively do to buy down those threats, sir.
So then, Mr. Swick, it's abundantly clear long-term integrity and cybersecurity of our critical energy infrastructure is going to depend on effective public-private partnerships. In your view, what could the federal government be doing better in its efforts to work with the private sector to establish greater cybersecurity for the critical infrastructure that we need to protect?
So AEP is very passionate about that public-private partnership, invests heavily. The efforts like ETAC that is being proposed right now is valuable because it gives access to the utilities themselves to high-side data, collaboration with intelligence sources directly versus some briefings that many of us attend. So I think that is a good step. The other piece to that is more clearances to make sure everybody can attend those. AEP will get there, but not everybody has the level of clearances potentially needed to get to those discussions that may be valuable. So continuing to push on that is very important. And then standardization of regulation across will very much help.
And then finally, to Director Kumar, previous administration, your role was filled by a Senate-confirmed office head working through the interagency process. Would it be helpful if the Department of Energy's cyber office had that same senior standing to signify how important it is of the threats that were coming out and the efforts to address that?
Senator, thank you for your continued support of the office. I'm proud to lead the Office of Cybersecurity. And it's an incredible mission that I'm lucky to lead from security and resilience from an all hazards perspective, as you know, sir. This is the mission that brought me back from the private sector to come back and lead this. It was too important to not do it. I'll defer to the President and Congress on the title of the position, but I can confidently tell you that I have access to the department's resources and leaders to accomplish this mission.
Mr. Lee, do you have an opinion on that?
I do. Director Kumar is fantastic. I've known him for years, and I'm surprised the position wasn't elevated. It absolutely has caused him to be sidelined in some meetings. And titles matter in government, whether we like it or not.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Lee. The Air Force's former chief software officer said last year that the United States would not stand, quote, a fighting chance if China and Russia combine their cyber warfare capabilities against the United States. Do you believe that cooperation between these two regimes could put our critical energy infrastructure in even further damage?
Thank you, Senator. As a prior Air Force officer and NSA veteran, I would never count America out. That being said, yes, it poses a real risk. China and Russia are explicitly two that have continued to try and sometimes have been successful in compromising our energy system. Working together, they would absolutely pose significant risk. And the predominance of cybersecurity is done in the private sector, not by the government for private sector entities. And we absolutely need to make sure the resources and policies are aligned to go against that kind of threat.
Anyone else on the panel want to comment on that?
Senator Barrasso, you know, we need to be thinking about both of those countries. They're highly capable adversaries, and we need to make sure that we are defending our networks with the threat that is looming from Russia and China.
Anything additional, Mr. Swig? Okay.
Nothing to add. Good comments.
So Senator Manchin had to go to another committee hearing. He wanted to make a statement and then a question. He said, pipeline cybersecurity is overseen by the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA, Surface Operations Division, while FERC and NERC oversee electric grid cybersecurity. After the cyber attack on the Colonial Pipeline in 2021, the TSA issued some mandatory pipeline cybersecurity standards for the first time. And so the question is, Mr. Kumar, what are our Department of Energy's thoughts on TSA's new pipeline standards? And how does the Department of Energy coordinate with TSA to promote energy cybersecurity?
Senator, thank you for that question. So we at the department actually co-chair what is called the Oil and Natural Gas Subsector Coordinating Council. That is the meeting where we bring together oil and natural gas companies from across the country with government agencies, including DOE and DHS as the co-chairs. TSA, PHMSA, and other agencies participate in that. And the goal of that focus area of that is security and resilience. And so we provide classified threat briefings to these companies. Now, in terms of your specific question regarding the security directives, the current version of the security directives are a much better representation of things that the pipeline companies should be doing. And so we're glad to partner with TSA in terms of ensuring that actually happens.
Great. And then finally, Mr. Lee, as someone who provides cybersecurity services for pipeline companies, what are your views on the TSA's program?
Yeah, as Mr. Kumar stated, the current version is directionally accurate. The previous version, again, was something that wouldn't have actually increased security very much at all, but would have increased the risk of the pipelines significantly. I would just simply state that as we look at these standards going forward, it is never a bad idea to talk to the regulated about what we are going to do before you introduce regulation.
Great. Well, thank you all. Senator King, you would admit this was a terrific panel. They really knew their stuff. I think it was great bipartisan agreement and the needing to do more. We appreciate it. Yeah, that's something, isn't it? I know. So thank you again to the witnesses. Members will have until the close of business tomorrow to submit additional questions for the record, and I expect, Mr. Kumar, you'll be getting some from Senator Hawley. The committee stands adjourned.
Just weeks before the election, the Biden administration is trying to ram through yet 6 more federal judges without adequate vetting from this committee. There are 6 witnesses on this committee. Each senator is given 5 minutes of questioning. That counts up to 50 seconds per judge. They're doing this because the record of these judges cannot withstand scrutiny. I'm going to limit my questioning just to a couple because that's exactly what the Democrats want, is no scrutiny of radical judicial nominees. I'm going to start with Judge Brindisi. Judge Brindisi, should biological men be able to expose themselves to unwilling women, including underage girls?
Senator, that's not a view I share.
So your answer is no.
Senator, I want to be somewhat careful because there are a number of cases that are working.
Is your answer yes? You said that's not a view you share.
It's not.
Then why, just a moment ago, Senator Blackburn was asking you about, as a congressman, you were a congressman from 2019 to 2021.
That's correct.
You were original co-sponsor of and you voted for an Orwellian-named extreme piece of Democrat legislation called the Equality Act. The Equality Act mandated that biological men could play in women's sports, could go to women's bathrooms, could go to women's locker room. The women were not asked. The women were not asked if biological men could go into their locker rooms and disrobe with them. You sponsored it and voted for it. You just said a minute ago you didn't agree with men exposing themselves to unwilling women. If you didn't agree with that, why did you sponsor and vote for legislation that would mandate that women be victimized like that?
Senator, it's been a number of years since I sponsored that legislation, and I do understand that
it's been 4 years.
There is
it's been 4 years.
I understand, Senator. For the last 2 years, I have been serving.
I'm not asking about the last 2 years. You were a member of Congress, you sponsored it and voted for it. Why did you believe women and girls don't have a right to be free from harassment, to be free from biological men disrobing in front of them without the women or girls having any right to say anything about it or to protest anything about it? Why did you vote for that?
Senator, my recollection of the legislation is that it would prevent discrimination based on gender.
Your recollection is contrary to the explicit text of the statute. Are you fond of ignoring the text of statutes?
Senator, as a sitting judge now, and if I'm fortunate to be confirmed as a district court judge, I will follow statutory.
But you didn't when you were a congressman. You sponsored it, you voted for it, and by the way, to be clear, for some reason under Joe Biden, the state of New York really is getting hammered with judicial nominees. Another judicial nominee for New York was Judge Sarah Netburn, who on a similar issue ruled she had a serial rapist in front of her, a 6'2" man who was a serial rapist who decided to identify as a woman, and Judge Netburn ordered that 6'2" man to be incarcerated with women. Do you think the women in women's prisons have any right, and in particular a right not to be incarcerated, not to have a cellmate who is a 6'2" serial rapist?
Senator, I can assure you, if I become a district court judge, that I will follow the...
My question is, do those women have any rights not to be incarcerated with a 6'2" biologically male serial rapist?
Senator, I think every person has the right to feel safe, and I can tell you...
Then why did you sponsor and vote for legislation that did not protect that right and violated that right?
Senator, that was a time when I was a policymaker, and I do understand that there...
Okay, so those are your policy views. By the way, so do you have any regrets for sponsoring the Equality Act? You said apparently you didn't read the statute, you didn't know what it said. Do you have any regrets for sponsoring legislation that would force girls and women to be subjected to harassment from naked biological men? Do you have any regrets for that?
Senator, during my time being a legislator in the House of Representatives...
That's a yes or no?
I sponsored thousands of pieces of...
Okay, so you have no regrets about that. All right. In the remaining minute, I'm going to shift to Mr. Desai. Mr. Desai, you were general counsel to a major defense contractor. As vice president and general counsel for Honeywell International, you described your role as, quote, regularly providing advice regarding compliance with applicable international traffic in arms regulations. You've been at Honeywell since 2015. As you know, your employer faced significant and disturbing allegations of selling classified defense secrets to the People's Republic of China. Is that correct?
Senator, Honeywell International entered into a consent agreement with the Department of State regarding...
Is that a yes?
Senator, Honeywell successfully completed its consent agreement in connection...
Is that a yes? There were allegations that Honeywell sold military secrets to the People's Republic of China.
Senator, I'm not aware of any allegations of Honeywell selling any secrets.
In 28, so they just gave, okay. All right, I'll take your friendly amendment. They just gave military secrets. They exported technical data to China in violation of federal law of the tactical Tomahawk missile, the B-1B Lancer long-range strategic bomber, the F-22 fighter aircraft, the T-55, and CTS-800 turboshaft engines. Sadly, this appeared to be a long practice at the company. The State Department stated that between 2011 and 2015, Honeywell also exported drawings of the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, of the B-1B Lancer long-range strategic bomber, and multiple other military weapons. Do you think it is appropriate for a federal judge to have presided over federal compliance at a company giving military trade secrets to the People's Republic of China?
Senator, at the time of the alleged exports, I was not responsible for that portion of the business. I was a litigation counsel in the business. Honeywell has successfully completed its consent agreement.
Are you saying you had no involvement with the issue?
Not at the time of the export, Senator.
What was your involvement?
Senator, I participated in Honeywell's work to successfully satisfy the conditions of the consent agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to each of you. Judge Bendisi, I want to just talk to you about the law. I'm not interested in what you believe. I'm interested in how you think. I want to start with reapportionment law. Can a state legislature draw election lines in an obviously, blatantly political way to favor one party over another?
Good morning, Senator Kennedy. My understanding of the law is that issues such as partisan gerrymandering are considered political questions.
Yes, sir, but can you answer my question first, if you don't mind? Because I've got 6 folks here in 5 minutes. Can a state legislature do that?
Senator, under the justiciability issue of political question, I believe the Supreme Court has held that those issues are political and not something that the court can review.
So is that a yes or no?
Senator, if they're drawing them for political reasons, as you put, and not for discriminatory purposes in any means, then I believe under Supreme Court precedent that would be a political question.
Okay. Is that a yes or no?
I think it's a yes under your scenario there. Again, Senator, I'd have to review the facts of the case and hear more about the reasons behind the lines that were drawn.
Tell me about the political question. I'm sorry. We were just talking about political questions. Tell me about the government speech doctrine. You'll see that a lot in federal court. Tell me about the government speech doctrine.
Are you referring to under First Amendment, Senator?
Yes.
So my understanding under the First Amendment that there are particular forms of speech that, depending on if it's content-based speech or content-neutral
Yes,
speech.
so that's on the private side. I'm talking about the public side. Do you know what the government speech doctrine is?
Senator, in my 20-plus years practicing civil litigation and 2.5 years on the bench, I have not had the opportunity to hear or litigate any matters involving that doctrine. But certainly if it comes before me, I would thoroughly research it.
Well, you're going to have to bone up on it because you're going to see a lot of it. Let me put it another way. Does government have free speech rights?
Does the government have free speech rights?
Yeah, we know you and I do, but does government itself have a right to free speech?
Senator, I would have to understand more of the facts of a particular challenge.
It's very simple. I'm not talking about individuals. We know that the government, state or federal or local, has to be very, very careful in restricting our right to free speech. I'm asking you about government. Does government have the right to free speech?
Are you referring to just an individual who serves in government?
No, I'm talking about somebody speaking for a government. If a governor stands up and says, I'm speaking for the state of New York, does government have the right to free speech? Yes or no, if you would?
Senator, again, in my 20 years of litigating civil litigation matters and 2.5 years on the bench, I haven't had specifically a case on that.
I know,
particular
but have
matter.
you thought about it? I mean, there's a whole body of case law out there, my gosh. Did you study that in law school, Judge?
I'm sure I did, Senator.
Okay. Well, let me put it another way. If Senator Lee designs a special license plate that he wants to give people the right to purchase and put on their cars in Utah, and the government says no, and Senator Lee says, but let these other folks design their own license plates, and the government of Utah says no. Can the government of Utah do that?
Well, if the government is restricting certain kind of speech, content-based speech, It would have to undergo a strict scrutiny
No,
analysis.
it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. That came up in Texas. That's what the government speech doctrine is. Somebody in Texas said, I want to put a Confederate flag on a license plate. And Texas said, nope. And he sued, said just what you said, very famous Supreme Court case. And the Supreme Court said, government speech, government can do that. Do you know what well, strike that. Let's suppose there's a park, and that park has monuments in it. And Senator Lee says, I want to put my monument in that park too. I see all these others you let put in there. And government says no. Who wins? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, I would have to review more facts of the case to determine.
You don't know who would win that?
Senator, I'd have to see more details from the case to determine the facts behind it to make a proper ruling on that type of a case.
Wow. Okay.
Senator Lee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to each of you for being here and for your families for supporting you. Judge Brindisi, let's start with you. How do you define the term equality?
Good morning, Senator. Equality to me means justice for all, everyone being equal under the law.
Great. It was a topic of the Equality Act. Equality is something that we as Americans generally aspire toward, especially when it's equality and liberty counterbalancing each other. Is it equal? Is it consistent with your concept of equality to require a female inmate to share prison quarters with a biologically male inmate?
Senator, I want to be careful because I am a sitting court judge and a district court nominee, and I don't want to influence a potential issue that could come before me as a judge.
Make no mistake, I'm not asking you to prejudge any determination, any case that could come before you. Just asking that broad question.
Senator, these are very contested issues right now in our country, and I know that there are a number of court cases, specifically in New York State, where I am a sitting court judge on this particular issue that are working their way through the trial courts. So it wouldn't be appropriate for me to weigh in on that issue that could come before me.
I understand, but as a recent member of Congress, you have weighed in by co-sponsoring the Equality Act, and the Equality Act, as I read it, would require that. How about sharing locker rooms, a female student being required in a school setting to share a locker room with biological males?
Senator, I sponsored a number of pieces of legislation when I was a member of Congress. I have over 4 years ago, given up that title as policymaker and have transitioned to a neutral arbiter sitting in state court currently. The safety of children is the utmost importance to me. I just don't think it would be appropriate for me as a sitting court judge to weigh in on an issue because these are specific issues that are working their ways through the courts right now.
Well, they're not working their way through the courts because this bill has not become a law. It's pending here. But let's move on to a more core legal issue. Parental rights. How do you define, how are parental rights under federal constitutional law defined?
Well, Senator, under the Constitution and under Supreme Court precedent, parental rights such as right to child custody, right to make decisions about child rearing are fundamental rights.
Yes, fundamental rights and rights that under the Equality Act would be truncated in many circumstances. If the Equality Act were to pass into law, could and would result in potentially termination of parental rights, removal of a child from the custodial possession of the parents under those circumstances. How do you reconcile that with Troxel v. Granville and its progeny?
Senator, I can tell you that if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed as a district court judge, I will follow the Constitution, I will follow the precedent that has been set forth by the Supreme Court and the Second Circuit on these matters if I am confirmed.
Did you apply a different standard, a different level of constitutional review as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives than you would apply as a U.S. district judge?
Senator, as a district court judge, my role, as I see it, would be to listen to the arguments from both sides before rendering any decision and making sure that I follow statutory law, constitutional law, and the precedent of the Supreme Court.
Mr. Desai, let's move to you for a moment. What's your understanding of Congress's power under the Commerce Clause?
Senator, under the Commerce Clause, Congress has the power to regulate interstate commerce.
And what does that entail?
To make acts that regulate commerce that travels between the states primarily.
In your view, based on the precedent, what are the limitations on Congress's Commerce Clause power?
Senator, in my 17-year career as a commercial litigator, in-house general counsel, and in-house litigation counsel, I have not encountered or litigated this specific issue. If I'm faced with it, if I'm fortunate to be confirmed, I will thoroughly research the law, apply Supreme Court and Ninth Circuit precedent to the facts of the case, and render a decision impartially.
Okay. Let's talk about something more commonly encountered, Rule 12b-6. What does a complaint need to have? What does it need to do or not do in order to avoid dismissal under Rule 12b-6?
To survive a 12b-6 motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim, the well-pled complaint must be taken as true by the judge, and it must satisfy each element of the claim that is being sought to be dismissed.
How about the elements of a preliminary injunction?
Preliminary injunction require establishing a likelihood of success on the merits under Rule 65, as well as demonstrating no adequate remedy at law. It involves the assessment of the balance of interest between the parties, as well as the public interest.
Okay. One brief follow-up. How would you define your litigation experience? Looking at your resume, you've got an impressive academic and professional record. It's been primarily not in litigation. How would you define what your experience in litigation has been?
Senator, the majority of my career has been as a litigator. I spent 8 years as a complex commercial litigator at Osborne Maladon before becoming a litigation counsel and chief litigation counsel at Honeywell in 2 of the 4 divisions, where I managed a significant docket of commercial, personal injury, toxic tort, IP, qui tam matters, where I managed counsel and I directed strategy for those matters.
Okay, great. So this was not just M&A stuff, litigation nuts and bolts. Fantastic. By the way, just out of curiosity, I don't remember the full name of qui tam. I'm not going to ask you to answer that now. I'm going to look that up later. I can't ever remember it. It's too long. Thank you.
This administration, you and President Biden, funded the October 7th attacks by flowing $100 billion to a homicidal, genocidal regime that funded those attacks.
That statement is profoundly wrong.
Why?
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Mr. Secretary, you have presided over the worst foreign policy disaster to the enemies of America who want to kill it. Ibrahim Raisi, your State Department put out a statement sending condolences for his death. Mr. Secretary.
Horrible acts that he engaged in both as a judge and as president, to the extent he can no longer engage in them, yes, the Iranian people are probably better off.
You didn't say that in your statement, did you?
I believe that we did. And certainly our spokesperson...
Today, the United Nations is flying their flag at half-staff to mourn the death. Would you agree that it is utterly disgraceful for the United Nations to be mourning the death of the butcher of Tehran?
We're certainly not mourning his death. As I said, we expressed...
Would you agree it's disgraceful for the UN to be?
I'll look at what they've done. We certainly would not do that.
What they've done is flown the flag at half-staff. Is that disgraceful?
We wouldn't do that, and we would certainly find that...
And I would note that's the absence of American leadership. All right, let's shift. The Washington Post on May 11th wrote an article. I'm going to read the opening paragraph. The Biden administration, working urgently to stave off a full-scale Israeli invasion of Rafah, is offering Israel valuable assistance in an effort to persuade it to hold back, including sensitive intelligence to help the Israeli military pinpoint the location of Hamas leaders and find the group's hidden tunnels, according to 4 people familiar with the U.S. offers. Is that paragraph accurate?
Exactly the opposite. First of all, no one has done more to defend Israel than Joe Biden.
Is that paragraph accurate?
Let me finish, if I may, please. He was there right after.
I'm not interested in a campaign speech. I have limited time. Is the paragraph in the Washington Post accurate?
As you read it, no. To the contrary, we're providing everything we possibly can to Israel to help them find.
So the 4 sources. So, all right. So that did the administration offer to provide the locations of senior Hamas leaders to Israel if they didn't invade Rafah?
That's, again, totally misleading and wrong. Here's what we've said, and here's what we're doing. We have said that there is a better way to deal with the challenge that...
I'm not interested in the speech.
If you don't want to hear my answer...
Did you offer the location of senior Hamas officials if they didn't invade Rafah? That's a yes or no.
If we had the locations, of course we'd provide them, irrespective.
So this statement, you're saying the Post got it totally wrong, it is utterly false, and anyone who said to the contrary was lying and perjuring themselves if they were under oath.
That statement is incorrect. We have done and will continue to do everything we can to, if we can do it, develop the information and share the information. I wish we had it.
Does the administration have intelligence on the locations of Hamas officials that you have not shared with Israel?
No.
Does the administration have the lies?
As you've read it to me, Senator, it's not. It is not accurate.
And we're not interested in playing word games. I've asked you very directly.
I have not.
So you where they are if you don't invade
That is correct.
Rafah. What have you offered them not to invade Rafah?
We've offered them nothing not to invade Rafah except a plan to deal more effectively with Rafah.
Okay, so
to
your
deal with their
testimony
invading
under
Rafah.
oath is you've offered them nothing not to invade Rafah. I find that very hard to believe, but I just want to understand what your testimony is.
I'll be very clear. We have told them, we've been engaged in a long conversation with them about the most effective way to deal with the problem we agree must be dealt with.
They
That
are
is
quite
Hamas
aware
and
you
Rafah.
disagree with their plan to kill the Hamas terrorists because
That's
you and the
absolutely-
president have vocally said it. And to be
absolutely
clear,
wrong.
your State Department on the morning of October 7th sent out a tweet telling Israel not to engage in military retaliation. I called you out at 3 in the morning and you deleted that tweet. The next day, you personally on October 8th sent a tweet saying you'd spoken with the Turkish foreign minister and Israel should not retaliate. From the very beginning, the Biden administration has consistently at every stage told Israel, and by the way, when I called your tweet out, you deleted it again. At every stage, you have been telling Israel, do not kill the terrorist, and that has been from day one.
Senator, I was in Israel 5 days after October 7th. I've been there 7 times since. No one, starting with President Biden, has done more to make sure they have what they need to defend themselves from Hamas, to deal with the threat that Hamas poses.
With
to
all
make sure
due respect, that is
simply wrong.
ludicrous. That is ludicrous. Why have you cut off weapons to Israel then?
We have not cut off weapons to Israel. In fact, as you know well, starting many years ago, President Biden was at the heart of the MOU that led to Israel having a 10-year guaranteed supply of assistance. When you
became Secretary of State, how much oil was Iran selling a day?
I'll have to come back to you on any numbers. I don't have the numbers.
You don't know. It doesn't surprise me you don't know. It was about 300,000. How much oil is Iran selling today?
We've applied sanctions against more than 200 entities that are engaged in petrochemicals.
How much oil?
You can tell me. I'm sure.
Don't filibuster.
You know. I'm not filibustering.
How much oil are they selling today? Do you know?
You tell me.
Apparently you don't know. So you don't know how much they were selling. It was 300,000. Today they're selling about 2 million barrels a day. Let me ask you.
And given the sanctions, given the export controls, given the other controls we put on, the cost of doing that, the evasion that they have to engage in, which we're trying to cut off.
They've made about $80 billion. Let me ask you another question. I'm running out of time, so I'm not interested in speeches. Let me ask you this. How many Ghost Fleet ships did Iran have in November 2020?
We have sanctioned more than 200
It's a question.
of those.
I'm not. How many did they have?
The total number, I can't tell you what it had in 2021. I'll come back to you with that, but we have...
the number was about 70.
Yeah,
how many did they have today?
We blocked about 50 of them.
Okay, let's see how effective you are. How many do they have today?
As I said, we blocked about 50.
How many do they have today?
You tell me, I'm sure you...
They have about over 400. Look, this administration desperately wants a new Iran deal. You have been showering cash on Iran from day one. And understand, the $6 billion you were asked about is the tip of the iceberg. By refusing to enforce oil sanctions, we have seen Iran's oil sales go from 300,000 barrels a day when you got into office to over 2 million barrels a day today. That's $80 billion. 90% of Hamas's funding comes from Iran in a very real sense. This administration, you and President Biden, funded the October 7th attacks by flowing $100 billion to a homicidal, genocidal regime that funded those attacks.
That statement is profoundly wrong.
Why?
I'm not even going to humor it. I think it's a disgraceful statement.
Why?
We have gone at Iran repeatedly with more than 600 sanctions applied against different persons.
Then why are they
entities,
selling 2 million barrels a
200.
day as compared to 300,000?
They are working hard to do what they can to get around the sanctions.
So just the
It
prior
cost-
administration
the
had
cost-
tools you didn't
the
have,
cost
they were
of
more
doing- the
effective,
cost of
or
doing that
maybe they
business
just weren't
has
desperate
gone
to
up
cut a deal with
dramatically,
Iran.
And we continue every single day to go at them.
You are
It's very-
refusing to address the facts.
I'm not.
Then why are they selling 2 million barrels a day?
Because they're determined to try to do that. We're determined to cut them off.
They weren't determined when Trump was president?
They were determined, and of course, unfortunately, we also had their nuclear program in a box. No fissile material being produced.
Okay, you're not answering the question. You're filibustering another topic.
Senator Cruz, you
get the last word. You get the last word. Feel like.
You funded our enemies and you undermine our friends, and the world is much, much more dangerous as a result, and Americans are at greater jeopardy because of it.
Senator Merkley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I applaud your and the President's efforts to condemn Hamas's invasion on October 7th, to secure a ceasefire, and to secure the release of hostages. President Biden has also recognized, however, that the campaign carried out by the Netanyahu government in Gaza has included what the President's called indiscriminate bombing, resulted in a massive number of civilian casualties. The NSM-20 report concluded, and I quote, "Given Israel's significant reliance on U.S.-made defense articles, it's reasonable to assess that Israel has used U.S.-provided weapons in instances inconsistent with international humanitarian law." Given this assessment, why did the State Department conclude that Israel's assurances that it was not using weapons in a manner inconsistent with international law are in fact credible and reliable?
Thank you, Senator. We've said two things from day one since October 7th. One, that Israel not only has the right, it has the obligation to defend itself and to try to make sure that October 7th never happens again. And the United States is committed to doing everything we can to support it in those efforts. We've also said that the way Israel does it matters, particularly with regard to civilian protection in Gaza and the provision of humanitarian assistance to Gazans who need it. And we have been working every single day since then, not only to provide Israel with what it needs, but also to do our best to help see that Palestinians get what they need in Gaza. And we see the horrific suffering of children, women, and men who've been caught in a crossfire of Hamas's making for 8 months now. And we are working every day to try to alleviate that. When it comes to the NSM and the use of our weapons, here's what the report said. It said exactly as you quoted. Given the totality of the damage that's been done, and given the fact that we are a major provider of weapons to Israel, it is reasonable to assess that in some instances, Israel has acted in ways that are not consistent with international humanitarian law. And indeed, we are investigating a number of instances, some of which are alluded to in the report, others that are not, to make those determinations. Israel itself is investigating hundreds of incidents to make its own determinations. And indeed, there are criminal investigations underway in Israel in this area. It's very difficult to make final determinations in the midst of a war when we do not have access on the ground, and when you have a almost totally unique battlefield where an enemy, a terrorist organization, Hamas, is hiding behind and underneath civilians in apartment buildings, in mosques, in schools, and firing at the Israeli forces. So we're determined to make every appropriate determination. We're determined that there be no double standard. We have processes at the State Department, including our conventional arms transfer policy, including our deferred process that we're engaged in.
I know that it's so complicated that you could go on for a while, but I think you've pointed out the challenge and the fact that assessments are ongoing. I do feel it's important that we approach these questions in NSM-20 with as much integrity as possible. On May 7th, President Biden announced his decision to pause the shipment of the 502,000 bombs. And the following day, he drew a red line stating that, quote, "If Israel goes into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with the operation into Rafah, then there are systems we're not going to be supporting and supplying for that operation." We are already seeing significant action in Rafah. About 1 million people have fled the city. Is the president going to stand by his red line?
First, the president stands behind the proposition that we will always make sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself. No one has done more, not only throughout his career, but over the last 8 or so months to make sure that that's the case, and that will continue. At the same time, when it comes to Rafah, we've been very clear in many conversations with Israeli leadership over the past months about our deep concerns about a major military operation in Rafah and the impact that that would have on civilians in Gaza. We insisted that if anything is to go forward, we see a clear, credible plan to get civilians out of harm's way, but not only to get them out of harm's way, to make sure that they're provided for when they're out of harm's way. Now, you mentioned we've seen a very large exodus of people from Rafah, but they are now in places where they don't have the support that they need and that we believe is critical to provide. We also remain very concerned about any major military operation and the impact it would have on the remaining population, given the dense urban environment in Rafah and what we've seen in other places. And so the president's been clear about this with Israel, in public as well as in conversations with others, about the fact that we will not support a major military operation.
Thank you, and that's helpful to understand. I wanted to turn to the issue of providing aid in the situation of the challenge of food and water and medical supplies and so forth. The NSM 20 report noted that action and inaction by Israel contributed significantly to a lack of sustained and predictable delivery of needed assistance at scale, and that the level reaching Palestinian civilians remains insufficient. Insufficient is a very polite way, given that we now have what Cindy McCain has described as full-blown famine in the north, and we're all very aware of the highly stressed conditions in the south as well. As a result of the restrictions that Israel has had in place, we have been urging them, you all have been urging them, and I applaud that, to open more gates, to have a more systematic inspection process so far more trucks per day can get in, to make sure that once the trucks are through the gate, that they can actually get to the warehouses without being attacked or so forth. You've also supported air deliveries by ourselves and by other nations. You've also built a dock. All these things are in response to the restriction of aid. And thus, I was somewhat puzzled that the report concludes we do not assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport and delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance. Because it seems like all those actions we're taking, the urging of Israel to do more, and all the other air delivery and docks and so forth are all a response to the restrictions preventing sufficient aid to get in and creating famine conditions affecting a couple million people.
If you could respond briefly.
Yes. First, Senator, there is no doubt that the people of Gaza, children, women, men, are experiencing an acute humanitarian crisis. And food, water, medicine, shelter, all of these things are in severe short supply. And we've been working every single day as well since October 7th to try to make sure that they could get what they need. And we have impressed upon Israel time and again the imperative of really bringing a determined focus to this, not making it an afterthought in the conduct of the war against Hamas, but an absolute priority. They've taken steps over these many months to open access points, going back to October, to have aid go in, but it has not been sufficient by far to meet the need. We saw much more significant progress over the last month or 6 weeks, particularly in the wake of a phone call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu in early April, where we saw more access points opening. We saw a land route from Jordan being activated. We saw openings in the north, which was critical because aid to North Gaza was particularly deficient. That's improved. But now we've seen, unfortunately, the reverse. Because of the actions in and around Rafah, we see the critical transit points in the south, Rafah Gate itself, as well as Kerem Shalom, until recently being stopped or disrupted, so that the situation in the south now risks being even more egregious. But the restrictions that have been in place, in some cases, it's because of concerns about dual-use items and making sure that Israel could see and verify what was going in, given the history of dual use. In some instances, it's because of the war conditions that make it incredibly difficult. But there are also things that Israel can, should, and must do to further facilitate the distribution of aid, including much more effective deconfliction with those who are providing it. So convoys that are bringing the aid in can go about their work safely and securely. That remains insufficient.
Senator Paul.
Secretary Blinken, on your recent trip to China, news reports came back and said that you reserved your strongest language for China and its dealings with Russia, castigating Beijing for allowing the war to continue in Ukraine. The report went on to describe the exchange as such a blatant dressing down in the Chinese capital. Do you think publicly scolding China will make it more or less likely that they continue selling dual-use parts to Russia?
Senator, we've tried it both ways. We've had these conversations with China from some time in private, hoping to see a change. We haven't seen that, and it's important.
I would argue that we've only tried it one way. We've got the stick, and almost the majority of people who work for you, everybody wants to use the stick. Nobody's really considering that there is a carrot. So really, for the last, let's say, 5 years or more, your administration, the previous administration, not a lot different, really, that you put impediments to trade, you add sanctions, and then you scold them. And I mean, there is a school of philosophy or school of diplomacy that believes that public scolding, particularly in another country, can have the opposite effects, that actually you've either completely given up on this, nothing's working, so why don't we just read them the Riot Act? And that's kind of what it looked like. Yellen was also there recently, and she's described and told the Chinese government how it should run its economy, what sectors of its economy that they should or should not subsidize, and told them as well who they can conduct business with. And then she threatened to impose sanctions, you know, more or less likely to actually get them to do. I mean, I think it's a misunderstanding of diplomacy in general to think that you going and scolding the Chinese, Yellen going and scolding the Chinese, that somehow they're going to let go, oh my goodness, we've been wrong all along, and because they've yelled at us and treated us like school children, we're now going to change. I would think that the opposite might be true, that there might be a certain amount of child psychology to criticizing people, and that like a rebellious teenager, they actually might end up doing more. In addition to the threat of sanctions, in addition to the scolding, we now have the administration talking about more tariffs. So in June of 2019, then presidential candidate Joe Biden tweeted, "Trump doesn't get the basics. He thinks his tariffs are being paid for by China. Any freshman econ student would tell you that the American people are paying his tariffs." Remarkably accurate and true at that time, but now he's become jumping on the Trump train. But the thing about tariffs, regardless of who pays them, American consumers will pay for these. Tariffs are not good for the economic well-being of all Americans in general. But the question would become, when you add tariffs, so you're going to threaten sanctions, you're going to scold them, now you're going to add tariffs. More or less likely that they'll do what you want? I think less likely. Everything we're doing, everything the previous administration did, as well as this administration, is heading towards less trade, disengagement from China. Part of diplomacy might be offering, well, I tell you what if you quit selling the dual-use parts to Russia? Maybe we could consider removing some sanctions on trade and actually trade more with you. So the threat of sanctions, the threat of tariffs actually have some effects if you're willing to remove them. The history of sanctions is more, and then you're not doing enough, and people on the right here will say you got to do even more, we're going to pass legislative sanctions. Nobody talks about removing them, but that's the only way you'd get behavior to change. And so I really think that it's a fundamental misunderstanding sort of what's going on. The final point I would like to make, and I'll let you respond to this, is The Ukrainians still claim that victory includes the reclamation of all of its territory. Many NATO allies are beginning to question this. Czech President Peter Pavel, who once served as the chairman of NATO's military committee, recently stated that he believes it's naive to think that Ukraine will be able to regain the occupied territories from Russia. The commander-in-general of the Ukrainian army, until he was fired by Zelensky, had the same sort of comments. I think that it's not an unreasonable thing to believe that this war may well end in stalemate with people in place. Some say similar to the way Korea was. Nobody likes it, nobody wanted it, nobody agrees the Russians should be there, but they're there and they have a bigger army and more might than their neighbor. So if President Pavel is correct in his assessment that Ukraine's war aims are naive, one of the few negotiating items Ukraine possesses is a promise to remain a neutral country, not aligned militarily, yet you have repeatedly ruled out Ukraine remaining outside of NATO. If you take this off the table, you're taking off one of the things that actually is a negotiating item. My question to you is, are there any circumstances under which neutrality of Ukraine would be a negotiating item?
Thank you, Senator. Let me try to respond to both questions. First, if you want to look at hectoring or haranguing, I would invite you to look at the website of the Chinese Foreign Ministry on a daily basis in terms of what they say about us. Second, I'm not going to apologize to anyone for standing up for American workers and American companies, because here's what we're dealing with. And by the way, of course, you're right, we always try. And as a diplomat, I always try to engage our partners or adversaries diplomatically, quietly, to see if we can get the result. If we don't, then we have to use every means at our disposal, including calling them out. Let me, if I may, please address the question. So on this, what we've seen and what we're seeing now, and this goes to the tariff question, is China very deliberately using overcapacity in critical sectors to export its way out of its current economic troubles, and to do that in a way that undercuts and indeed could gut our own workers and industries.
All of that is true, but my question to you is there an offer ever that you would undo things in exchange for behavior?
Of course, and that goes.
So you want to argue tariffs are good and sanctions are good.
Yeah.
The offer would have to be to say to the government, quietly or otherwise, that we would be willing to go in the opposite direction.
Of course.
There's no public, I hear no public discussion, not from Congress and not from anyone in the administration.
Senator,
we would undo this if this.
Senator, on their own terms, it's clear that if the conduct that we object to and that risks terrible damage to our workers, to our communities, to our companies, if they change that conduct, of course.
Did you specifically discuss not having tariffs or undoing sanctions in exchange for the Chinese to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia?
In the context, sure, if their companies don't engage in that practice, we're not going to sanction them.
I didn't hear any public statements of that. Did you make private statements to President Xi that you would undo trade sanctions and not put on tariffs in exchange for better behavior towards Russia?
By definition, if they don't engage in the conduct that we object to, then we're not going to be using those tariffs or using those sanctions.
But this sounds like me drawing this out of you. It doesn't sound to me like this is the kind of diplomacy that's occurring. If you want it to occur, you have to have a little different conception of you've got the stick. The whole problem with diplomacy in this country, not just your administration, but the previous, is all you see is the stick, all you see is more sanctions. And if I ask you to tell me what has China done to change its behavior based on your sanctions, to change their behavior for the better, I would say you can't come up with anything China's doing. Everything seems to be the wrong direction. That's your interpretation. Everything's the wrong direction.
We've actually
so the sanctions really are not having a value unless you want to negotiate removing sanctions to get better behavior.
Mr. Cox, I know that Facebook has said in the past that it's their position as a private company, you're not subject to the First Amendment. I assume that hasn't changed. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
But the United States government is subject to the First Amendment. I think we can probably all agree on. Hopefully we can. Hopefully that's still true in this country. Is it appropriate for Facebook to work with the United States government to avoid the First Amendment, help the U.S. government avoid the First Amendment?
Senator, we do think it is sometimes appropriate to be in contact with government and with government organizations.
To help them avoid the First Amendment?
Senator, I'm not sure what what specifically you're referring to.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate to work with the United States government to target private individual speech that is constitutionally protected?
Senator, I'm not aware of that.
Well, let me educate you. On July 16th, 2021, an employee at Facebook wrote to the Department of Health and Human Services saying, and I quote, "I know our teams met today to better understand the scope of what the White House expects from us on misinformation going forward." On July 23rd, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked HHS, quote, "for taking the time to meet earlier today and wanted to make sure you saw the steps we just took this past week to adjust policies and what we are removing with respect to misinformation. This included," and I'm still quoting, "increasing the strength of our demotions for COVID and vaccine-related content." On April 7th, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked the CDC for responding to misinformation queries, and I quote, "We'll get moving now to be able to remove all but that one claim as soon as the announcement and authorization happens." On July 28th of this year, a Facebook employee reached out to CDC about, quote, "doing a monthly misinfo debunking meeting." The CD responded, "Yes, we would love to do that." I'm sure they would. On July 20th, 2021, Clerk Humphrey at the White House, who's digital director of the COVID-19 response team, emailed Dave Sumner at your company, among others, asking any way we can get this pulled down and cited a specific Instagram account. Within 46 seconds, your company responded and said, "Yep, on it." That sounds like what in the law we call a pattern and practice of meeting, coordinating, and colluding with the United States government to target particular speech that no one in any of these emails alleges is incitement, which would not be constitutionally protected. No one in any of these emails alleges it directly encourages violence, which would not be constitutionally protected. So it appears to all be constitutionally protected speech on, I might add, very politically sensitive topics that Facebook is directly working with the U.S. government to target and remove. Is that your company policy to do this kind of thing?
Senator, we were quite public about our cooperation with health organizations during the unprecedented time of COVID. We knew that people expected and wanted accurate information on our platform. We had conversations with the CDC, with the World Health Organization, and with other public health organizations, not just in the U.S., but abroad, in order to understand how to help make sure that folks weren't getting information that could cause imminent harm.
Fair enough. So you're saying that this was, in fact, company policy to have these kinds of meetings with HHS, with the CDC, with the White House directly, that you did engage in this behavior, and you think that it was entirely fine. Is that your testimony?
Senator, I do believe it's appropriate for companies like ours to be in consultation with public health organizations and with government.
And you can confirm that things like taking down a private Instagram account and adjusting your policies at the behest of the White House, and putting into place misinformation policies at the behest of CDC, that those things you think are appropriate. This was company policy to do so. Is that fair to say?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the Instagram account specifically that you're referencing, but we do know that people expected and hoped from the platforms that we would help them get accurate information about COVID during the unprecedented time, especially at the beginning.
Well, isn't there a difference between you as a platform putting forward information and censoring your users at the behest of the White House, the administration more broadly, and the CDC? Isn't there a distinction there?
We specifically wanted to work with public health experts to understand the relationship between information and behavior. And so we did consult with the CDC, the World Health Organization, and others to understand how the platform policies we built were affecting public health.
Well, you didn't just consult with them to understand how they affected public health. You actually censored on their behalf. I mean, you took these emails, I'm just quoting from a sample of them, which, by the way, have been disclosed in litigation. These emails show that you took censorship steps. You took down accounts. You planned misinformation policies. You adjusted your policies at the behest of the United States government. I mean, that's not just
some theoretical thing. That's actually targeting your user's speech. But I appreciate your forthrightness, by the way. But you're saying that you think that's fine, and that was your policy.
Senator, we've been public about our policies on COVID misinformation specifically, as well as on misinformation generally.
And so you think you're not concerned about any of this? Nothing that I just read to you, you're not concerned about it at all?
Respectfully, Senator, I think the balance of how to protect free expression as well as public safety is a difficult issue, but it's one we're committed to working with outside experts and publishing our work.
Well, I appreciate you being so forthright. As I said, this is actually from litigation between the state of Missouri and the state of Louisiana and the federal government. I anticipate that your remarks under oath today are going to be very interesting and helpful to that litigation. I'll just say this. My view is that the United States government is bound by the First Amendment. They cannot encourage